The X-Men are the future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and because of that, I spent 5 videos fan casting all of the major X-Men characters and a bunch of the X-Men villains. And since it seems like in 2026 we might finally get some casting for X-Men in the MCU, I wanted to look back at all of my X-Men casting videos. So this video has all of the casting I did for the X-Men, outside of a couple of exclusive videos I made just for Nebula, and presenting them here, and after every character, I'm gonna pop in, let you know how I feel about that pick 3-4 years later. My opinions may have changed. So anyway, let's get started with, very appropriately, when Marvel announces that they're working on X-Men movies, my first thought is going to be, okay, well, which ones? Because there should be enough X-Men movies and shows for an entire phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If we're doing things right, there'll be maybe a core X-Men movie, a proper Magneto origin, that Gambit movie Channing Tatum wants to make so badly, a Storm movie, a New Mutants series, a Hellfire Club series, an Excalibur series, an X-Factor series, a Starjammers series, and then all of that will culminate in a big crossover where Genosha is destroyed or something like that. But okay, that probably won't be the case. Maybe Storm will pop up in Black Panther 3 with a soft origin story, or maybe the Guardians of the Galaxy will run into Warlock, not that one, another one. But we will more than likely start with one big simple X-Men movie. So I want to look at this one in 3 parts. First video, fan casting the heroes in an X-Men movie. The second will be fan casting the villains, and the third will be fan casting the giant-sized X-Men editions. After my fan casting 4 video, I learned a few lessons, so I'm doing things a bit differently here. Still going character by character, but I'm going to spend about half the time discussing each character and their history, and then the other half on the actual casting. My thought process is it is very important to explain exactly how I see these characters, so even if you disagree with me, you'll understand where I'm coming from. I'm going to discuss some of their comic history and what character traits have persisted throughout that history. I'm also going to spend a bit of time on each character's previous castings in older X-Men movies. Also, each character is getting something called a highlight panel, which is a panel or a page from a comic that sums up that character very nicely. The heroes I want to focus on for this video are simple. I think Marvel will go back to basics. The first X-Men movie will be as simple as possible. That means I think we'll go back to the original first class of X-Men, lay a strong foundation. This means I bet the first team of X-Men will consist of Scott Summers, aka Cyclops, Jean Grey, aka Marvel Girl, Warren Worthington III, aka Angel, Hank McCoy, aka Beast, and Bobby Drake, aka Iceman, led by Charles Xavier. It's simple. They've never all been on screen together. We almost got it in X-Men The Last Stand, featuring Beast, Angel, and Iceman facing off against Jean Grey, but James Marsden wanted to be a different movie, so Scott Summers died at the beginning of X3. Such a shame. Although, I mean, that movie has problems. The idea of a first class is familiar to audiences as the good movie, but the team in X-Men First Class only featured Beast and Xavier. Instead of Angel, we got Banshee, and instead of Cyclops, we got Havoc. Probably mostly because of the X-Men movie's inexplicable obsession with a continuity that wants nothing to do with them. My pitch here is for a first class that has been training together for years. They joined in their teens and 15 years has passed since then, but now they're forced out into the world to deal with a new brotherhood. And they are joined by a new member who we'll get to in a future video. The most important thing here is that the X-Men need to feel like a family. I don't think we ever quite got there in either series, partially because so many of the relationships in Gen 1, the 2000s ones, and then Gen 2, the 2010 plus X-Men, were romantic, which is fine. Yeah, they're a family, but they're also a boarding school filled with teenagers, so things are gonna happen. But the chemistry between the characters needs to feel like cinema's most famous family, La Familia. They poke fun at each other, know each other better than anyone else on the planet, and care deeply about one another. It's an important balance to strike. So let's say our heroes are the original first class. That means we need to start at the top. So without any further introduction, welcome to the holiest of Nandovi movie spaces, the Aculos Zone. Named after an object from a movie nobody saw because it was very, very bad, but I made a cool video about it. They used a whiteboard, and that means if there's a whiteboard in the video, it takes place in the Aculos Zone, baby. First up, Charles Xavier. Professor X is a jerk. No, seriously, it's right here, you see? And Ariel, or whatever she was called at this point, is right. Professor X is a jerk. He always has been. But you try not being a jerk when you're the leader of an entire civil rights organization, and your best friend is always trying to kill you, and your stepbrother is possessed by an evil rage demon, and your sister is an evil psychic twin you killed in the womb. Yeah. The X-Men are a lot. This will be a theme going forward. Charles Xavier has a lot on his plate. He created Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, a sanctuary for mutant children. He also organizes those children into a paramilitary fighting force with a jet that comes out of the basketball court. It's kind of like running for president. Just deciding that you're the person that should be president means you must have an enormous ego, but at its heart, everything Charles does is for the betterment of mutants' kind. He wants the children he looks after and every persecuted mutant of the world to be able to live in peace with the humans. It is the only way, unless you have a sentient island, in which case that is also a decent way. My highlight panel for the professor is an image from the end of God Loves, Man Kills, my favorite comic of all time. Xavier's own faith has been shaken by Stryker's actions, and Scott explains why Xavier's dream is worth fighting for.
You brought us together to fulfill a dream, Charles, one born out of hope and the noblest of human aspirations. And we've sweated and bled, and some of us have died to make it a reality. I'm not prepared to give up. The means are as important as the end. We have to do this right or not at all. Anything less negates every belief we've ever had, every sacrifice we've ever made.
That's what's so important about him. He is defined by his students. Charles is smart, compassionate, headstrong, and full of secrets. We need someone who could be pretty much everything. Enough so that we question whether he's in the right, but charismatic enough to lead a movement. Previous versions. The original two Xaviers were excellent. Patrick Stewart is a godsend. Every X-Men fan knew he would be the perfect Charles. He was bald, British, stern, but fair, and he knows how to sit in a fancy chair. Boy howdy. James McAvoy took some time getting used to, but I like where he ended up. Honestly, if McAvoy wanted to come back and give it another go, I'd be fine with that. He's close to the age I'm looking for here. I'm looking for someone in their late 40s, early 50s. My first 4 picks. I think Stanley Tucci could do it. Because hey, Professor X is only kind of British. In the comics, he grew up in Westchester, New York, but spent a lot of time in the UK, so we could do a mix of accents. And Tucci is a wonderfully fatherly actor. Maybe he's a little older than I'd like, and yes, I know he was in the first Avenger, Captain America, but hey, that guy is dead, and he's German. I don't think people would really get confused. Mark Strong could absolutely also play Xavier. Also bald, British, friendly, but has the potential for menace or sinister menace because he was Sinestro. He's in his late 50s, just like Stewart was for X-Men in 2000. Sure, he works, but those are the easy ones. Bald white dudes. I want to go a little deeper. Or how about one of my reads, John Cho? He aged out of Mr. Fantastic, but that puts him right where I would want a Professor Xavier. But I don't know, he's a little too well known. Like people see him and think of Harold and Kumar or Star Trek or Searching if they are cool. Searching is a good movie with an insane ending, but anyway. Or what about the actor I see most fan casted for this role? David Oyelowo, the star of Selma, and also, I guess, Peter Rabbit 2, according to his IMDb page. He has the chops. He is a proven talent as a civil rights leader. He's around the right age. He'd probably be 50 when they end up shooting. I could absolutely see it. But I'll be honest. I have one more who I thought of before I started coming up with these 4. They're all really gunning for second because they are not my Charles. So here's my thought process. Let me take you back a couple of days. So I'm thinking, where on TV do you go to find a jerk? I came up with a couple of shows that are a good place to start. First one, obviously, Succession. We looked at some Roys. We said Kendall, no. Romulus, no. Connor, wow, no, absolutely not Connor. So, all right, nothing from Succession. So then I went and I looked at, oh, wait, Tom, played by Matthew Macfadyen, one of the breakout stars of the show from such films as Pride and Prejudice. And he's British. No, there's just no way. He's around 47, which is right around the age I'm looking for, a 50-year-old Professor X. He's also popular, but not already bigger than the role. Yeah, this is my Charles, my ideal Professor X, Matthew Macfadyen. And hey, he even comes with some potentially excellent Moira McTaggart fan casts in Sarah Snook from Succession and Keira Knightley from Pride and Prejudice. That's a win. So Matthew Macfadyen is my Professor X. Now that we have Xavier, let's start looking at some students. What an interesting one to start with. Matthew Macfadyen obviously probably won't be Professor Xavier for no other reason than he was already a character in Deadpool and Wolverine. He played Paradox. But if he wasn't in Deadpool and Wolverine, I would love to see him in something like this, because I think he would be perfect for this role. Cyclops is Vision, not the character, the like the idea of vision. Here's the thing, Cyclops is such a specific kind of guy. I think the 2 movie versions almost got it right, but in the end, I don't think either of them had the edge that I want from a Scott. And I'm not talking about darkness, no parents kind of edge, just I want a Cyclops that is always in charge. He never lets go, and if someone challenges him, he doesn't back down. I want a spine. Scott Summers is everything you expect from a leader. Scott has been quarterbacking the X-Men since the beginning, and while he's had his ups and downs, he is always there for the team. In fact, Scott is willing to do anything for any mutant. Not all of the X-Men agree with him. In the movies, this usually ends up being Wolverine, but it goes way further than that in the comics. Anyone with an agenda or philosophy that doesn't match Scott's is going to hear from him. And Scott has the respect of every X-Men, and frankly, every mutant in the world. But also, if Scott believes he's in the right, he is not going to back down. He's incredibly stubborn. In the Avengers vs. X-Men event, Scott killed Professor Xavier because Xavier wanted to get between Scott and the Phoenix Force. Scott also became a revolutionary and left the Institute because he believed that was what he needed to do for mutant kind. He does what he thinks is right and makes the hard calls. For his highlight panel, I want to look at a page from 10 of Swords. Not going to get into the plot, I don't want to spoil it, it's a very fun book, but here's part of his speech to Xavier that I think is the perfect example of what I want from Scott Summers.
I'm sorry, but I don't have the luxury of thinking of just one mutant anymore, Scott, or even a few, no matter how much they mean to me. I understand, sir. Just like I'm sure you understand, this vote doesn't change what I have to do. I know the difference between right and wrong, and I know that necessary evil has nothing to do with it. I know these things because it's how I was raised. Yes, it is. What are you going to do, son? I know that risking everything we've built for a few lives doesn't work for all of you. I understand you don't have the luxury of thinking that way. I really do. We formed a quiet council to be the government of Krakoa. Well, the X-Men are its heroes. And we will save those who need saving, whatever the cost.
And on top of all of that, he's a lover. The husband of Jean Grey and father of multiple ex-messiahs, Scott is hopelessly devoted to Jean, and their relationship is the core partnership of the team. Nothing can get between them except all the things that do, especially Emma Frost, and then that becomes a lot of fun. Overall, here's what I'm looking for. Bold, headstrong, a leader, and if the actor is what a leader seems like, we can use that expectation to break down the trope. Examine what being the front of this team would do to someone. Scott Summers can easily be the most interesting character in this movie. I also want my Scott to have a jaw that can cut glass. And age-wise, I think we're looking at someone in their late 30s, early 40s. I want a character who's been doing this for a little while. Previous versions. I liked James Marsden a lot. He didn't get nearly enough to do in those movies, but when he worked, he worked. His rivalry with Wolverine was tense and believable. He made decisions, executed plans, and then he got kissed to death. I have less of an opinion on Ty Sheridan. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that in both movies he's in, the movies don't really seem that interested in him. It's all about the teachers, which is a shame, but that's always been the second generation's biggest problem. They couldn't get over the Mystique Charles Beast Magneto relationship, and that never really worked for me. So what I saw of Sheridan, I liked, but he never got the opportunity to win me over the same way that James Marsden did. Also, that kid from X-Men Origins Wolverine was fine. My first 4 picks. Listen, I have one of mine that I really like, so here's 4 other guys that could do it. Garrett Hedlund, Jensen Ackles, Sam Hugan, Charlie Hunnam. There. They could all be Scott if we want. But the winner. It seems unfair to look to Luthor, since the Umbrella Academy is so clearly influenced by the X-Men, and Luthor is so clearly the Scott analog, but goddamn, Tom Hopper is absolutely perfect for Scott. He is everything I want from Cyclops, and because he's played Cyclops, but a monkey man, I've seen it before. I know Tom Hopper could do this. The scene where he knocks out Vanya and puts her in the soundproof room is peak Scott, making the difficult choice even though everyone hates it. It's perfect, and age-wise, he's a little older than I'd love, but I think he can play a little bit younger, and that's not that big of a problem. So yeah, Tom Hopper. Put it on the board.
Okay, so this one I think is fine. I don't have really strong opinions about Tom Hopper. I have seen other people floated for potential Cyclopses that I think are potentially more interesting. Part of what's different about them is a lot of them are much younger. Guys like Harris Dickinson or Jack Champion. Like, I think Tom Hopper would be good for Cyclops, but I don't think this is the Cyclops we're going to get. The one actor who I did come up with recently who I think could maybe do it is Jonathan Bailey. I don't know if it's something he would want to do, but I don't know. I feel like he's got Cyclops energy.
Jean Grey is Pressure. She is the sole female member of the First Class, one of 2 Omega level mutants on the original team. An Omega level mutant is one who the upper limit of their mutant power cannot be surpassed. They're as good as it gets. The other one on that team, funny enough, is Iceman. Jean is the powerhouse of whatever team she's on. Jean can read minds, control minds, and move objects with her mind. Compare that to Beast, who's just strong and athletic, or Angel, who can fly. Not in the same ballpark. And on top of that, Jean is the primary avatar of the Phoenix Force, a cosmic entity that is capable of destroying entire solar systems. For that reason, Jean Grey is at the center of many storylines, most notably the Dark Phoenix saga. Jean is also the closest confidant of Professor Xavier. Every X-Men has a different relationship with the Professor, and Jean's is one of the most complicated, the only one above that being Scott, who, like I said, killed him once. Jean is at Xavier's side, helping Xavier solve big problems, manage the Xavier Institute, and she shares the curse of being able to read minds, knowing what people really think. All of what I've just described puts an unbearable amount of pressure on Jean Grey. She has an almost biblical destiny to live up to, and is in control of an amount of power that few other mutants can understand. Everyone is fighting to control Jean, so while she's a crucial member of the X family, she is also isolated. No one understands her. Her one lifeline has always been Scott Summers. They're the perfect X-Men couple, the mutant homecoming king and queen. And yet, there's something wrong with that relationship. They're happy together, but it's a little too perfect. And that pressure to be perfect sometimes drives Jean to Logan and Scott to Emma. They're a tragic couple brought together by the X-Men, but eventually destroyed by it. Although it's comics, so they always get back together eventually. Jean is also a mother, but never the way you'd expect. A clone of hers gave birth to Cable, the time-traveling techno-organic pouch-clad badass. Then in another timeline, Jean is also the mother of Rachel Summers, a powerful telepath from a dystopian future. And then Jean's DNA was also used to create X-Man, who is just mutant Jesus from another timeline. So while Jean is the mother of some of the most powerful mutants in existence, they're not actually her children. She didn't give birth to them. She gets all of the pressure of being their mother, but with none of the experience. They just show up. She also fills the role as the de facto mother of the group as the original female X-Man, and that role is difficult for Jean to live up to. She needs to behave perfectly as an example, which is something that all of the original X-Men struggle with, but Jean more than almost anyone else. And when that pressure becomes too much to bear, Jean lashes out. She goes bad. Jean Grey, aka Marvel Girl, is complicated. For her highlight panel, I want to look at Uncanny X-Men 300, when Jean goes full Omega and annihilates a mutant named Seamus Mellencamp.
My worst nightmare? I'm just myself. Not the Phoenix, not Madeline Pryor, not even Marvel Girl. I'm just Jean Grey, one of the most powerful Psis on the planet. The frightening thing is, in my dream, I'm not afraid to lose myself in my mutant ability. I cut loose completely.
Also, gotta bring up the fact that Jean Grey is a redhead, and I think visually that's important. It helps her stand out among characters like Kitty or Rogue, who have similar silhouettes in the same uniform. It also creates a strong contrast between girl next door Jean Grey and evil supermodel Emma Frost. I want that present here, especially since one of my favorite versions of X-Men is the Grant Morrison X-Men, and that plays a big role in the development of that comic. Previous versions, oh boy, both Jeans had a fun first movie where we really got to enjoy him as part of the team, and I wish it ended there. But then, Famke had some decent moments in X2, but spent almost all of X3 or X-Men The Last Stand scowling. Overall, I enjoyed her performance, but a lot of her plot cast her as little more than the object of Logan's affection, which is a shame. And then, after X3 crashed the franchise, they brought back the writer of X3 to direct a new movie because I'm assuming he saw some producer hit a kid with his car. Kidding, or am I? And that guy just remade X3 as Dark Phoenix. It rushed Sophie Turner's Jean to Phoenix God mode at a pace that would make Pietro jealous. Or Callisto. Remember Callisto? She was in X3. That's Callisto. And she has super speed. Neat. My first 4 picks. So I'm not only looking at redheads here, but I do see that as a good place to start if we want to narrow down the list of 30-ish-year-old female actors. For instance, Evan Rachel Wood has experience playing a messianic figure who straddles the line between human and the next step in evolution. She could do it. Or how about Jane Levi? Here she is on Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist using her mind control on a crowd of people. I assume I have not seen that show. Just kidding, I have seen it. I know it's like a song. She's doing like song and dance numbers, I think. I actually haven't seen it, but yeah. Hey, could Anna de Armas play Jean? Maybe, although she might be better suited to play another mutant down the line, who we'll talk about in a future video. Is Emma Watson too big for this role? Maybe, I'm honestly not sure, but she's been at the center of a mega franchise before, and she knows how to act alongside a CGI beast, so, you know, worth considering. But the winner. Rose Leslie comes to mind as an excellent red-headed actor in the right age range with the right attitude. And she's the lead of the big hit of 2022, Death on the Nile. There she is on the poster, nobody else in that movie, just her. I really liked Rose Leslie on Game of Thrones, where she played Ygritte, who is both the girl with the wild side and sort of the wildling girl next door. She's down to earth, relatable, confident, tragic, romantic, and conflicted. That is Jean Grey to a T. But if Rose Leslie does not get that role, I want her for Siren in an X Factor show. I love the X Factor Investigations comic and she would be perfect. But she should also be Jean.
Rose Leslie for Jean feels fine. I really don't have any strong feelings about her. On one hand, I think Sadie Sink could be a good Jean. On the other hand, I've heard names like Daisy Edgar Jones floated around. I actually think that one's pretty interesting. I've heard people suggest that Rose Leslie would be a great Siren, Banshee's daughter, member of my favorite X-Men team, X Factor Investigations. I completely agree.
Angel is perfection. Warren Worthington III is rich. He is handsome. He is confident, and his power makes him a literal angel among men. He's not quite a rich jerk. Morally, I'd say Warren's usually on the right side of the issue, but he doesn't take orders well, especially from Scott Summers, especially when they're young. He's happy being part of a team as long as he gets to do whatever he wants. He's spoiled, but not beyond saving. Warren is brave, bold, and beloved, the cool middle child, the mutant Uncle Jesse, and he will also have a dramatic fall from grace in the future. After his de-winging and presumed death, Angel falls in with the wrong egomaniacal mutant warlord and literally becomes Death. The Apocalypse story should play out, but not at the bizarre pace that it did in X-Men Apocalypse. Angel's transformation into Archangel is tragic, and that only works if the Angel we start with has it all. So more than any other member of the team, Angel has to be a stud. He is everything you expect from a superhero. I think we've got plenty of room to play around here. Race is not important. I'd like a tall Angel. He should probably be the tallest one here, but overall I want confidence, charm, and maybe a little arrogance. For his highlight panel, I want to look at Angel's introduction in X Factor 1. You see him confidently flying through the air.
The next morning, high above the Rocky Mountains of New Mexico, one of the wealthiest men in the world flies. Under his own power. He is Warren Worthington III, entrepreneur, socialite, and the object of more than one woman's desire. But there's also another side to this man. He is also known as the Avenging Angel, mutant, former X-Men, and until very recently, member of an elite supergroup known as the Defenders. However, with the sudden demise of that team, the Angel's priorities have narrowed. All that concerns him now is the rebuilding of his mountain chateau and the pursuit of purely personal pleasures.
Previous versions. Man, did the original X movies do Angel dirty. In X-Men The Last Stand, he just sort of showed up in the beginning as a tortured kid trying to hide his identity from his father. That was good. And then he disappears for a very long time, saves his dad, and then that's the last we see of him. Then, fast forward to X-Men Apocalypse, he's killing the Blob in cage fights. He joins Apocalypse because one of his wings gets singed, and then he explodes. Not good. Very not good. Especially not for a first-class mutant. My first 4 picks. This is tough because I want fancy hunks. Let's talk about John David Washington. I'm not the biggest fan of Tenet, but I think he had a thankless role. I mean, protagonist. Come on. So I think he deserves another look. And I like him in BlacKkKlansman. Why not have him here? How about Henry Golding, Snake Eyes' own? He is charming. He can play rich, handsome. He's all you need. And I think he's going to be free since I don't think we're getting too many more Snake Eyes movies. Hey, if he wasn't already Spider-Man, I wouldn't mind Andrew Garfield here. Might be a little too likable now, but like look back to Social Network and you can see a lot more of that anger, that fire. Or how about Marwan Kenzari, Hot Jafar? Grasping at straws, but I think he has the spoiled rich kid vibe. The winner. My ideal pick is Regé-Jean Page from Netflix's Bridgerton. I think he's got the, well, he's about as much of a stud as we have right now. And screw it, make Angel British. Let him use his natural accent. I like the idea that the X-Men are kind of from everywhere. Maybe Xavier even knows the Worthingtons from his time in the UK. Regé is charming, handsome, and has what I would call angel energy. It's perfect.
Regé-Jean Page as Angel, I think is fine. I think one of the things I say in the video, Angel's not necessarily a blank slate, but I do think you have a lot of room in terms of what Angel's supposed to be like. I've seen Regé-Jean Page in quite a few things since this came out, and I think we'll get somebody younger, but I think Regé-Jean Page could do it.
Bobby Drake is young. He is the younger brother of the First Class. A little too eager, sort of a joker, and he constantly feels the need to prove himself among some of these other members. pretty simple, honestly. Now, Bobby has a very complicated history when it comes to his sexual orientation, and I'm honestly not sure what direction they should go with this one. When he was introduced, Bobby was your typical 60s teenage boy, chasing after cute girls, always the life of the party. He dated Kitty Pryde for a bit, also had flings with Cloud, Rogue, Polaris, and even Mystique. Then, in a story from 2015, from this book, a version of Bobby came from the past to the present day, and then Jean from the past read present day Bobby's mind and learned that he's straight, which is news to her because her version of Bobby is gay. It turns out Bobby's always been a closeted gay man, and some of those flings I mentioned were with shapeshifters, so you can see some hints there in older material. I think that dynamic could exist in this story. Maybe first movie he's straight, but we saw some hints that he isn't quite sure about that. Then in the second movie, Bobby comes out. Simplify the complicated comics arc. For that reason, I think it's worth considering specifically gay actors for the role. It's the same thing as Ben Grimm. Iceman is the highest profile gay superhero, so it would be cool for the character to be represented publicly by a gay actor, especially since part of his arc involves coming out. So it's a bonus. I don't necessarily think it should be a litmus test. Like Ultron said on The Office, sexuality is a spectrum, it's complicated, and we don't know what's going on inside any person's head. So, it's a bonus if the actor is gay, but not a requirement. It also just kind of helps to narrow down this field of 20 to 25-year-old actors, because there's so many of them. And I'm willing to play around here as far as age is concerned. Plus, lots of actors play younger than they are, like Tobey Maguire in the first Spider-Man. When they filmed the high school scenes, he was 26. Yet through the magic of cinema, we were all able to believe he was 25. So I'm looking for a little brother, someone with an excited energy who's willing to take on the world as a superhero, and also he's got some things to discover about himself. From his highlight panel, I want to look at a page from a book called X-Men Season 1, where Bobby shows up in the Danger Room wearing, instead of his usual outfit, just a big block of ice around his waist as a joke.
What do you guys think? Extreme weather athletic underwear. I'm thinking something like Cheek Chillers by Drake.
This is before Jean is introduced to the group, so she shows up, he's super embarrassed, it's like a silly little prank he did. That's all you need. That's what I want from Bobby. Previous versions. I never bought Iceman in the original trilogy. I think, he was in some great scenes, like the coming out scene or the assault on the X-Mansion, which, they were both in X2, and X2 is the best movie, so of course he'd be in some of the best scenes. But my problem came with the fact that he just never felt fun. He was always just like brooding or hanging around in the background. There was one Iceman moment that really worked for me. Just one. This one. Freezing the fire was the kind of jokey playfulness that I expect from a young Bobby. And it isn't like he's exactly like the comics, so the movie is bad kind of thing. It's just this character fills a very specific role that I don't think Gen 1 Bobby did. Then we never got an Iceman in Gen 2, which is kind of a shame, but then considering Angel and Psylocke, maybe we dodged a bullet. It's part of why Bobby's so important here. General audiences aren't too familiar with the character, so we need a good actor to set that tone. My first 4 picks. I don't know a ton about Kyle Allen, but West Side Story is a movie. I don't know. This is another one where I picked a winner before I had the other 4, so sure, Kyle Allen. He was the male lead in West Side Story. No other male actors in that movie. Check it out. Here's the poster. Maybe one of these guys is him. I haven't seen it yet. It is not streaming. How about Alex Wolff? He's great in Hereditary, phenomenal in Pig. Watch Pig if you haven't. And he was in Old. You remember Old? That movie where the dumbest people on the face of the earth go to the beach that makes you old and mostly die there because they're all stone cold dummies. Old. Anyway, he was pretty good in that, so that's something. Also willing to throw in Joe Keery. A lot of you guys had him pegged for Johnny Storm, as evidenced by the comment section in my Fantastic Four fancast video. See, I read the comments. And while I think he would be a good Johnny, I think he'd also make a solid Bobby. He's carefree, he's childish, but he's able to be serious. We'll get to number 4 in a second, but first, the winner. My pick here is Justice Smith. In Detective Pikachu, he was all kinds of dorky. Felt like someone who was in over his head. Played a very solid, awkward teenager. But since then, Smith has also played characters with more confidence, so we can come at it from all angles. He's a great younger brother. Also happens to be gay, so that works too. However, when I was researching Smith, I found a short he did a couple of years ago, and it didn't change my opinions of him, but it introduced me to another actor named Graham Patrick Martin, and this guy is the spitting image of Bobby Drake. Liked him in the short, haven't seen him in much else, but just wow, he looks like Bobby Drake. I'm still gonna go with Smith for now. He's a proven talent, people like him.
I really like this one. I think Justice Smith is very talented, and I also think he is one of those guys who's kind of everywhere. He's also a big franchise guy, so I'm not saying you need to do that to be involved in something like this, but it's always nice to see an actor who is open to that, and I don't think he's too old, so I think this one holds up.
However, if Justice Smith were unable to fulfill his duties, I would be happy with someone like Graham Patrick Martin. Also, I'm sure there's a ton of kids from Euphoria that could also be this character. I don't know, I haven't watched that show. By now, you may be thinking, okay, hey now, that's half the team played by black actors, and all 5 of the original X-Men were white. To that I say, kick rocks, it isn't the 60s anymore. These are the best actors for the role, and guess what? I've got one more. Also, this Bobby is not the best drawing, not because I think it's bad, just because like I noticed when I was pretty far in, I was like, oh, this just looks like some kid. Like there's not a whole lot of features when you take away his face and don't put color into it, and that's a problem with all of the Bobby Drakes. So yeah, drawings though, a lot of fun. I'm doing some good drawings here. This is taking forever, and maybe this won't continue in the future, but I do enjoy it. I don't know, we'll see. If this video does well, if you like the drawings, comment, tell me in the comments, share the video with all of your friends, and then I'll do that in the future. And if not, maybe I won't. Who knows? Beast is a contradiction. Hank McCoy is a unique figure. He's one of Marvel's biggest nerds. I want to say like 7th smartest person alive. Yeah, Howard, that changes all the time. But also, unlike Reed Richards or Tony Stark, Hank McCoy is also, he's like a big boy. He's a large dude. His actual mutation is that he's just super strong and athletic. The whole super genius thing is just a coincidence. But Hank is both sides of the coin, the brains and the brawn. He's also a little too curious for his own good, something of a mad scientist, toiling away in his lab inventing new machines or cures or what have you. He's also sort of an older brother to Iceman and has a friendly relationship with the rest of the First Class. My highlight panel for Hank comes from Grant Morrison's new X-Men, where Hank is getting in a fight with Cassandra Nova in Xavier's body. Nova taunts Hank about his lack of humanity, and he comes back with this great line about the contradiction that exists at the core of his character.
Every day I wake up and I look in the mirror and I feel like more of a monster than the day before. Every day. So why not just rip off your face with my teeth? Shall I tell you? Because I believe in art and music and literature and reason. Because I don't believe in the law of the jungle.
Previous versions. I was never quite on board with Nicholas Hoult as Beast in the Generation 2 X-Men. I think partly it has to do with his general detachment from the rest of the team. Beast barely spends any time with the kids. It's all Beast and Mystique and Charles and Magneto, but not Cyclops or Jean. Like, it's like Beast is in his own little movie. And part of the charm of Beast is how he's able to be a kind mentor to the younger students who don't know what's going on. I also hated the fact that he was largely not Beast. Like, I get it. The makeup is expensive and time consuming, but you kind of got to do it. It's part of the character. Past a certain point in his history, Hank always looked like Beast. And while it definitely creates obstacles for him, Hank is able to take them in stride, and he is a perfect example of a mutant who seems dangerous on the outside, but has a heart of gold. Kelsey Grammer, aka Darius Emmanuel Grouch III, aka The Rumble, was a terrific older Beast. A bit disagreeable for my taste, but overall felt like the closest we've seen to a proper on-screen Beast. My first 4 picks. Do we really have to do this? Sam Richardson should play Beast. Are we done? Can we go home? I mean, I live here. This is my home. But it's the star of After Party, Detroiters, I Think You Should Leave, that Werewolves movie. He's proven that he's ready for the big leagues. He's a nice guy with a bit of an edge, seems very smart, but also he's just a big guy. Like, he's got the right frame, which is tough to find, especially in these days. Now, there is an issue when it comes to the trope of black people being represented by non-human creatures. Frequently in media, for one reason or another, black actors tend to end up in roles where they are turned into something else. Think Princess and the Frog, Soul, or Spies in Disguise. It happens more than it should based on just the law of averages. So turning Beast into a beast, it's not hard to see the problems there, especially since he becomes like a literal beast. You could say, well, if you are counting out a qualified black actor for the role because of his race, isn't that also bad? And that's where this becomes a mess. Plus, this is the X-Men. Beast is not even the most beastly, furry, blue acrobat on the team. Tons of team members transform or are just, strange looking. That's the point. And also, Sam Richardson, in an interview, said that he thinks he's a good pick. So, who am I to disagree with him? I think my ideal solution to this problem is just let Sam Richardson be Beast, but give him at least one movie before he turns blue. After all, that is not how Hank started. Like in the First Class movie, the blue fur is the result of a mad science experiment gone wrong. Beast was on the X-Men for nearly 10 years in the comics before the change. So I say, give him some time as just non-blue Hank. We had plenty of on-screen Beast in the movie. we can wait a little bit with this one. Conclusions. So these are my first 6. Matthew McFadden as Professor X, Tom Hopper as Cyclops, Rose Leslie as Jean Grey, Regé-Jean Page as Angel, Justice Smith as Iceman, Sam Richardson as Beast.
I love the Sam Richardson Beast casting still. I think it's great. Yeah, they should do it.
Let me know what you think. Use the hashtag XmenFancast so I can see your ideal first classes. We will get to the giant-sized X-Men like Storm, Wolverine, Kitty Pryde, and all of those other additions later, but before that, we need to talk about the villains, some of my favorite characters in all of comic books.
By the way, if you're enjoying these casting the X-Men videos, there are 3 more that are not in this compilation, because they exist exclusively on this video sponsor, Nebula. Nebula is a subscription streaming service that I helped to create. There's all kinds of great stuff there. You can watch our videos ad-free, you can download them onto your phone, you watch them early. Also, sometimes there is Nebula exclusive content. A good example of that are these 3 videos. So like when I originally made some of these casting videos, I made a companion video that went exclusively on Nebula. So there's one casting the Mojoverse characters, one casting the Wolverine extended family, and one casting the Excalibur mutants. Or not all mutants, because some of them are just people with superpowers. And these videos are not on YouTube. They will never be on YouTube. They are only on Nebula. It is a full hour of me explaining and casting a bunch of Marvel characters, some of whom you're probably very familiar with, and some of whom have really fun backstories that you maybe have never heard before. So if you're enjoying all this X-Men casting talk, I would definitely go check Nebula out so you can see the other videos, as well as other great Nebula original stuff like the show Abolish Everything just came back for a 2nd season. Or Lindsay Ellis makes videos exclusively for Nebula, including one that I've been recommending a lot recently about the bizarre continuity of the Fox X-Men movies. So if you enjoy deep dives on those X-Men movies, Lindsay's got a video for you. And trust me, there's all kinds of other exciting original content I am sure you will start hearing about pretty soon. All of your favorite content creators are on Nebula, and all of your next favorite content creators are on Nebula. I found channels that I now love to watch through Nebula. But also, and this is very important, it's all creators and all channels. There's no AI on Nebula. I see this everywhere on YouTube. And the other day on YouTube, I saw a song that seemed like it would be fun, so I played it and I listened to it and I enjoyed it and went, oh, who made this? Where can I find more stuff by them? Turns out AI. So there's AI videos out there, there's AI music, you never know what you're getting if it's real. There's so many things I like about Nebula, but my favorite right now is that we are real people making real videos, and we're not like AI farms that are going to give you videos that are both A, like weird, and B, like wrong, and C, like stolen, largely. Anyway, a yearly subscription to Nebula is a steal. It's $60 a year. That's $5 a month. But if you go to go.nebula.tv/NandoVMovies or go to link in the description or this QR code here, you can get a year of Nebula for $30. That is $2.50 a month. It is an incredible deal. Again, it's go.nebula.tv/NandoVMovies. Okay, back to the videos.
One of my favorite things about villains in comic book movies is that a lot of the time, an A-list actor will take a role in one of these as a villain because they don't need to commit to multiple movies. Ever since the days of Jack Nicholson as the Joker in Batman '89, sometimes villains even get top billing, and franchise movies tend to keep the same hero but swap out the villains. And this has its advantages. Just think about the X-Men movies. We got one-off villain appearances from Brian Cox, Liev Schreiber, Kevin Bacon, Peter Dinklage, Oscar Isaac, and Jessica Chastain. That is some serious talent, all of which were one and done. So we have a unique opportunity here to cast some characters that I definitely want to see stick around, but a couple of others who could show up once, steal the show, and then never appear again. For that reason, some of these actors are a little more high profile than my X-Men casting. I'm going to give you 9 characters with a bunch of actors who I think could play those roles. Before the video starts, comment with your favorite X-Men villains and who you think should play them. Also tweet it to me at twitter.com/NandoVMovies with the hashtag XmenFancast. Then we'll see if we match. Also, listen in the highlight panel as you may hear some familiar voices. So without further ado, you know where we're going. The Aculose Zone. Mr. Sinister is camp. And you may be wondering, why are we starting this with Mr. Sinister? Why not Magneto? He's the most important one, right? Sure, but here's the thing. I love Mr. Sinister. Don't get me wrong, I love Magneto as well. In fact, I think he may be the single most interesting comic book character of all time. We'll get into it. But as far as characters I cannot wait to see on screen, Sinister tops the list. Because, and let's skip around a little bit, previous versions, Mr. Sinister is easily the highest profile X-Men villain who, after 13 movies and after appearances from Riptide, Azazel, Angel Salvatore, Black Tom, Vanisher, Zeitgeist, Ajax, Angel Dust, The Reavers, Arclight, Agent Zero, and even Vuk. After all of those classic X-Men characters graced the silver screen, the most we've seen of Mr. Sinister is his name and a little diamond emblem thing. It would be like if it took 13 Batman movies before we saw the Penguin. And clearly, they were building towards Sinister being the big bad of Gen 2 with appearances from some version of his real name, Nathaniel Essex, popping up in X-Men Apocalypse, Logan, Deadpool 2, and even New Mutants. It would seem that he is pulling all of the strings, collecting mutant DNA, experimenting on mutant children, and I guess also starting some sort of mutant boarding school focused on like conversion therapy? That part doesn't make a lot of sense, but all in all, Sinister is making moves. And yet, we never got a look at good old Nate. I remember rumors that he was going to make a cameo appearance in New Mutants, which would have made sense, but that either turned out to be a lie or the idea was scrapped. And because of that, I really believe there's a good chance Mr. Sinister will be the first big X-Men villain in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like Vulture in Homecoming. He's a character who has decades of comic book history, who was never in a movie before. So he is the perfect entry point for this new version of the franchise. Keeps everything fresh, shows that they're doing something new, but gives comic book fans something they've always wanted to see. And also, Mr. Sinister is just great. He deserves a movie. Because like I said, Mr. Sinister is camp. And camp just means exciting and ostentatious and theatrical. I don't think this was always the case with the character. At first look, he seems like some sort of super vampire down to the white skin, cape, and sometimes even serrated teeth. If anything, you would assume Sinister is some sort of super 90s edgelord villain. And to some extent, that's true. Sinister led a group of very edgy villains called the Marauders, with names like Sabretooth and Malice and also Harpoon somehow. And Sinister was obsessed with Jean Grey and Scott Summers, but there was always a little camp there. I mean, come on, that cape? You don't just wake up with that cape. That is a choice. A terrific choice. One that says something about its wearer. But let's back up a little bit. Background again. Nathaniel Essex was a scholar in the 1800s who was obsessed with evolution. He eventually learned about the X gene and found the mutant Apocalypse, who we will get to, and was given superpowers by Apocalypse. This is very important. Mr. Sinister, traditionally not a mutant, but as a result of those superpowers, he has a regenerative healing factor. Sinister does not age. He's kind of a telepath. Sometimes he can teleport. And I want to say he can shoot energy blasts, but I honestly can't remember him doing that in the comics. It's probably something I just saw on the cartoon. So maybe that's just a cartoon thing. Mr. Sinister is also a big fan of cloning. He clones himself, he clones his goons. He's got the same vibe as Mr. Smith. He wants more me. One of my favorite Sinister stories is from Uncanny X-Men by Kieran Gillen, where the Extinction Team, led by Cyclops, finds Sinister leading a team of himself. And every time the X-Men kill one, another Sinister takes over. It's where this drawing actually comes from. It's where he says everything is Sinister. Over time, I think Sinister has morphed from the less interesting evil vampire scientist to a far more interesting character. One who is exciting, dramatic, and most importantly, he enjoys this. Magneto, Trask, Apocalypse, Stryker, and most of the other big X-Men villains are as serious as a heart attack. And while Sinister is also dangerous, he's having fun. If there weren't any persecution, Magneto would start a family. He's in it to achieve a goal. If the X-Men ceased to exist, Sinister would find another team to torment because it's just what he does. He monologues, he's big on branding, and he dresses like a supervillain is supposed to dress. He has style, hence the cape. He is everything that the Incredibles was trying to break down, and he knows that, but Sinister does it anyway because it's fun. For his highlight panel, I want to take a look at two moments. First is a small one from the series Hellions. I share this online every so often, usually when someone dumb gets hoisted by their own petard. Havoc is a wreck after learning that the love of his life, Madeline Pryor, cannot be resurrected on Krakoa because she is a clone of Jean Grey, and Havoc bursts into tears. Sinister watches and says with a tremendous grin,
I keep expecting this shit to get old, and it never does. Not once, not ever.
The second one is the panel that this image comes before. It is his reintroduction in Gillen's Uncanny X-Men 3. Sinister's just been assassinated, and he explains why he believes he is the only one with the vision to remake society.
Apocalypse viewed evolution as good in of itself because he had no understanding of either art or science. What my old patron believed in was red and raw natural selection. It is I who truly believes in evolution. Natural selection is a mechanism. It doesn't believe in better or worse. It merely believes in continued being. I believe in improvement. And improvement requires an aesthetic eye to judge whether a success is worthy or otherwise. I understand the chain of being, and who is at the top, and who isn't. As will become evident as I bring this little skirmish to a close, and my society's mind brings you to your knees again.
My first 4 picks. There are a few actors that I believe could play Mr. Sinister should they be so lucky. There were rumors that John Hamm was being courted for Sinister in New Mutants. I don't know if that was real or just speculation. Either way, Hamm is imposing, he's charming, but not above having fun. I think he could do it, but I also think we could go deeper. After all, we are living in the golden age of scenery-chewing villain performances. Like, hey, Essex is British, right? How about Daniel Craig? A mix of the will of James Bond and the whimsy of Benoit Blanc works really well for Sinister. Or Paddington 2's own Hugh Grant. Take some Phoenix Buchanan, add a dash of whatever his name was from The Man from U.N.C.L.E., and boom, you've got yourself a Sinister. Or, speaking of Man from U.N.C.L.E., listen, do I think this is the most effective use of Henry Cavill in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Probably not. He'd be a wonderful Hyperion, or Sentry, or Gladiator, or any of the other Superman pastiches in Marvel Comics pantheon. Also, maybe Captain Britain. However, I would like to give him an opportunity to branch out a little bit, especially since he's been playing villains in like Mission Impossible movies. I really liked Henry Cavill's attitude in The Man from U.N.C.L.E., and I think that would fit Sinister here. The winner. You guys, I have 7 syllables for you. Antonio Banderas. Come on, it would be so much fun. We get the charm of Zorro mixed with the playfulness of Puss in Boots. The man was fun in Spy Kids, and he's already played a rich jerk in the movie The Laundromat. An okay movie where, spoiler alert, Meryl Streep was the Panamanian woman the whole time. That movie came out in 2019. Wild. And Banderas has had a string of villainous performances as of late, with Doolittle and Uncharted. Neither movie quite worked, but he was doing his best, and I appreciate the performance. Overall, Banderas has the charm, the presence, and the spirit to properly introduce a character as fabulous as Mr. Sinister to the masses. So that's Antonio Banderas for Mr. Sinister. Moving on.
Okay, so Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister, is a character who I think can be played a lot of different ways. I think Antonio Banderas could do this. There's plenty of other actors who I think could also do this and play the character differently, but still fun. So yeah, I think this casting choice is fine.
And yeah, the drawings are back. People liked him. You guys commented, which I really appreciate. Also, I'm doing a new thing, and I'm taking one significant color from the image and putting it into the drawing. So he got red since he wears a lot of red and has that weird little red diamond on his head, which I don't know for the life, and I don't know what it does, if it has any significance whatsoever. It's just kind of there. In fact, in that Uncanny X-Men comic, Hope just shoots it at one point. She says, what kind of idiot puts a target on his head? And that is a good question. But I guess with Mr. Sinister, it's like, he doesn't care if he gets shot. He has lots of Mr. Sinister, so screw it, put the diamond on. But it's like sometimes it's like a physical gem, and I feel like sometimes it just looks more like face paint. I don't think it has any like religious significance or anything like that. But it's not like Vision in the comics was the solar gem, where that's how he gets his power. He like sucks it in. He absorbs the power of the sun and then is able to power himself with that. It's just like a decorative gem, which is great. Mr. Sinister, listen, if you just came up with that one day and you were like, this is a cool look, go with it. It looks terrific. I'm just curious is all. Anyway, let's switch gears a little bit. Magneto is right. Not to go all Quentin Quire here. Maybe he's not right, but Magneto is not wrong either. He has been through it. When he was around 10, Max Eisenhart, later known as Eric Lenscher, and his family were captured by Nazi soldiers and put into a concentration camp. Max was the only survivor. Because of that experience, he spent the rest of his life fighting against the darkest parts of humanity. Eric took on the name Magneto since he is the mutant master of magnetism, and assembled the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto led his team on a crusade to liberate persecuted mutants around the world. And when things get difficult, Magneto is not afraid to call for help. He has an ego, sure, but he'll work with his enemies for the greater good. And he is always adjusting his strategy, fighting the X-Men, working with the X-Men, fighting the humans, leaving them entirely. Magneto has a goal, and he will do whatever he believes is necessary to achieve that goal. Where Charles believes that humans and mutants can live in peace, Eric sees himself as more of a realist. He would love for Charles's dream to come true, but it's nothing more than a dream to him, a fantasy. Eric has seen the worst humanity has to offer. He is not willing to take that chance again. For mutants to survive, Magneto believes they either need to isolate themselves or take over. Magneto has an incredibly strong will, a noble purpose, and the respect of all mutant kind. When the chips are down, Magneto usually does the right thing, but when he's at odds with the Professor, he cannot be stopped. He's even traditionally such a determined figure that he is immune to mind control. It wasn't until recently that the helmet turned out to be wired to block Charles's mind control. Originally, the Professor just couldn't read Magneto's mind simply by virtue of the fact that Magneto did not want him to. That is cool. Magneto is also somewhat theatrical. He believes in big displays, setting examples, and he knows how to make an entrance. After all, symbols have power. Why just take over the Sentinels when you can do it on TV in a stadium? I mean, the helmet. That doesn't have a purpose, or at least it didn't originally, but Magneto knew it made him look cool. And Magneto believes himself to be superior to most humans. He could kill pretty much everyone in a room if he decides to, so he doesn't need to prove himself to anyone. Magneto thinks incredibly highly of himself, and the actor who plays Magneto needs to be able to exhibit that extreme confidence. But on top of all of that, Magneto thinks he is a good guy. Yes, they say all villains do this, but Magneto especially. And the comics sort of agree. He was the leader of the X-Men for a while. He is currently one of the rulers of Krakoa, and when the Beyonder brought the heroes and villains of Earth to Battleworld, Magneto was on Team Hero. You disagree with the Beyonder? How about you take a look at those shoulder pads? Yeah, I didn't think so. And the last thing, Magneto is Jewish. Now, I've seen plenty of arguments from people who believe that the origin of Magneto should change, mostly because of the amount of time that has passed since the original books were released. Comic Magneto was created a mere 20 years after World War II. He could easily be a man in his mid-30s while also being a Holocaust survivor. As time has passed though, Magneto has gotten older and his timeline has gotten blurrier, and that's a problem in the movies. Currently in the comics, all of the X-Men are living on a magic island where they're able to be resurrected via a complicated cloning process. Thank you, Mr. Sinister. But hypothetically, this version of Magneto, who exists in 2022 as a man in his, let's say, 60s, was also alive for the Holocaust. In comics, this is usually dealt with like this. Don't worry about it. And then we all move on. Every so often a character moves on to a new age. Robin, who is a child, becomes Nightwing, an adult. But even then, Nightwing stays around his mid-20s, early 30s for decades. Characters like Spider-Man get older sometimes, but are usually reset by some sort of cosmic nonsense. And sometimes you get a character like Tony Stark, who has a comic origin tied to a real-world event. Specifically, Stark was inspecting some weapons being used in the Vietnam War and was captured by a North Vietnamese warlord, hence Iron Man. However, in the Extremis story released in 2005, Tony Stark's origin changed. He was still a prisoner of war, but it was now the war in Afghanistan, and it didn't really change much about the character, so we all went with it. It was good. That is a solution. Also, every so often, a story like The History of the Marvel Universe by Mark Waid will make an effort to recontextualize some of those historically significant origins. They used the fictional Marvel nation of Sin Kong as a proxy Vietnam. That way, characters like Frank Castle and James Rhodes and Ben Grimm could fight in a war that very much resembles the Vietnam War that they fought in their original comic origins, but it can take place whenever you want, 20 years from the current year. It is genius. I don't believe that's the solution with Magneto, since the power of the character comes from his historically unambiguous origin. Magneto survived the Holocaust, so I doubt Marvel's solution will be to create a new country called Schmermany, where a war very much like World War II took place in the year 2000. Similarly, I don't think you can map all of this to somewhere like Sokovia, but it just never got mentioned by Wanda or Pietro. I don't think that works either. I have heard the suggestion that Magneto should be a survivor of a different world event, either a black man who fought for civil rights in America or a South African victim of apartheid. Those are the two I hear the most. And while I understand the rationale behind this idea, I do not think it's worth throwing out the Holocaust origin, mostly because Magneto was a character created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, who are both Jewish, and then he had his origin expanded upon by Chris Claremont, who was also Jewish. Magneto's origin is so personal and specific that it feels wrong to change it. Plus, this is the MCU, baby. We got time travel, we got magic, we got all kinds of other nonsense. It would be so easy to invent a good reason why Magneto was born in the 1920s and is currently around 50. Make him age super slow. Magnets, right? How they work. If we buy into power bands, I don't see why Magneto can't just be the ultimate power band. I mean, power bands are nonsense, but you get the point. And because it's such a big part of the character, I want a Jewish actor. That's what I was getting at here. Especially since after 2 Magnetos, we still have not had one. So I'm looking for someone who is serious, purposeful, compassionate, a leader, and also Jewish. Finding a highlight panel for Magneto was a tricky one. It's a tough one to pick, but I decided to go with the opening of God Loves Man Kills, where Magneto finds 2 murdered children and swears revenge.
So young, so innocent, to know such terror and pain. Their only crime that they had been born. And for all my vaunted power, I was unable to save them. No more shall die, but those responsible for this atrocity. Whatever the cost, however long it takes, I will hunt them down and make them pay.
Previous versions, Magneto was almost too good, so engaging on screen that he immediately became the focus of every movie he was in. That worked well in the first 2 movies of both generations, X1 and X2, and then First Class in Days of Future Past, but eventually it became sort of a burden. Characters like Apocalypse and Phoenix were being overshadowed by Magneto, and yes, a lot of that has to do with the fact that they weren't that great in their movie, still not ideal. McKellen's Magneto had the condescending thing down pat. He was also really funny, not like haha funny, but witty. I don't think he gets enough credit for lines like,
"Storm, fry him."
Oh yes, a bolt of lightning into a huge copper conductor. I thought you lived at a school.
and
Mr. Stryker! Funny, we keep running into each other.
this is funny. This is good. Fassbender's Magneto, on the other hand, was pure anger, which worked very well in an origin. I think my problem with Magneto comes from how many times he was reset in that universe. He quits being a villain at the end of Days of Future Past, and then he's dragged back in Apocalypse. Then he quits again, and he's dragged back in Dark Phoenix. It just felt like this endless cycle of no development for this character. Overall, my big problem with Gen 1 and Gen 2 Magnetos is that they were both working with the good guys more often than against them. X-Men 1 and X-Men The Last Stand are the only movies where Magneto is consistently working against the heroes. In all of the rest, he either starts working with the heroes or eventually joins them. I want a Magneto who is firmly on his own side. He teams up with the X-Men once for the end game of that universe, but not before that. Otherwise, it's just not that big of a deal. Runners up. So I have 4 actors who I believe could do this. It is quite a wish list of actors who would probably never do it, but I'm gonna list them anyway. First up, Joaquin Phoenix could 100% play Magneto. He is a phenomenal actor. He's got a ton of range. He could do it. Second, keep an open mind here, Sacha Baron Cohen. He's not just Borat. He can do a lot of different things, and he's been trying to take on different roles in the last couple of years. I also believe he could be very imposing, so I think he'd be worth a look. Third, he's a bit older than I'd love, but I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the best actors ever, so he could also absolutely play Magneto. I doubt he would want to be tied down to a 50-movie Marvel contract, but hey, it's worth mentioning here. I could also see Adrian Brody working as Magneto. He has experience playing a Holocaust survivor in The Pianist, a movie for which he won an Oscar, so that's a good place to start, and he's also in Succession just like Tom. The winner. Sometimes I want to go against the grain, reinvent the wheel, and sometimes you guys are right. Jason Isaacs would be a perfect Magneto. He's the total package. He is scary. He is determined. You don't want to cross him. I will never forget his performance in The Death of Stalin as Marshal Zhukov. He switches from cordial to murderous in an instant. What more could you ask for? And considering his involvement in a certain wizarding world, we know that he is not afraid of a big franchise. So yeah, Jason Isaacs, put it on the board.
This is probably save for like 2 others. The best piece of casting in the video. I think Jason Isaacs, this has become kind of the opinion that I've seen online, would be a fantastic Magneto. He's everything you could ask for in a role like this. I really genuinely think if they are not talking to him, they should be talking to him about this because he'd be a terrific Magneto.
Mystique is a survivor. Mystique does what she needs to survive. She'll switch sides, form alliances, change identities. She's flexible. Mystique is a killer, but not always. She says in one of the comics she knows how to kill, but also how not to. Mystique will get dirty if it's required, or she has a grudge, but she has her limits. But Mystique does not just survive, she thrives. As the ultimate spy, she takes on dangerous life or death missions, but she doesn't forget to have fun. Because Mystique has seen so much and done this so many times, the challenge of a real, honestly difficult task is entertaining. Like Apollo fighting Rocky. A real test of her skills shows her what she loves about the game. And Mystique is the ultimate spy. She has to be the best in the Marvel universe. Not only can she perfectly match someone's outward appearance, Mystique is also incredibly clever. She's a talented actor. It is a craft that she works at, so Mystique can fool people very close to who she is impersonating. And Mystique has decades upon decades of experience. It isn't clear how old Mystique is, but I wouldn't be surprised if she were at least in her hundreds. And because of those years of watching the world turn, Mystique is guarded. She does not let too many people in, partially because of your run-of-the-mill persecuted mutant cynicism, but also just because she's seen people taken down by the ones closest to them. Mystique is even one of a few individuals who cannot have their mind read by a telepath, since her brain is constantly shifting. So no one, not even Professor X, can read her thoughts unless she wants them to. But Mystique is not completely isolated. She's also the wife of mutant clairvoyant Destiny. They're a couple, and if they aren't, everyone dies. Their relationship is pretty special. Destiny can see the future, and she works with Mystique to keep that future safe. Mystique is also a surrogate mother to Rogue. Originally in the comics, Mystique was even going to be Rogue's actual father. You heard that right, but they cut it because they're cowards. But Mystique does care about people. Mystique is also Nightcrawler's mother and raised him a bit before she abandoned him. She also abandoned the son she had with Sabretooth, although that was just because he wasn't a mutant. But Mystique changes. Sometimes she's a deadbeat, but later on she's willing to raise a child that's not even her own. And while her alliances frequently shift, Mystique is always working for herself. Mystique will lie, cheat, and steal her way to whatever outcome benefits her and her family. My highlight panel for Mystique comes from Brian K. Vaughan's Mystique series.
She's just gone through a morally complex mission for Xavier and fought a mind-controlled Forge. During the fight, she used a line about how Forge makes her better to trick him. After the fight, Forge asks if what she said was true, and Mystique answers,
"Oh, that was definitely a lie. Trust me, your unshakable belief that I can improve is your most annoying quality. Forge, I don't think I can be any better because I already know I'm the best. I'm sorry you have a hard time comprehending my morality, but I don't. I'm proud of the hard decisions I'm strong enough to make. I'm proud of what I've done for people like us. Believe it or not, I'm perfectly happy with who I am. Thanks. Whatever I told you tonight was just a yarn I spun to help beat you."
Previous versions. Honestly, I liked Rebecca Romijn's Mystique a little more than Jennifer Lawrence. Yes, Romijn played an older, more seasoned Mystique, but she was also just generally more competent, an excellent hand-to-hand fighter, strategic, and a great sense of humor. I love this line.
"Can you shut it down from here?"
No.
I also enjoyed how much fun Mystique seemed to be having. There was a flair to Mystique in those first 3 movies, pulling off sick flips and then taunting her enemies by licking her lips. Like, it's just fun. I think Jennifer Lawrence's Mystique was a fine character, but a lousy Mystique, especially because as time went on, she got worse at her job, and then by the end of Apocalypse, she was just an X-Men. She didn't feel like the free agent I expect from Mystique. Kinda felt like she was written as another character, like maybe Rogue, but Mystique was more marketable, and she fit into the X-Men movie's stupid timeline. I think Days of Future Past Mystique mostly worked for me, and her fight scene was great, but besides that, the character never had the confidence I expect from Mystique. I was also never a huge fan of the scales. I think Mystique can just be blue. Who cares? I did love the effect in X2 where Mystique is being tormented by Cerebro 2, and she flips between a bunch of different disguises, but yeah, the scales just feel like over-designing. And she needs to have flowing red hair, and the dumb skull, which Connor from Cerebro assured me was just there because it looks neat. Runners up. I think we have an incredibly deep bench here. We're looking for basically anyone who could also play Catwoman, and since skin color is not an issue, everyone's on the table. Age-wise, I'd love someone in her 30s. It can be ambiguous, but in practical terms, if Mystique can look any age, 30s is usually where she lands. ones. She needs to look older than the 20-year-old members of the Brotherhood that she leads, but not that much older. Speaking of Catwoman, hey, screw it. Zoe Kravitz could totally play Mystique. Maybe she should, but I'm betting she's not looking to get tied down to another mega franchise, but if she wants it, should totally be hers. And second, that also goes for Anne Hathaway, whose Catwoman has really grown on me over the years. And I think just because of how similar those characters are, she'd be a solid Mystique too. Or third, how about Alexandra Daddario? Yeah, she's been in some flops like Baywatch and Percy Jackson, but she's also been in True Detective and The White Lotus, and most importantly, one very funny episode of It's Always Sunny. I have faith that she could pull this off. Fourth, right now I'm a big fan of Lily James. I'm really digging Pam and Tommy. To be honest, she's been on my radar since Mamma Mia. Plus, James also already knows Bucky from Pam and Tommy, so, maybe they have a Marvel history as well. But the winner. So it's actually 50-50 on this one, and I want to give an honorable mention, second place, to Ana de Armas. She's incredibly talented, so in demand right now, and I think she could have a lot of fun with this role. Think Paloma from No Time to Die, like not exactly the same character, but the same energy. Joy coupled with a machine gun. But the winner for me has always been Megan Fox. She's perfect. And you know what? We owe Megan Fox a big role where she gets to be awesome after everything we put her through. I remember making tons of jokes at her expense, like as if she wrote those Transformers movies. And then Jennifer's body flopped, even though it's actually great. It's shame on us, but forget the restitution. Megan Fox is also just perfect for this role. She has the swagger of Mystique. I'm mostly looking at her role in New Girl. In that show, she gets it. She's attractive, she's smart, more so than any of her friends. She's not quite a jerk about it either, but it's like just a fact that she knows, and everyone else knows. That's what I want from Mystique. Not quite as big of an ego as someone like Sinister or Emma, but up there. So Megan Fox should play Mystique.
I think I set the bar kind of low here. I think it's an interesting choice, and I think she maybe could do it. But also, I feel like there are other actors who are more suited for this. Plenty of fun, scheming women. That's a part that a lot of people want to play. Jodie Comer is an actor I've heard thrown around for Mystique. I think she'd probably be better than Megan Fox. I also think Mystique should be a pretty significant role. But, Megan Fox is okay. I don't love this one.
Emma Frost is flawless. I'll be honest, up until maybe 2012, I never got Emma Frost. She nearly worked for me in Astonishing X-Men, but it wasn't until Grant Morrison's New X-Men that I figured her out. Emma Frost was introduced as the White Queen of the Marvel Illuminati known as the Hellfire Club. That's different from the Illuminati that exists in the Marvel Universe. Later, she started the Massachusetts Institute and formed her own team of mutant kids known as the Hellions. They were just like a bizarro new mutants who all got killed. Wild costumes though. Then she took over as the head of Generation X, a team of young X-Men, but was fired. Then she became a teacher on Genosha, the mutant sanctuary, right before it was destroyed and everyone died but her. Then Emma joined the X-Men, fell in love with Scott Summers, and threw the entire school into disarray. Emma Frost pretends to be above it all, acts like she's better than everyone else, but deep down, she's just as messed up as the rest of the X-Men. The glamour and the luxury is all facade to protect a person who has been at the center of an unbelievable amount of tragedy. But she's strong, clever, determined, and knows how to get what she wants. Emma has managed to take over the Hellfire Club, establish the Hellfire Trading Company. She currently sits on the Quiet Council of Krakoa, and she's done a lot of good for mutant kind as a member of the X-Men. She's also incredibly fashionable. It's part of the image she creates. Emma Frost wears expensive white clothes, including many outfits designed by Jumbo Carnation himself. Her style could be described as revealing, but it could also be described as just what the hell's even holding those things up. She's always used her looks to get one over on whoever she's currently trying to control, and it works for her. As far as powers go, Emma Frost is a powerful telepath. Not quite at Jean Grey's level, but above most others. She knows what everyone's thinking all the time, uses that to her advantage. She's constantly reading minds, no boundaries there. And then Emma also developed a secondary mutation while on Genosha that lets Emma turn her entire body into a flexible diamond-like material, making her virtually indestructible, although it does have its limits. So we're looking for someone with a strong will, can play a hero as well as a villain. Emma Frost's highlight panel comes from her issue of X-Men Black. It was a short series from a few years back where each issue focused on a different villain. In the Emma-centric issue, written by Leah Williams, Emma takes control of the Hellfire Club from Sebastian Shaw and writes the X-Men a letter.
Here's what I've learned about grief. It is a violent thing. It simmers under your skin. Their name constantly crawls up the back of your throat, clawing for purchase to make a shrieking escape just because you are so wretchedly desperate to hear it spoken aloud again. even just once. You will live this way for months. Grieving burns away a part of you, and what grew there once never will again. But the good news is that you will eventually find there are new directions for you to still grow in, to go in. In this way, sorrow's method of self-immolating can actually be quite beautiful.
Previous versions, I did not like January Jones' Emma Frost. She felt just kind of low energy. Everything that Emma Frost does, she should do with purpose, but the Emma Frost in First Class was little more than Shaw's lackey. Also, I hate the outfit from the beginning of the movie. It is a bad representation of her style. Emma Frost wears cool things that you couldn't even imagine, not like a bra. Also, I didn't like her diamond form. She needs to be able to emote as a diamond, and her outfits need to work with the diamond skin. The skin doesn't make the outfit just go away. And also, her hairstyle in the diamond should be the same as out of the diamond. It's a small thing, but it bugged me. Also, when Emma Frost did show up in X-Men Origins Wolverine, but she just seems to sort of be blonde and diamond, and also the timelines don't even kind of match up, although I do like the way her diamond skin looked better than the First Class one. Runners up, nope, not gonna bother. The winner. We have one. We have a real-life Emma Frost, Vanessa Kirby. First of all, she's a good actor. She won a BAFTA for her performance on The Crown, was nominated for lots of awards recently for Portrait of a Woman. Second, she just looks like Emma Frost. Blonde and elegant, like that's her. And she was even in Mission Impossible as a character named the White Widow who wore all white. And that was when I was like, oh, that's Emma Frost. And third, and just as important as the other two, she was in Hobbs and Shaw. She's not above a big dumb franchise. Not that this is going to be that. This is going to be very good, but she doesn't take herself so seriously that she'd never do some sort of silly comic book movie, which is always good. So Vanessa Kirby is Emma Frost.
This is still the right answer. Vanessa Kirby should be the White Queen. However, Vanessa Kirby is Invisible Woman. This was long before she was cast as Invisible Woman. And she was actually, I believe, got like second place in my Fantastic Forecasting video for Invisible Woman. And I think that came out before this. But either way, I would love to see her as White Queen. That's not going to happen. There are plenty of actors like Margot Robbie, Samara Weaving. I've seen many actors thrown around for this one. And I think a lot of them could be both Emma or Mystique. They're both supposed to feel dangerous, but Emma is high society. Mystique is more of a spy. So that's the difference. But yeah, I think this casting is perfect, but they can't do it.
Sebastian Shaw is power. Shaw is everything you expect from a powerful mutant. He is strong, well-connected, rich, and confident. While other mutants are known for being the leader of the Hellfire Club, a position Shaw holds, they usually go on to bigger and better things. Emma Frost joined the X-Men. Roberta DaCosta, Sunspot, joined the New Mutants. But Sebastian Shaw is almost exclusively either the Lord Imperial of the Hellfire Club, or he's scheming to take back control of the club. He's a one-trick pony. Shaw came from old money, real old. His family has been part of the Hellfire Club for generations. And I guess since we didn't really do it with Emma, now would be a good time to go into detail about what that means. All of these concepts will definitely show up in the first movie that features Shaw, so let's answer the question, what is the Hellfire Club? The idea of a Hellfire Club is actually more common than you'd expect. In the 1800s, clubs where rich people would convene and hang out were known as Hellfire Clubs. They got up to some business, think Eyes Wide Shut, but weren't necessarily the Illuminati. The Marvel Hellfire Club started as a club of British residents living in the colonies during Revolutionary War times. Over time, the club morphed into a full-on Illuminati. To become a member, you either needed to be the son or daughter of a current member or just weasel your way in. Shaw's family has been in the Hellfire Club since its inception. While they did not start off as a mutant organization, that eventually became the most interesting feature of the Hellfire Club. Shaw's hostile takeover put himself, Harry Leland, Jason Wingard, Tessa, and Emma Frost into power. All mutants. For a reason I never quite understood, there was also a high-ranking member of the club named Donald Pierce, who is not a mutant, just a cyborg. But besides Pierce, the inner circle is all mutants. The Hellfire Club slogan, which I'm definitely about to pronounce poorly, is Fais ce que tu voudras, which translates to do what thou will. And that's basically their deal. They believe their status as wealthy and connected people makes them better than everyone else, and they should be able to do whatever they want. So they got together to just do that. I'm willing willing to bet we will see the Hellfire Club pretty quickly in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, since they've only been in one previous movie, and they were really the Hellfire Club in name only. So I'm betting we'll get Shaw, Frost, Leland, a female mastermind to balance it out, known as Lady Mastermind, and maybe Pierce as members of the Inner Circle. And if the Hellfire Club is rich jerks, Shaw is the richest jerk among them, who thinks he is superior to everybody else. He also has a fun power. He can absorb kinetic energy and redirect it with like a big punch. So he's traditionally very physically imposing, also dresses like Ben Franklin. I think it would be a shame if we did not import that into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. My highlight panel for Sebastian Shaw comes from Classic X-Men 7, which chronicles Shaw's rise to power. Shaw learns that the current White King of the Hellfire Club, Samuel Buckman, was responsible for the attack that killed Shaw's paramour, Lord Chantal. He goes to the Hellfire Club with his loyalists, like Frost, Leland, and Tess, and overthrows the human club leadership. Shaw says,
"I wasn't your enemy until you made me one. The one thing a man truly possesses is his word. I thought that meant something. The king is dead, and his council with him. Lords was worth a lot of them and more. In their place and her memory shall rise the Lord's Cardinal. No longer will mutants be victims, but rulers, first of the Hellfire Club, and then the world."
Previous versions, we've only had one Shaw so far, and he was pretty fun, but barely Shaw. I made an entire video about why I don't think he was a terrific representation of the character. I did enjoy the style and the confidence of the performance, but besides that, I think the first class Shaw shared more with comic Mr. Sinister than comic Sebastian Shaw. Runners up. Want some big white dudes. Let's start with two who've kind of already been a part of MCU or MCU adjacent stuff, but I think we could still swing here. Ray Stevenson played Volstagg in the Thor movies. However, most people probably don't know that, and why would they? The movies had, zero interest in the Warriors 3 after Thor 1, but he's a big old dude who can play Shaw easily. In that same vein, Liev Schreiber was Sabretooth in the Wolverine movie we don't talk about anymore. Who knows if that's connected to the MCU? Probably not, but anyway, he would make a fantastic Sebastian Shaw. It's Ray Donovan. He's a mix of a little bit emotional and a lot of tough. Third, I know he gets cast in a lot of roles all the time, but I think Sebastian Shaw is somewhere where Bryan Cranston could shine. He's got a huge personality, and he can be as bad as anybody. Fourth, he's come up already on the list, and I know he'd be a fine Sinister, but I honestly think John Hamm would make a much more fun Sebastian Shaw. Don Draper with mutton chops and a puffy shirt. The winner. Thought about this one for a while, and then it came to me. I would love to see Justin Theroux take a shot at Shaw. He's physical, seen in that time he dance-fought Hansel, and also The Leftovers. I just think he's criminally undervalued in Hollywood. Also, he wrote Iron Man 2, so the man understands good writing. He was the Cyrano to Sam Rockwell's Christian. I guess that makes me Roxanne. Either way, Theroux for Shaw, put it in the books.
Justin Theroux, Black King, he's on Fallout right now. I think he's a cool actor.
Juggernaut is, wait for it, unstoppable. And yes, I realize the drawing looks like a koala. Oh, hey, editing Nando here, just taking a little break. Want to talk to you guys about the Juggernaut. I have to make this point before you actually start seeing the Juggernaut part of the video, because I think you guys may be kind of confused, but I think it's worth mentioning, and I didn't do it originally, so here we go. The Juggernaut is powered by something called the Crimson Gem of Cyttorak. Cyttorak is a space demon thing, another one of those entities like the Vashanti in the Marvel Universe, who are somewhere between cosmic and mystical. It's unclear. Anyway, I, for my whole life, have called this thing the Gem of Cyttorak. It wasn't until I recorded this video, and then I got the recording of the highlight panel from the fantastic YouTuber who helped me to record it, that they called it Cyttorak. And I said, well, that's not it. Wait, is that how you're supposed to say it? Because it's never come up in a movie. I was sure it'd come up in a cartoon, but I couldn't remember how you're actually supposed to pronounce that made-up word. So I went back and did some looking. Is it Cyttorak or is it Cyttorak? First place I found it pronounced was Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends, which was a cartoon from the 80s. And in that, Juggernaut pronounces it
Cyttorak.
And I said, wait a second, have I been wrong about this the whole time? So then I tweeted about it. I was very appreciative. Someone named Ty on Twitter sent me a link to a video from the 90s animated show where he calls it Cyttorak. So I said, oh, I guess that's what it's called. But then Andreas on Twitter, and again, I'm so thankful to everybody that came into this tweet because I was very curious. They pointed me to a behind the scenes clip from Infinity War where Stan Lee is standing with Benedict Cumberbatch all dressed up like Doctor Strange. And Stan Lee says,
"By the crimson rings of Sidorak."
I said Sidorak? I always thought it was Rack. But Stan Lee, he's Stan Lee. He invented this character, so he knows. I assume. So in the video, I call it Sidorak. In the highlight panel, person reading it calls it Sidorak. And according to Stan Lee, both of us are wrong. It is Sidorak. So thank you for indulging this dumb curiosity I have. Back to the thing. An absolute mountain of a man. The Juggernaut is the most formidable brawler the X-Men frequently face. He's not shown any desire on world domination. Usually, Kane Marco just wants either revenge on his stepbrother or to cause destruction. Eventually, he did go good, even lost the Juggernaut powers for a bit, but generally, the Juggernaut is simple. He cannot be stopped. That's his power. Although, not a mutant power. The Juggernaut is actually a normal man who, through a magic crystal, became the avatar of the demon Sidorak, and is transformed into a literal Juggernaut. And he's developed over time, he's been a good guy, even slept with She-Hulk that one time, even though she denies that comic exists. But my favorite Juggernaut is one who is just bad. Just a big old monster man who everyone needs to work together to stop. That is my Juggy. My highlight panel for Juggernaut is a simple one. It's his introduction in Uncanny X-Men issue 12, all the way back in 1963. The Juggernaut has come to the X-Mansion to kill his stepbrother. The X-Men have set up various defenses that the Juggernaut is plowing through, and while the students are watching, the professor gives a very succinct introduction to how the Juggernaut works and why the X-Men are in trouble. Charles says,
Sidorak is the most mysterious of all the deities of black magic. When he was finally driven from our world, he left behind him the curse of the Juggernaut. As for the power of the Juggernaut, I simply quote the dictionary. A gigantic, inexorable force that moves onward irresistibly, crushing anything it finds in its path. Only the Juggernaut could have made Cerebro shriek the way it did, and only the Juggernaut could prove invulnerable to all our defenses.
Previous versions. Okay, so we got two versions of Juggernaut in the X-Men movies, and honestly, I was not a huge fan of either. First, you've got X-Men The Last Stand's Vinnie Jones, who I could probably make a whole nother video essay about. So I did. It's called In Defense of the Juggernaut, and you can watch it exclusively on Nebula. More on that later. The short version is he didn't look right, and he didn't work the way Juggernaut usually does. But I think they nailed the spirit of how you fight the character and how the character works in a way that the next one didn't. Second, you've got the Juggernaut from Deadpool 2, and he has exactly the opposite problem. He looked great, he was big, scary, didn't have that stupid helmet or that whatever was going on X3 Juggernaut's abs, and he was able to keep the helmet in jail for some reason, but he talked way too much because that's how Deadpool movies work, and he went out like an absolute chump. Runners up. I don't think we really need any here because the winner. As I see it, we've got two options. First one, we can have the Juggernaut be completely CGI, like in Deadpool 2. I think that costume needs work. I want a wider helmet, but something like that is an option. Other option, I think we can take a humongous man, like Half-Thor Bjornsson, the Mountain from Game of Thrones, dress him up like the Juggernaut, and then boost him up with some CGI or maybe some Gandalf-y camera tricks. Juggernaut needs to look way bigger than human, but I understand the urge to want to put some physicality into the role on set, so maybe having an actual giant muscle man there would work. But most importantly, and this is totally just my opinion, the Juggernaut should almost never speak. He is a force of nature. He cannot be reasoned with, and his goal is simple. He wants to kill Charles. And as far as he knows, he can easily do that, so why bother talking? And the less he speaks, the scarier he is. Bobby comes in with a quip. Nothing. Cyclops tries to reason with him? Nothing. Jean reads his mind? Nothing. He's pure will. So have him on set or don't. Do CGI or don't. But besides saying Charles a few times, I don't want to hear a word out of him. So for his picture here, I'm going to put Half-Thor Bjornsson, but I'm going to put a little asterisk that I want a bunch of CGI. That will also come up later.
Okay, I genuinely think I read Juggernaut wrong originally, because I don't think I misunderstood any of the characters necessarily. Some of the casting maybe wasn't the right decision. This one I do think I kind of misunderstood what Juggernaut is supposed to be. That being said, I do think this actor could do it. I enjoy the Juggernaut that is a force of nature, but I also enjoy the Juggernaut who robs banks and is kind of a dummy. I'm not saying he couldn't do this, but I am saying my read on the Juggernaut is kind of surface level here, and I think over time I maybe would have given it something a little different, although I don't know what actor I think would be a good Juggernaut, because it's such a weird role. Oh, by the way, this is me, Nando, but like more recently, because there has been one development in who I would cast for this role specifically. Because I think it's tough to cast the Juggernaut. There aren't a lot of guys in Hollywood that are like him. Or there didn't used to be until I watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms and was introduced to Peter Claffey. He plays Dunk the Tall on that show, the main character, and that is Juggernaut. Not that Dunk the Tall is necessarily like a Juggernaut figure, he's definitely not. But Peter Claffey has all the stuff you'd want in a Kane Marco. First of all, he's a big guy. That's a huge part of his characterization on the show. Second, at least in Night of the Seven Kingdoms, he's got kind of the same hair as Juggernaut. But third, most importantly, Dunk is kind of a blunt instrument in a world full of people with all these specializations. He's just a big guy who fights really hard and wants the simple things. He wants to have a drink and hang out with his buddies. Like, there are other ways you could do Juggernaut, but like that, the Dunk version, that also totally works, would feel completely new, and I just think it would be a lot of fun. So this is just me cutting in recently, because when I recorded this originally, I had not watched that show, and I just finished it. And A, the show is very good, but B, Peter Claffey sold me on him being the new Juggernaut.
Apocalypse is evolution. He's the big boss. The X-Men's Thanos. En Saba Nor, the first one. I love Apocalypse. He does not mess around. He's the end game. He's been alive since ancient Egypt. He has one of the most OP mutant powers, and he didn't stop there. He upgraded himself with parts from a celestial ship. Apocalypse is always changing, always shifting, always evolving. Apocalypse needs to be big, physically, audibly, historically, massive. This is the most important thing. Here's the basic history of the character, and I think all of it could be in the MCU. He's the first mutant, if you don't count a couple of others. Grew up in ancient Egypt, took over, believes in mutant supremacy, survival of the fittest. I believe he got locked up for a while, then came back, found a celestial ship, and upgraded himself. That's where all the wires in the armor come from. He met Mr. Sinister, turned him into a weird vampire guy, then I believe got locked up again, and then came back to fight the X-Men. Yada yada. It's kind of a cycle of that. He goes away and comes back, goes away, comes back. We have Celestials in the MCU. We're about to get very into ancient Egypt in Moon Knight. I don't see why we can't throw Apocalypse into the mix and mold together those two aspects of the character. But here's the interesting thing about Apocalypse. He likes mutants. He wants them to succeed as a species. So he does recruit them willingly when he can. He needs to be charismatic. And when that doesn't work, mind control. But I want an Apocalypse who is excited to share the good news. I'm here. The mutants are going to finally take over. Join me. And some mutants do. They become his horsemen and do his bidding. He can be a passionate leader. Part of what the MCU needs to do with Apocalypse is seed him gradually into the universe. Like Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy, we need to see Sinister as a big threat, and then when he's defeated, get the sense that there's actually someone behind Sinister who's going to be way worse. We need to hear legends of a mutant who took over the world long ago and hope that he never comes back. So when Apocalypse arrives, we already know why we should be worried. Also, visually, Apocalypse needs to look weird. We need to go CGI here. Apocalypse's actual mutant power is that he can control his body on a molecular level. He can grow, turn his arms into swords and guns and shields. He can fly, whatever he can imagine. One thing that really bugged me about the X-Men Apocalypse movie was how that trailer had that one bit where Apocalypse grew real big in the X-Mansion, but then immediately as an audience member, I know, yep, dream sequence or mind battle or something like that, because they're not going to have him get bigger in the movie because that would be silly. But I want this Apocalypse to be constantly using his powers to modify his body so the X-Men never know what's coming next, and we can get real creative with it. Since the character is historically Egyptian, makes sense to go with at least a black or Middle Eastern actor here. I would love an Egyptian actor, but I don't think Rami Malek works, and he's the only big star I can think of. I have a feeling this casting will require an A-lister. The most important thing I'm looking for here is an Apocalypse who is deliberate. Every word he says is one he has been thinking about for eons. He cannot be convinced. He cannot be confused. Apocalypse is. My Apocalypse highlight panel comes from issue 5 of Jonathan Hickman's House of X. This one's kind of complicated. Basically, Charles, Magneto, and Moira McTaggart have used a bunch of mutant powers to colonize a sentient island and create a mutant paradise. The island is called Krakoa. They open up a gate and start letting mutants teleport to the island. In come a bunch of villains, but they're cool now. The last one to arrive is Apocalypse. He breathes the Krakoan air and smiles. Magneto explains,
I want to be clear here, Apocalypse. We will not risk losing this place because some of you might not value what is being offered.
So, is this gonna be a problem?
And why would it be, Wolverine? For centuries, I have fostered war and conflict, all in the hopes of mutantdom finally asserting dominance over this world. Now, look at you. Look at all of you. You have finally become what I intended you to be. I could not be more proud.
Previous versions. Audible sigh. Do I love Oscar Isaac? Of course. Do I love Apocalypse? Of course. Do I think Oscar Isaac was the right choice to play this character? Probably not. Apocalypse is big, not just in stature, but, that definitely is part of it, but he's got a big presence. He's loud, bombastic, grand. And I think Oscar Isaac is best suited for understated performances, where every so often he goes big. Llewyn Davis, Ex Machina, Dune, Star Wars, Scenes from a Marriage, probably Moon Knight. He's charming, he's complex, he's interesting, he's got a lot going on, and that just isn't Apocalypse. Apocalypse knows exactly who he is and what he wants. Like Juggernaut, he is a force of nature. There needs to be a lot more to this performance than there is with Juggernaut, but I want an Apocalypse who feels like Thanos. He is scary from minute one. He is inevitable. And on top of that, I don't think the Apocalypse from X-Men Apocalypse got it what's interesting about the character. He's the kind of threat that brings the entirety of mutant kind together. The fact that the new kids and Magneto were able to beat him by themselves, pretty embarrassing, even if one of them was the Phoenix way too early. On top of that, the costume didn't work for me either. As much as I love a good short king, I cannot believe how small this Apocalypse was. He needs to look down on everyone, and that should probably be achieved with CGI, like Thanos. And the decision to give him pupils also really bugged me. It's a small thing, but Apocalypse is supposed to look otherworldly, and a great visual shorthand for that, lack of pupils. Yes, it makes it a bit more difficult for the actor to emote, but again, Apocalypse is very physical, big, he plays to the cheap seats. Runners up. Hey, is Lawrence Fishburne in Ant-Man and the Wasp? Yeah, but did you forget about that until I just said it? Also, yeah, so screw it, double cast him. He's got one of Hollywood's coolest voices, and he has proven with Morpheus that he can do the whole ethereal super being thing with style. I've heard a lot of people online bring up Lance Reddick, and you know what? You're absolutely right. The man's got more voice acting experience than anyone else on this list, and you know why? Because he's got a damn good voice. He was even Ra's al Ghul in Beware the Batman, and if that doesn't scream virtually immortal, megalomaniacal supervillain, I don't know what does. Now here are the big three. I tweeted that I was torn between these three guys, and I do have a winner, but first, let's get to the second runner-up. Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, who also happens to be the second Morpheus on this list. Also played Dr. Manhattan on Watchmen, who is all of Apocalypse's experience as an ageless Superman, and also his blueness. Mateen is also the first actor who I'd actually like to see on set. Like Juggernaut, we could do this fully CGI, or we could do Yahya in costume and enhanced via CGI. Made more muscular, taller, like David Thewlis in Zack Snyder's Justice League, except, good. Let's talk about my first runner-up. A lot of people suggested Giancarlo Esposito for Magneto, and I see it, he's great. It just doesn't fit with the profile I'm looking for a Magneto. However, could see him as Apocalypse. Look at that scene in The Boys where he stares down Homelander and tells the most powerful man in the world that he's acting like a child. That is the nerve I want from Apocalypse. I'd love to see him deliver something like a Shakespearean monologue to see how grand Esposito can be, but I trust he can get there. Plus, he was Lex Luthor on Harley Quinn. That's pretty good practice for Apocalypse. The winner. Do I think he would do it? Who knows? But man, Denzel Washington would be such an interesting choice. Yes, he tends to play very modern, grounded characters, lots of historical figures, lots of plays, but this year, Denzel wowed me as Macbeth in Macbeth and gave me the confidence that yes, he can deliver a Shakespearean monologue with the gravitas necessary to play Apocalypse. He's just one of our greatest living actors, so I would love to see him take on any superhero or supervillain role, and I think this is a great place for him.
Denzel Apocalypse, I think, holds up. In fact, we know Denzel is in Black Panther 3, but we don't know what character he's playing. I don't think he's going to be Apocalypse, but that'd be cool. He's one of our best living actors. Apocalypse needs to be someone with a lot of gravitas. I think this one holds up.
William Stryker is hate. The man just flat out hates mutants. He believes they are an affront to God and they need to be destroyed. In the comics, he killed his wife and his son when the son turned out to be a mutant, and Stryker took that as a sign that he needed to wage war against these monsters. William Stryker fights that war on a few fronts. Publicly, he's a very popular minister. Fire and brimstone, mutants of the devil, yada yada yada. And he's a star. In one story, he manages to pack Madison Square Garden for a rally. He is a really big deal. Stryker's also a political figure. He goes on television and debates people on anti-mutant issues. He has not run for office, but Stryker advocates for anti-mutant legislation. And then behind the scenes, William Stryker is the leader of a group called the Purifiers. There are a couple of these in the comics: the Purifiers, the Right, the Friends of Humanity, different anti-mutant hate groups intent on destroying Homo Superior for one reason or another. The Purifiers are both high and low tech. They use simple weapons and guerrilla tactics to take on the X-Men, and in the comics they even managed to capture Xavier, Cyclops, and Storm. No one knows that Stryker is in charge of the Purifiers, but it's not difficult to put two and two together, and even if he wasn't secretly pulling the strings, Stryker would be fanning the flames that create the Purifiers. But they're also high tech. They created the Anti-Cerebro that we see in X2, the best X-Men movie. Stryker organized the capture of Xavier so that he could power his machine and use it to kill all the mutants. Reverend Stryker is charismatic, cunning, and more than anything else, hateful. My highlight panel for this comes from Surprise Surprise, God Loves Man Killed, my favorite comic.
First part's simple. A kidnapped Storm asks Stryker, "We have done you no harm. Why are you doing this?" And Stryker answers,
"Because you exist, and that existence is an affront to the Lord."
But then the second is a bit from a sermon later in the book. Stryker says,
"Are we now to let those who put forward the proposition that we are descended from apes tell us that our descendants, our children, will be born monsters? And that this is natural? I say no! I say never! We are as God made us. Any deviation from that sacred template, any mutation, comes not from heaven, but hell."
Previous versions, I absolutely love Brian Cox's Stryker in X2. He is everything I want from a Stryker. Determined, insane, and on a mission from God. They changed his origin a bit, so he was also Wolverine's creator, so it's kind of like a mix between Reverend Stryker and Dr. Cornelius. In the comics, Stryker is primarily a reverend with a military background who is in charge of the Purifiers, but I think that's actually a good thing because it leaves a new Stryker with a simple point of difference. This one is just a reverend, or at least that's what he's known for. The second generation Stryker, who premiered in Days of Future Past and reappeared in X-Men Apocalypse, played by Josh Hellman, was fine. He really functioned as no more than a military presence who was responsible for making Wolverine, I guess. Because not to nitpick, not unlike my podcast Mostly Nitpicking, I still don't quite understand what the end of that movie was supposed to mean. Like, Mystique has the yellow eyes, so she is Stryker in that moment, and she looks at the camera, and so it's like, we're supposed to know that, and then in the next movie, she's not Stryker. Stryker has Wolverine. But Stryker was also in that stadium with them. Like, they were all pretty close to each other. So what happened to the other Stryker in that moment? And like, they would drag Wolverine out of the river, and it's not like Mystique can just take him. The other Stryker would show up and be like, "Oh hey, yeah, cool, put him on the truck, that one's mine now." So I don't know, what was the plan there, Mystique? That the X-Men movies love to pick up threads in the end of a movie and then drop it before the next movie, like those costumes in X-Men Apocalypse that were gone by Dark Phoenix, which was a shame. Anyway, I love these X-Men movies. I wrote this video script and I needed to go back because even I forgot that Stryker is in the second generation. It might as well be Dr. Cornelius or another human villain like Cameron Hodge or Henry Gyrich, whatever. It's for the best. Now most audiences won't even remember Stryker has been in a movie since 2003. Addendum. I needed to do this again because then I was writing this script and then I wrote this extra stuff and then I was finished. I realized that I had forgotten Origins Wolverine also has a Stryker in Danny Houston. This is another barely Stryker that no one remembers, although he does hang out with OG Stryker Brian Cox on Succession in a scene that's, I guess, just for me. So that's neat. Runners up. I had one in mind for this one from the beginning, who I think could bring the fire to Stryker, but I actually found a few others that I kind of love. This is another area where Bryan Cranston could shine. He's angry, he's got that middle American thing down, and he's around the age I'm looking for. I don't think Stryker needs to be Southern, but it fits with the Righteous Gemstone Pat Robertson image. Speaking of the Gemstones, honorable mention to Baby Billy Walton Goggins. Obviously, he was already Sonny Burch in Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I actually didn't hate that character. I would like it if he comes back, and generally I'm pretty cool with double casting, but he's not in my top 3 here, so I don't think it would be worth it. But he's got the chops. I also think this is somewhere where Bill Hader could shine. I love putting comedians into villain roles, seeing what they do with it. He is intense, unpredictable. You could put him in a lot of different places, but I think this is an important one that he could nail. And this one's my number 3, and I didn't think he would work originally, but he grew on me. Arrested Development's own Jason Bateman. I'm still not even 100% on this one, but he's such an interesting actor. He keeps zigging when you expect him to zag. I think he could do it. Now, my first runner-up, Michael Michael C. Hall. This guy has everything. Clearly, he's angry. Man is famous for playing Dexter, but also he's charismatic. I think there are also a lot of MCU spots for someone as talented as Hall, but I think he would be an excellent evangelical Stryker. The winner. In my opinion, there is one man for the job. Matthew McConaughey. My God, I mean, can you imagine? He's got everything. He can play charming. He can play angry. He's Southern. He could deliver a monologue with such intensity and purpose, almost like a sermon. Think True Detective or The Wolf of Wall Street. He's also pretty down to earth in roles like Lincoln Lawyer and Mud. Matthew McConaughey plays a salt of the earth guy, and that aspect of Stryker's image is crucial in selling him as a figure people believe in. So any of those guys would be good, but Matthew McConaughey would be an excellent William Stryker.
I guess this was cool. I like this one. I think the great thing about Stryker is he has not been in very many comics, so there is a lot of opportunity to reinvent this character. I think that's what works so well about the Brian Cox version of Stryker. But I think Matthew McConaughey could do something interesting here. He's clearly a good actor.
Now I have one more character that I want to fan cast, who is not nearly as important as these other ones, but I do think will be important for a very specific reason. Arcade is a weirdo. He's basically the Marvel Riddler, or maybe more appropriately, he's like Marvel's Trickster. He designs death traps in his murder world and makes the X-Men either escape or die. Here's why I'm doing Arcade last. I think there's a chance we see him in a movie quickly. He's the only character on this list who has not shown up in a movie before or was not teased. And he is not a mutant. That is very important. I think the X-Men's first big adventure cannot be solving a problem they are connected to. If the X-Men come out of the shadows to fight the Professor's friend Magneto, and then in the second movie, fight another villain they kind of know, like Juggernaut, it'll feel a little pointless. Like Iron Man, all of their villains will be villains they helped create, or at least know. So the public perception that mutants are more trouble than they're worth will be kind of right. The good guys show up, the bad guys show up, they destroy town, and all the other people are just left to pick up the pieces. So what is Arcade? Well, they can go in a couple of different directions. He can be a big, silly, showy Joker kind of guy, or he can be a menacing, grounded reimagining of the character like the Batman's Riddler. Personally, I think the former is more fun. Go wild, get an actor who can choose scenery, big CGI death traps, that would be wild. His ideology can even kind of gel with what the X-Men are. Arcade stages big games of death because he believes in survival of the fittest and wants to push people to be smarter and stronger. So he puts them in these crazy situations, kind of like Jigsaw from the Saw movies. And maybe it is because mutants exist that he does this. That could work. So we're looking for someone with a big ego and some genuine menace.
Arcade's highlight panel comes from a series called Avengers Arena. Arcade kidnaps a bunch of teenage superheroes and traps them on a battle royale kind of island where he forces them to kill each other. The whole affair starts with the heroes waking up in suspended animation while Arcade monologues. This intro is so great as an Arcade moment because it shows us exactly how Arcade wants to be seen, what he thinks is cool.
You're probably not gonna believe this, but I envy you kids, dangling up there, completely terrified. Ooh, now there's molten rock, lava. I'd like to think they'd be screaming if I let you, but it's better that you can't. Who is the badass boogeyman with the volcano elevator? I've got a crisp $100 bill for anyone who guessed Arcade.
Previous versions. There are none. Arcade has not shown up before in live action. As far as I know, I have not watched that Gifted show, Runners Up. Let's talk about Jim Carrey. Not because I think he should play this role, but because he is the blueprint for a character like this. He's already played the Riddler in Batman Forever, who at times felt a little more like Arcade than Riddler. The big battleship game, that is very Arcade. And now Carrey's back to his silly roots as demonstrated by Sonic. However, there are rumors that he's already cast in an MCU role, so I don't think doubling up would be worth it here. But if we're looking for other zany weirdos, can I recommend Eric Andre? You either know him from the Eric Andre Show, where he does a bunch of crazy nonsense and makes Pauly D uncomfortable, or he is from The Lion King. The man has range. He goes big, he takes big swings. I would love to see his version of Arcade. Or how about Andy Samberg? He'd be a great villain. Like, he's got a terrific energy. I would love to see him set up a pinball machine of death. Or how about Bo Burnham? Not quite the same energy as Andre or Sandberg, but he could do weird. This Arcade can be a cagey nerd and still be a formidable villain. I also love Ben Schwartz. Have since Parks and Rec. He has a manic energy that when applied properly could be very scary. You never know what he's gonna do next. and he's enthusiastic. One important thing about Arcade is that he's having a ton of fun with his death traps. It's a game to him, and I do want a younger Arcade. Otherwise, yes, Martin Short would be a terrific pick for this role. But my winner. We've talked about Succession in this series a couple of times. Why stop now? Kieran Culkin, who plays Roman on Succession, has exactly the right energy for Arcade. He's dorky, but he can be cruel, and he has the potential to show some true humanity, but I think he is in exactly the right spot for a role like this. In conclusion, so that's it. Those are the 9 villains that should show up in an X-Men movie in the future, and 9 actors who I would love to see play those roles. Who do you think should play them? Let me know down in the comments, or tweet them to me at twitter.com/NandoVMovies, and make sure to use the hashtag XmenFancast so I see it. Next up, we have the final video in this series, casting the giant-sized X-Men, and a bunch of others. And I have to thank everybody who made this video possible, including the 9 other YouTubers who were able to lend their voices to the highlight panels. We had Eddie from Headache as Mr. Sinister, Tim from Hello Future Me as Magneto, Princess Weeks as Mystique, Laura Crone as Emma Frost, Comic Drake as Sebastian Shaw, 12 Tone as Professor Xavier, Scott from NerdSync as Apocalypse, Eric, aka Lord Ravenscraft, as Reverend William Stryker, and James from Schaeferless as Arcade, a character who I haven't named him in the video, mostly because I don't know if he has an actual first name. Like, I think that character is just named Arcade.
Kieran Culkin Arcade, still love it. Think it's a great pick.
In the 70s, the X-Men brand had sort of died. The comic was canceled, readers had moved on, but Marvel knew there was something there. The concept of superheroes with wildly different powers who are born with abilities, or at least the potential to have these abilities, but you know what I mean, and protect a world that hates and fears them. That's a great idea. It's an interesting concept, and more importantly, it's a gold mine. You can pull new characters out of thin air. They don't need origins that explain their powers, no vats of chemicals or government experiments. They're just there. It's genius. So Len Wein and David Cockrum wrote a comic called Giant Size X-Men. In it, Professor Xavier revealed that the original team of mutants, Cyclops, Marvel Girl, Angel, and Iceman, went on a mission and lost contact, with only a depowered Cyclops returning without any idea of who or what was responsible. To fix this, Professor Xavier brought together a new team of mutants from all over the globe, either characters who had been seen briefly in other stories or brand new heroes. They would go on to be some of the most popular X-Men, and frankly, Marvel, and really most popular comic book characters of all time. And this issue would revitalize the title, turning it into one of Marvel's best-selling teams. So now that we've cast the original X-Men and the X-Men's greatest villains, we need to look at the giant-size X-Men. 7 characters who would change the face of comics as we know it. And I will tell you now, in this video, I'm not going to cast Wolverine. Yes, I know. But he's just too important, too popular, and his casting, it's too complicated. I'll explain what I plan to do at the end of this video. Also, instead of traditional highlight panels, since all of these characters were either introduced or reintroduced in this issue, Giant Size X-Men 1, I want to take a look at their introductions. How does this first issue frame these characters? Because honestly, they're all pretty dead on, which is so sort of incredible when you think about how much time has passed since then and now, and how strong of a foundation this laid. But without further ado, let's start with the queen herself. Storm is a goddess. Here's my one problem with Storm. One I eventually got over, especially in the 90s, before everyone was an Omega level mutant. Storm just felt like she was better than all the other X-Men. Like, think about the first class. You got ice powers, punching, flying, laser punching, and mind reading / telekinesis. Then you got Storm. She could control the weather, the whole weather. We can't even predict the weather that well, and Storm could control it. And she joined the team at the same time as a guy who can heal really well. This all goes to say, Storm is special, and that is partially because of her mutant abilities, but also partially Storm was the daughter of a witch priestess, which isn't to say her powers are magical, but Storm's always been something special. She is a miracle, a goddess, way too good for these losers, and yet she fits in so well. Storm walks a very delicate balance. The biggest thing the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Storm needs is presence. She needs to feel like a deity. Every time she walks into a room with people who don't know her, they all go, ooh, that is somebody. Storm needs to have grace, elegance. She glides through the air like a leaf on the wind. So much of what Storm does is both incredible and effortless. At the same time, despite being one of the most powerful mutants on the team, Storm is also one of the more well-adjusted X-Men. Yeah, she's not perfect, but Storm has almost always been a loyal team member, a thoughtful and effective leader, and a good friend. Now she has one big issue. Because of an event that killed her family, Storm is claustrophobic. It plays out a lot like Wanda and Pietro's backstory in Age of Ultron. Her home was destroyed, her mom and dad were killed, and Storm was trapped. Because of this, Storm has occasional crippling panic attacks brought on by her claustrophobia. So it's not all just calm goddess Storm. Our actor needs to be able to switch on a dime to terrified. Also, Storm is African. Her mother was an African priestess, and her father was an African-American photographer. She was born in the United States, but lived a lot of her life in Africa. And she's got dark skin, which I have read a lot of Storm's black fans wish was represented more in the movie, so I've looked primarily at dark-skinned black women. Also, I think Storm should be on the taller side. She doesn't need to be like 6 feet tall, but I would like a Storm with stature, and this is coming from a short. I'm sure we can mess around with it, do some Lord of the Rings style trickery with perspective, or just give her those shoes that Robert Downey Jr. wore in that picture, but it would help if the actor is naturally tall. As far as age is concerned, I'm looking on the adult side, somewhere in their 30s. It's the best age you could possibly be. Mostly because even though the first class was kids, the giant-sized X-Men all seem to be recruited as adults. It's not super clear what their ages were, but they were at least over the age of 20. And outside of X-Men Apocalypse, I don't think you really see Storm depicted as a child as part of the X-Men. She is usually about the same age as Scott, and since my Scott is in his 30s, Storm should be too. But other than that, you guys know Storm. She's Storm, one of the most memorable X-Men and one of the most memorable Marvel comic characters of all time, for good reason. Storm's introduction is complicated. She is in Kenya, granting the weather wishes of her worshippers. The professor greets her with, "I am called Xavier, and I've come to make you an offer I pray you will not refuse." An offer? What have you to offer a goddess? You have a land, Aurora, and people who adore you. I offer you a world, and people who may hate and fear you, but people who need you nonetheless. The world I offer is not beautiful, but it is real, and more real than the fantasy you're living now. You are no goddess, Aurora. You are a mutant, and you have responsibilities. Come with me, child. Taste the world outside. You may find its flavor bitter or surprisingly sweet. And that's Storm. When Professor X explains to her the responsibility that comes with being a mutant, she's on board. Previous versions, Halle Berry's Storm was okay. I think I preferred her in X-Men 1. She went through an interesting transformation, and this was before the internet, so people like me left the theater after X2 and asked each other, like, did she have an accent in the last one? We were all like, I don't remember. Maybe, and I don't think she had it in this one. But the accent feels like part of a larger issue. Storm stopped feeling special. She had the power of Storm and even led the X-Men in The Last Stand, but I never got the sense that X2 and Last Stand Storm were a big deal. Storm should not just feel like another member of the team. One thing I love about Storm in the comics is she always tends to be very eloquent. Storm seems to choose every word she uses with purpose, potentially because of her glorious upbringing as a queen/priestess/goddess. Storm needs to be thoughtful. Storm's speech should almost be like poetry. Then Alexandra Shipp. Listen, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I don't think we got enough of her in the movies she was in for me to have a really strong opinion one way or the other. I kinda think if they kept making these movies, I'd enjoy her, but she was never really the focal point of the story or had much of an arc. She spent a lot of time just standing around, so she might have been great. I'm not sure. The runners up. Could we bring Alexandra Shipp back? Well, okay, she's on the lighter skinned side, so probably not ideal based on that criteria I talked about before, but she was fine in X-Men Apocalypse. I legitimately don't know if she had more than 3 or 4 lines in Dark Phoenix. All of this goes to say, I don't think it's like worth going out of her way to bring her back for this role, but if she came back, I don't think it would be the end of the world, but I do think we could do something different. Michaela Cole is an interesting pick, and either she is already Storm or she cannot be. Cole has a part in Black Black Panther 2. I know next to nothing about Black Panther 2, so I have no idea who she's playing, but hey, Storm has quite a history with Wakanda, so I would not be shocked if we got introduced to Storm through Black Panther 2. But I'm not going to spend too much time on Cole, since the reality is she's probably got some other role that would preclude her from being Storm. I do think she'd kill it though. I understand why DeWanda Wise comes up in so many Storm fan casting lists. She's very talented. I watched some of She's Gotta Have It and that episode of the Twilight Zone reboot. I totally buy her as Storm. She's got a big part coming up in Jurassic World Dominion, so that may launch her into a new strata of star power. I likewise absolutely think she could do it. But let's go a little deeper. Sydelle Noel was already in Black Panther as one of the Dora Milaje. However, her character is not incredibly consequential. And if your reaction to that is to say, well, yes, she is, okay, then what's her name? Take a second and try to remember it. Just kidding. On IMDb, her name is just Dora Milaje. Now, I'm not trying to minimize her role here, only making the case that she could absolutely show up as Storm, and it wouldn't be a big continuity nightmare. At most, it would be one of those things that shows up in articles like, which MCU actor has played different characters? So, who cares? As I mentioned in my Nebula exclusive Casting the Mojoverse video, which you should totally watch, it's great, I'm a big fan of a show called Glow. It was a great show, ran for 3 seasons, and then was canceled abruptly, as is tradition on Netflix. The show is about a group of amateur wrestlers trying to create an all-female show, and Noelle played an out-of-work stunt actor who I really liked. I haven't seen her do an accent out of maybe one Dora Milaje line if she had it, but assuming she could do it, I would be very happy with Noelle as Storm. I've always appreciated an actor with experience in very physical roles, especially for someone like Storm who needs to have a big presence. Plus, a lot of her power involves waving her arms around and flying. But that's not the whole story though. In Glow, Noelle gets to flex some acting chops, so I think she could do it. Originally, I was a little hesitant about Anna Job, since she's already got a high-profile superhero role under her belt, which probably requires a big contract and time commitment, but the more I learn about Job, first of all, she's born in Senegal, so that's actually African. That'd be very cool. To be fair, she lived most of her life in the States, but still, it's a good start. Second, Coriander, aka Starfire, is a Tamaranian princess working on a team of metahumans, so that's kind of already Storm. It's experience you're not really going to find anywhere else, so I think she's worth considering. Sky P. Marshall was a pick I wasn't super familiar with before I started working on the video. I've never watched Black Lightning, and I gave up on the Sabrina show before she showed up, but from the episodes I've watched since, I think she's really got a shot here. Spoilers for The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, she plays a voodoo priestess who is actually someone else in disguise, but if you take the character as presented before the twist, the priestess has a very Storm vibe. She is powerful, regal, calm, elegant, friendly, and mysterious. Watch some of those clips on your own. I think you'll see Storm. The winner. I had not seen Anne Boleyn, although playing royalty is good experience. I also had not seen After Yang, although I did watch it and research for this video, and it's very good. I had not seen most of her work, but I had heard her name in conversation a lot. So I turned on Queen and Slim, a movie a good friend had always told me to watch, and guys, Jodie Turner-Smith is my Storm. She is so interesting in that movie, has such an unusual energy. She is both calm and terrified, in control, angry, and still vulnerable. Smith is exactly the type of movie star that Marvel would be lucky to snatch up and get involved in the MCU. Watch Queen and Slim. So that's Jodie Turner-Smith for Storm.
This is another one where I'm like, man, I think we could still do it. Jodie Turner-Smith's Storm is one of my favorite pieces of casting that comes up in this video. I just think she's perfect.
Thunderbird is dead. That's right, we're doing everybody. One of the mutants recruited by Professor Xavier to save the original X-Men from Krakoa was John Proudstar, who went by the codename Thunderbird. He was an Apache mutant with enhanced strength, speed, senses, and I have always seen it written like this, sturdiness. John, after some goading, joined the team and stayed with the X-Men for, checks notes, one issue before he checks notes, exploded. That's right, John Proudstar died, and he didn't come back until very recently as a result of the Resurrection Protocol merging with Wanda's magic, but basically, John Proudstar is most known for being one of the few X-Men who stayed dead. So hey, is he essential here? Not really, but his death inspired the actions of his brother, James Proudstar, to seek revenge and ultimately join the X-Men. So let's talk about James. He sometimes goes by Thunderbird, but later takes on the name Warpath, and he's pretty much Thunderbird again. I would say John's main trait is his stubbornness. He does not follow orders incredibly well. It's what got him killed. And then when James found out about this, he swore revenge. So they both got hot tempers. And besides that, there really is not much to John. It's like how Landfill dies halfway through Beerfest and is replaced by his identical twin brother. There was a death, but the status quo remains unchanged. James has much more of a history. He joined the Hellions to get revenge on Xavier for leading John to his death. Then he has a change of heart and eventually joins the X-Force, where he stayed for a lot of his history. His powers make him an asset on that team. And what are his powers? Take a guess. It's the same as John, but better. Speed, strength, tracking, sturdiness. So I think we've got two options here. First is we play the story out the way it happens in the books. John joins, dies, James comes for revenge, goes good. It's an option, although I would argue a little convoluted. And either it happens over the course of one movie, in which case it would feel rushed, or it happens over multiple movies, in which case I don't think audiences would really care. The second option is the one I imagine Marvel will go with. John and James will be merged into one character named Thunderbird, who joins the X-Men very early like John did, and then just stays around like James did. None of the "you killed my brother" baggage, just an X-Men with a strong will, a good heart, and sturdiness. Thunderbird's introduction is... listen, it's tough. A lot of words get thrown around. John is in the middle of wrestling a bison to the ground when the professor stops him and explains that he needs John to use his mutant powers to help others. And John says, in so many words, "No, I don't owe you anything." When Professor X says that he is scared, in an effort to appeal to John's pride, John replies, "Ain't nobody that calls me a coward, mister. I'm as good as the next guy. Hell, I'm better. You give me a chance, I'll prove it." John is headstrong, maybe a little too much for his own good. Previous versions. Days of Future Past gave us a tiny bit of Warpath played by Boo Boo Stewart. He did not have much to do, so fine. We also got Thunderbird on the series The Gifted, which, listen, I didn't watch it. Maybe I'll go back one day, but for now, here's what I know. John was the leader of the mutant resistance. He was played by Blair Redford. People seem to like him. Like, whenever I mention Legion, everybody's like, "Oh, you gotta watch Legion. Legion's the best." That doesn't happen with The Gifted. I don't know what the story is with that show. My runners-up. So for runners-up 1 and 2, I don't think it's out of the question that we could keep Stewart or Redford. Hell, keep them both and have them be the brothers they played originally. They were fine as those characters. Let's give them a real shot at a meteor role in a movie. But then beyond that, I have two actors who are both kind of tied in my eyes for Thunderbird. If they want to go young, I recommend Tefero Wunatai. This dude is the star of Reservation Dogs, an FX Hulu show about a bunch of kids growing up on a reservation. Real funny, some solid drama, very charming. Kid has range and a bright future. Thing is, he's like 20, so it's probably on the younger side considering my Storm's age. A lot of it depends on how the rest of these guys play out. And hey, if Thunderbird makes a start on another younger team like the New Mutants or Generation X, then Wunatai would be a great fit. And maybe he could play older. But if we are going with older, then the obvious choice for me is Martin Sensmeyer. He played Red Harvest in Magnificent Seven, has roles in 1883, Westworld, Yellowstone, bunch of shows. He's even going to play Jim Thorpe in a biopic. It feels like he's a rising star who would be perfect for the role of a slightly older Thunderbird. So for simplicity's sake, I'm going to say Martin Sensmeyer is my Thunderbird.
Martin Sensmeyer is fine. I don't have incredibly strong feelings about that. I can't think of anybody who I'd prefer, and I don't think we'll see Thunderbird for a while.
Colossus is a big softie. Colossus should be the X-Men's Hulk or Thing. The heavy, bulletproof, super strong, able to punch a helicopter out of the sky. And while he does fill that role on the team, he isn't quite like those other two. Hulk is angry. Thing is a brawler. But Peter Rasputin is an artist. He will jump into a fight to defend another mutant, and he gets angry from time to time, but Colossus does not enjoy it like those other two do. He is peaceful, quiet, sensitive. Maybe that's because Colossus is so strong, able to fight the Hulk or Gladiator. And even before that, he was a big guy, so Peter doesn't have anything to prove. Maybe it has to do with him growing up in a nation defined by stoicism. It more than likely comes from Colossus's family. His mother and father were humble farmers, and his brother Mikhail was a cosmonaut who died in action, it appeared, when Peter was young. The grief of losing his brother triggered the X gene that gave Peter his superhuman abilities, and Colossus worried, rightfully so, that the Russian FSS would seek him out and use him as a weapon, so Peter kept a low profile. He did not turn into a superhero, he did not start fights or try to get attention. Then his little sister Ilyana was born, and Peter had even more to protect, even more reason to stay out of trouble. But like I said, when push comes to shove, Colossus will do anything to protect those closest to him. He fought the Russian military when he was discovered, he joined the X-Men to protect the world and his family from evil mutants, and he even made the ultimate sacrifice to save mutant kind from the legacy virus that had killed his sister. Don't worry, they both got better. That is the most important thing an actor playing Colossus needs to be able to get right. Sweetness. Colossus is a lover, not a fighter. He loves his friends, family, and all of mutant kind, and will do whatever is necessary to keep them safe. But in a perfect world, Colossus would not be a superhero. He would be a painter. That's right, Colossus loves to paint. It's all he does these days. Peter appreciates the beauty in nature, in the world. He enjoys a peaceful day more than anything else. Colossus is also a great friend with many close friendships within the X-Men. Cyclops taught him how to fight, Storm and Colossus were fast friends when they both joined the team, and of course, Wolverine and Colossus created the most famous combo move in comics, the Fastball Special, which I have to assume they are saving for Colossus in the MCU. Otherwise, why did they think up this amazing move from Endgame and then not put it in the movie? Come on. Colossus is also part of one of the most consistently inconsistent X-Men relationships. He and Kitty Pryde have had an on-again, off-again love affair that always seems to end in tragedy, but the affection for one another remains strong. Peter's also fallen for Zaji, the Secret Wars healer, Rogue, Callisto, and Domino. He's got a big heart. Also, obviously, Peter's a big boy. He's at least 6 foot before the transformation, and somehow he grows a whole nother foot when he armors up. Colossus needs to be the biggest member of the team by a lot, at least until Strong Guy shows up. Besides that, it's pretty straightforward. Colossus is tough, kind, thoughtful, and dependable. The ultimate X-Men big brother. Colossus's introduction is the classic tractor careening out of control towards Illyana, and Colossus has to armor up to stop it, therefore raising his profile dramatically. The professor, who just happens to be there, approaches and gives the usual pitch. Peter says, "You want me to go with you to America? But if I possess such power as you say, does it not belong to the state?" This is a comic written in 1975. Charles says, "Power such as yours belongs to the world, to be used for the good of all. And believe me, your powers are needed." Peter talks with his parents and is ultimately convinced. Says, "My heart tells me to stay, Papa, but my conscience tells me otherwise. I must go, Papa." For Colossus, it's all about responsibility and using his gifts to help the world. You can see why he and Storm get along so well. They're swayed by pretty much the same argument. Previous versions. Alright, we start with Daniel Cudmore. And first of all, this scene in X2 rules. Colossus walks into the room, armors up, takes some bullets, and just tosses those guys through the wall. It looked amazing, sounded amazing. It somehow looked maybe worse in The Last Stand, and everything in that movie looked worse, like the script. It took me a while to figure out exactly what it was. I really like the hair in X2, how it stayed black. Creates good contrast. But then in X3, in Days of Future Past, the whole character is chrome. It's a small thing, but it does really bug me. Also, not to nitpick, not unlike my podcast mostly nitpicking, the opening of Last Stand, it's bad. It doesn't make any sense. Storm is angry because the X-Men aren't working as a team, but that is all they're doing. They're sharing powers, helping each other. Even the Fastball Special. It's the ultimate team move. What else does Storm want? It's not like Wolverine is like charging in by himself, and she's like, "You should work with these young kids." He's like, "I don't need to. I'm so mad about Jean." And that's not what it is. That would make sense, but that's not what happens. Also, I did not recognize until now that this kid in X1 next to the pool is supposed to be Colossus, which makes sense because Colossus loves to draw and this guy's around the right age and build, so that's a neat inclusion. Overall, I thought the Colossus from Gen 1 was fine. He didn't have a huge personality, but that does kind of gel with the character. He is very internal. He is a dependable member of the team who absolutely looks like he's stealing that television. Then we get Deadpool's Stefan Kapisek, and this Colossus was very good, like a really solid version of the character. They managed to nail the toughness and the kindness. He's also sort of an older brother to Negasonic. They have the relationship I would imagine he has with Magic. I love the line about how breakfast is the most important meal of the day and he gives us a protein bar, and the exploding mansion building character it's a great line. Also, the look of the character, great. Love the lines on the body, love the pointy darker hair. He is big, it's fantastic. I love what they did with his knuckles. And I love how Colossus's knuckles are really like defined. I think that's such a nice touch. The winners. First, we can absolutely keep Stefan Kapisek. I was initially a little hesitant since I didn't know what he looks like outside of his metal form. It's only voice work, so does his appearance match Colossus? Absolutely, 100%. He's even tall. Kapisek works so well, so why not just keep him? And some of you may wonder, well wait, Marvel is making a Deadpool 3. What happens when he crosses over with the MCU? Is it still the same Colossus? Well, yes and no. I could totally see a scene where Deadpool falls through a portal or something and then runs into Colossus and says, "Oh my gosh, Colossus, I never thought I would be so happy to see you." And Colossus says, "I don't know who you are. Is this that Spider-Man?" Deadpool says, "What are you talking about? Remember? We stopped Ajax and then we did the sequel, made a lot of money, 750 mil, more than half international." And Colossus says, "Listen, little red man, I have no idea who you are." And Deadpool realizes, oh no, the mouse retconned you too? That mother language. Yeah, I know, one F-bomb. One of these days, I'm gonna do that kiss from Wally and you'll remember everything. But let's say this is a fresh start. I would recommend Danila Kozlovsky. This dude is the spitting image of Colossus. He's got the look. Listen, it's not rocket science. He played Prince Oleg on Vikings, and that character has more than enough range emotionally to cover Colossus. I'm not saying he's an easy character to play, but so much of Colossus is stature and peace. I think he could do it. Either way, should be a P6 role to lose. He is my Colossus.
Like I said in the video, Colossus is not the most complicated role. I think Stefan could do it.
Banshee is... Banshee is a guy. Banshee is a guy. Hush, sweetie. Banshee is a guy. Banshee is handsome. Sweetheart, what is it? Daddy's trying to talk to everybody about Banshee. Banshee is nice. Banshee is handsome. Banshee is Irish. You know what? Let's go with that. Banshee is Irish. Listen, I love Banshee. I love all of the X-Men except for the ones I don't. Looking at you, Wolfsbane. You know what you did. But Banshee is great. He is a main player in one of my favorite X-Men comics, Generation X. But as far as I could tell, he really wasn't anything extraordinary. He's a decent leader, but not better than Cyclops. He's a hunk, but not hunkier than Angel. He's got a complicated family life, but not more complicated than the Professor, or Jean, or Rogue, or pretty much anybody else. I think his role is the most flexible on the team. Banshee can play a lot of positions. And honestly, I was only half joking about the Irish thing. Sean Cassidy is very Irish. He owns Cassidy's Keep, a castle. His daughter is possessed by an Irish ghost spirit thing, or she becomes one. I honestly can't remember. And to be real, if we can only pick 6 of these mutants for an X-Men movie, Banshee is the one I cut, especially because I don't think the X-Men is where Banshee shines. To me, Banshee is most interesting when he is either teaching students or dealing with Cassidy family nonsense. So I think that means either we need an older Banshee who's seen it all and feels comfortable being a role model, or maybe one who is growing up with an evil brother, I guess. You know what? Banshee is loud. He is confident, boisterous, he's got a big personality, and obviously he has the power to create a sonic scream that he can also use to fly, so that's pretty loud. And it's funny because he needs to scream to fly, so you get scenes like this. And the costume is loud. Those wings, those colors, the stripes, it's all very extra in a way that fits with Sean's demeanor. Banshee's introduction in Giant Size X-Men is a perfect example of why I think Banshee is the least defined member of this team. Professor X meets Sean in the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee. Sean says, "Begorra, 'tis Professor X himself now. Banshee, I must talk with you." Skip the whole conversation, follow it with, "Shortly in the Banshee shabby headquarters." "So that's the story, is it? Then sure, and I'll help you, Professor. 'Twill be nice to tread the straight and narrow for a change." And that's it. All Banshee needs is to be asked. Previous versions. There are 2 versions here, so let's start with the first one chronologically, one I was not aware of until this week. In 1996, there was a movie. It was really the pilot for a series of TV movies, but altogether it's one story told over 90 minutes, so feature-length movie, and it is awful. You see, Fox made this movie based off the Generation X comics of the same name. The comic is about a new class of teenagers who are brought to the X-Mansion to learn to control their powers and work together as a team. The film centers around the same basic conflict with some bizarre changes. Like instead of Chamber, you've got this weird Cyclops ripoff. Instead of Husk, you have just a strong girl, which is strange because that's already just one of M's powers, so it's pretty redundant. Also, Jubilee was played by a white girl. Absolutely insane. And I'm not even getting to the villain. Maybe I'll make a video about it someday. But the series does feature as the teachers, Emma Frost and Banshee. And honestly, I didn't mind either of them. It's probably better Emma Frost than January Jones. And the Banshee, played by Jeremy Ratchford, he's fine. Pretty nice guy, understanding to the kids, does not look at all like Banshee, but it does make sense when you factor in that Ratchford also played Banshee on the animated series, so solid bit of casting. And then we've got Caleb Landry Jones in X-Men First Class. I think Jones is a very talented actor. Obviously, just watch 3 Billboards or Get Out, he is good. And I enjoyed him in the movie, but I'm not convinced he was an incredible Banshee. He wasn't hunky, he wasn't confident, and yes, I know, origin, but I just don't think I've ever seen Banshee portrayed that way before. If I didn't know what his powers were, I doubt I'd peg that character as Banshee at all. I could see him as maybe Madrix or Chamber. I think his energy is a bit more reserved, internal, quiet, and Banshee is loud. So even though I think he would still fit age-wise, I'm not so hot on bringing Jones back. Runners up. We are lousy with Banshees these days. I have 2 I really like, but here are the honorable mentions. I'm not gonna spend any time on these guys because they're all from Irish movies and TV and I'm not familiar with any of them. But they look the part, and honestly I really like the 2 that I picked as the winners. One could even be Sean's brother, Black Tom, if they wanted. So let's roll these Irish names. You got Frank Blake, Donald O'Hally. Oh gosh, alright, I am Irish, so I'm half Irish, so I should be able to say these names. Donald O'Hally, Finn O'Shea, Rory Keenan, Colin O'Donoghue, Alan Leach, Jack Rayner, Aidan Turner. All those guys could probably play Banshee. The winners. So let's say we want the giant-size X-Men to be on the young side. Then I think the Lost Daughters' Paul Mescal would be the right pick. If you see him in that movie, watch interviews with him, he is the spitting image of a young Banshee. He's got everything you want from that character. But let's talk about Sam Egan. And this guy, that's your Banshee. It's perfect. Yes, he's a bit older, in his 40s, but if they go the Generation X route and start with Banshee as a teacher, I think he's the perfect age. And he's already a star, plays Jamie on Outlander, and was even in Bloodshot, the perfect movie. I would love to see him paired with Emma Frost, Vanessa Kirby, leading a team of young mutants in a Generation X series. But you may be wondering, wait a second, isn't Sam Ewan Scottish and not Irish? To be honest, I don't know where I got it in my head that he was Irish and not Scottish. He's very Scottish. The show he is on takes place in Scotland, but then more than that, that is just where the actor is from. Now, were it not for my Doom casting, I do think you could fit Jamie Dornan into this spot, but I still really like Sam Ewan here. If he could manage to swing the Irish accent, I think he has everything else you need. He's the right age for my Generation X Sean, got plenty of experience, he's handsome, he's kind of known in the States, so I am going to stick with it.
I really like this one. I think it's super fun. Like I said in the video, this is a Banshee in his Generation X era, and I think that would be a very smart place to take this character, and yeah, I think Sam Ewan's solid.
Nightcrawler is a saint, the fuzzy blue elf, Kurt Wagner. You know, in the Munich circus, he was known as the Incredible Nightcrawler.
Save it. Storm.
We're out of here.
I love Nightcrawler a lot. If you, like me, grew up watching X-Men Evolution, you knew Kurt was the star. He was carefree, silly, a lot like Teen Titans Beast Boy. Was that a faithful interpretation of the character? Yeah, sure, kind of. It didn't get everything that's interesting about Kurt in the comics, but it functioned as a gateway for fans. We got to know a character with so much going on. One who was charming, sweet, and complicated. Kurt is very different from the rest of his X-Friends. He's the first X-Men in the comics who could not pass as human. While everyone else's introduction involves them either living comfortably or even being worshipped, Kurt is being run out of town by an angry mob. But he, more than any of the other giant-sized, wants to be accepted. He is not a monster, he's just a guy. A nice, lovable, sweet guy with a big heart who no one will accept until the X-Men. Now, Kurt has had a long and interesting tenure on the team. He's gone from fighting alongside the X-Men to being one of their leaders, to being one of the leaders of Excalibur, to going to heaven and then coming back again. There are so many places Kurt could work in these movies. I'd say there's even room for a Kurt solo movie or series. Just his origin alone is bonkers. Mystique is his mother, but she tossed him off a cliff when she was found by her village, and even that is sometimes different. Sometimes it was an accident, and sometimes he was caught and raised by Azazel, but then he went to live in the circus, and then sometimes he got chased out of the circus, and then he went to live with a nice priest, and the nice priest taught him about Catholicism, and then the church people came back and tried to kill him, and that's when he ended up with the X-Men. And also Azazel is maybe the devil, and that's his dad, and that's part of it, although I was never a big fan of the Azazel thing. I enjoy the Mystique connection, but we can get rid of Azazel. It doesn't matter. We don't have to get into all of that now, but Kurt has an interesting backstory. The most important thing for me about Kurt is that he is the best friend of a lot of X-Men, specifically Kitty, my favorite X-Men, or at least like one of my top 5. Our Nightcrawler needs to be warm. He needs to be the X-Men that when someone joins the team, you go, well, obviously they're gonna like Kurt. Everybody likes Kurt. He's also a swashbuckler. Kurt enjoys being an X-Man, getting into acrobatic sword fights, all while fostering a jaunty banter. He's also a prankster. So we need an actor who can have fun. Kurt has been described as the soul of the X-Men, and I think that's actually reasonable. After all, he is sort of the thesis of the team. Reverend Stryker points at Kurt and yells, "Human? You dare call that thing human?" And Kitty replies, "More human than you." It's my favorite line in all of comics. Humanity and your inherent value to society. It's not about how you were born, it's what you do. Kurt loves, Stryker hates, who is more human. And despite this terrible run-in with a genocidal Reverend, Kurt is also religious, more so than almost any other X-Men. He's even become a Catholic priest, although that was retconned kind of, but maybe not, I'm not sure. And that often creates an interesting conflict with his heroic duties. And when all the kids on Krakoa are killing each other because they could easily be resurrected, Kurt's the only one who has a problem with that. So much of a problem that he creates a mutant religion. Our actor needs to feel both spiritual and conflicted. And on top of all of that, Kurt has one of the most exciting character designs in all of X media. Yes, he's one of like 50 blue mutants, but he continues to stand out as the most fun. His sharp teeth, pointy ears, and devil tail give you something immediate to latch onto. He's a demon, but then it goes deeper. He has 3 fingers, blue fur, yellow eyes. He is alien in a way that's so unusual that it's almost familiar. He's not your average demon. That's Azazel. He's more complicated than that, something completely new. And on top of that, my favorite Nightcrawler design choice, even though Kurt has blue fur, he is traditionally drawn with black hair, just like Colossus. I love that contrast. Humanizes Kurt, and also just looks great with the dark blue fur. And we can't deny it's one of the most fun costumes in all of X media. Kurt is the first mutant we meet in the book, who's being chased out of town by an angry mob. They yell, "This way, men, the monster went this way." Kurt says to himself, "Monster, is it? The fools. It is they who are the monsters. They with their mindless prejudices. Perhaps things would be simpler, safer, if I had stayed with Der Jean-Marcotte. But the life of a carnival freak is not for me, not for Kurt Wagner. Let them come, if they must. Let them try to kill me. At least if I die, it will be as a man." Then the professor saves Kurt with his mind stop at the last minute before the townspeople beat Kurt to death, and Charles offers Kurt a place on the team. All Kurt asks is, "Can you help me be normal?" The professor says, "After tonight's misfortune, Kurt, would you truly want to be?" Kurt says, "Perhaps not. I want only to be a whole Kurt Wagner. If you can make me that, teacher, I will go with you." Previous versions. X2 is my favorite one of these, and I think it did nearly everything right with Kurt. Alan Cumming was so great, what a weird pick for Nightcrawler, and yet so fun. And the decision to start the movie with a big, crazy Nightcrawler action scene where he went absolutely wild, but then you pull back immediately and reveal that he was under mind control, it's a great way to let us have our cake and eat it too. We got one great action scene, and then a very kind, peaceful character. That's if you don't count the video game where there's some fight scenes there, but like, I'm not gonna mention that. They even got the religious aspect of Kurt right, and they managed to work it into the central themes of the movie. Man, that movie is good. And his costume is pretty weird, but hey, it's memorable. I think makeup made sense then as the way to go. It worked really well before in these movies, but honestly, if they can do this with CGI, just gives the actors a break. The process seems like a nightmare, and a lot of the time we don't notice that kind of CGI anyway. I don't know, I guess I'm open to it. Cody Smith-McPhee was also pretty good in the second generation of X-Men movies. He had a solid amount of personality, played it very shy and awkward, which is a choice. I don't think he ever really got time to form any meaningful relationships with other members of the team, which is where Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix really lost me. But in a vacuum, his performance was good, I liked the character, I appreciated the accent, and he had a great costume for all of like 10 seconds at the end of Apocalypse. The winner. I think we have two options here. And like a few of these, it all hinges on age. If we want a Nightcrawler in his 20s, I think we could bring Cody Smith-McPhee back. The kid is now a megastar. His role in Power of the Dog got him an Academy Award nom and a Golden Globe win. He is strange, he's quiet, and is already able to pull off the look, so why not? And I don't think that many people remember he was even in that movie, so audiences would be fine with it. But if we want a slightly older Nightcrawler, I have 6 syllables for you. Matthias Schweinhofer. Matthias was the breakout star of Army of the Dead and took that role to the next level in Army of Thieves. He is timid, sweet, and very German. Also, even though he's in his 40s, I think we could easily make the character CG like Professor Hulk and just age him down a bit to his late 20s, early 30s. Either way, Schweinhofer is a solid Kurt.
Listen, there's not a whole lot of German actors. I do think he has the Nightcrawleriness to him. Actually, you know what? I stand by this one. I think this one's solid as well, but I don't think I had a humongous pool. Like, there are a lot of German actors. I just don't know very many of them.
Sunfire is a powerhouse. Shiro Yoshida is an interesting one. Here's his deal if you are not familiar. He was originally a villain whose mother died from radiation poisoning brought on from the long-term effects of America's dropping an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. That made Shiro very angry, and rightfully so. Regardless of what Marvel's Eternals would want you to believe, it was 100% the fault of the United States government and should go down as one of the all-time atrocities in modern history, and we don't talk about it nearly enough. They were people, civilians, just living their lives, and they all got incinerated. 200,000 people. It is unconscionable. And that isn't even counting the hundreds of thousands of Japanese citizens killed in strategic fire bombings, many just living in urban areas. Look it up, it's disgraceful. So you can understand why Shiro is angry. And when manipulated by his uncle, Tomo, Shiro used his incredible mutant power to create superheated plasma and waged a one-man war against America as Sunfire. But when Tomo killed Shiro's father, Shiro realized he was being used and gave up his crusade. Shiro is passionate because unlike many of the other giant-sized X-Men, he has a calling that is bigger than himself. I compare this to Nightcrawler, an important calling, but no sort of like heroic destiny. Shiro is the sole superhero charged with protecting all of Japan, a country that in the decades since he was born has seen an incredible amount of suffering. In fact, in my eyes, the mutant that Shiro feels the most similar to is Magneto. His powers come from witnessing the suffering of his friends and family at the result of a world war they had nothing to do with. The circumstances are obviously very different from Magneto's, but the basic motivation is pretty close. Personality-wise, Shiro is all over the place. He can get pretty moody, but he's a straight shooter, which means he's sort of rude, but he's also very humble. So humble that he tells us how humble he is, which leads to Shiro bumping heads with many of the X-Men, and he can back those words up because, and I haven't talked about it that much, he is very powerful. Like, in my opinion, easily the strongest member of these 7. And yes, he can't terraform a planet like Storm, but if we're just in a who can kill the most Sentinels contest, Shiro should win by a mile. He can fly and heat plasma to 1,000,000 degrees and then fire that plasma into a 1,000,000-degree blast. For reference, lightning is around 50,000 degrees. Shiro is a big deal and he knows it. I do want to mention that I don't see his origin being tied to Hiroshima being that big of a deal in terms of scaling time, not like it is with Magneto, since Shiro did not experience Hiroshima firsthand. His mother did, so I think we can still tie Sunfire to that event. Just make his grandmother a survivor of World War II who lives an agonizing life because of radiation poisoning. Maybe even have that be passed down to Shiro's mom somehow. So Shiro's entire family has been devastated by America bombing Hiroshima. Same result. Or he can just live longer because of mutant powers. I don't really care.
Shiro gets a very short introduction. The professor says, "I know your feelings toward the Western world, Shiro, and I would not have come to you." Shiro interrupts him. "But you require help that only I may give. So, I owe you nothing, Professor. But perhaps I owe something to myself. Perhaps it is time once more for the world to hear from Sunfire." Which means between these two panels, he got dressed for this little reveal moment, which is very theatrical for Sunfire. But it is a great example of his character. He will do what is needed, but Shiro does not owe anybody anything. He's proud, but Shiro is doing this because he believes it's the right thing to do.
Previous versions. For reasons I do not truly understand, outside of general Hollywood racism, Sunfire has never appeared in live action. In fact, he's barely made it into the animated material, which sure, neither did Thunderbird, but Thunderbird immediately died. Sunfire has been around in the comics for quite a while. He has been on the X-Men, Avengers, X-Force, and even was the person responsible for Big Hero 6, and yet, no respect. It's a tragedy. The winners. We need moody Japanese actors. I have two I really like, a younger one and an older one, with a couple of others. Let's say we go young. I've been told for a while to check out a show called Alice in Borderlands, and it does have a lot of young talent. Depending on what direction they decide to take Shiro, I think you could have any of these three actors play him. I could see the show's star, Kento Yamazaki, who plays Roche Arisu, taking on the role of Shiro. I could also see Keita Machida, who plays Dakiche Karube, Arisu's best friend. He has made an impression on me as someone who could project Shiro's confidence. I'm trying so hard with these names. I looked them up. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing them correctly. But then you've got my pick for young Shiro, Dori Sakurada, who plays Suguri Nagari. In my opinion, he is the most dynamic member of the cast, with a strong penchant for overacting, but I think Shiro needs to be able to back up his sometimes cold demeanor with big emotional outbursts. Plus, as time goes on, Shiro becomes sort of a mess. He loses his powers, he gets drunk in the streets, so I think Sakurada could play all sides of Shiro. But if we want to go a bit older, my pick has to be Andrew Koji. Granted, he's barely older than Sakurada, and maybe it's just the beard, but I think Sakurada has a baby face and Koji looks older. I love him in Warrior, and I think he was pretty good in Snake Eyes. The movie was a mess, but he was solid. And his character, Tommy, who is almost kind of named Storm Shadow at the end, when you get to like the almost post-credit scene, he's like, I'm finally the guy I should have been when this movie started. Anyway, but Storm Shadow is very much Shiro. He's dedicated to his family, serious, stoic, but every so often he's able to open up and be vulnerable. Couple that with Asam's attitude from Warrior and his ego, and you've got yourself a Shiro.
Andrew Koji Sunfire. Hell yeah, I love Andrew Koji. Very excited to see him in Street Fighter. I think this holds up.
So, those are the first six. Storm, Thunderbird, Colossus, Banshee, Nightcrawler, and Sunfire. But the seventh member of the team, Wolverine. What about him? Well, what I have decided to do is give Wolvie his own video. Frankly, his portion was getting way too long, and I didn't want him to draw focus from these guys, who I also love. And the method I'm using for him is a bit different from these other six. After all, this is Wolverine. Hugh Jackman played this character for 17 years, for more than half of my life. No one even comes close. That legacy cannot be ignored, and this will be the single biggest piece of casting that comes out of the MCU for the rest of its existence. So it's less of an actor and more of a partner. I'm looking for a connection, to form a bond. That's why this next video will be the first and only episode of The Wolverachelor. Nah. Ooh, The Bachelorine. Oh yeah, that one's better. Wolverine is more than just a character. He is the character. The single biggest piece of casting left in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This will get the most attention. It matters. And because of that, I'm not just looking for an actor, I'm looking for more of a partner. Someone who we can share the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe with. And that's why we're going to do things a little differently here. It's not just a casting video. This is The Bachelorine. But before we get to the actors, we need to talk about the character himself. Let's cut to the chase. Everybody knows who Wolverine is. He is one of the most popular comic characters of all time, which is even more impressive when you consider the fact that most of these guys like Spider-Man or Hulk have a 10-year head start on Wolverine. And don't even get me started on Superman or Batman or any of those guys. But Wolverine took the comics by storm. Myself, growing up in the 90s, Wolverine was everywhere. Games, shows, he was a star. The history of Wolverine, his biography, is long and complicated. It has been rewritten more than a few times, and I don't want to make a half-hour-long video in the middle here that retreads information from similar videos. But I've linked a video by Mary Marvelite that tells the story pretty well. Here are the highlights. Wolverine is the Eternal Warrior. Born somewhere in the 1800s, Wolverine, or as he was known then, James, was a sickly Canadian boy. His mutant powers developed around puberty, granting James an incredible healing factor, superhuman senses, and 3 retractable bone claws on each hand. He went after the run after an accidental murder and became the Wolverine. He fought in wars, fell in love, made friends, and made enemies. Wolverine worked as an agent of the US Special Forces on a Black Ops squad known as Team X, as well as the Canadian Special Forces Division Department K. As a result of his healing factor, healing his psyche, this is where Wolverine's memory loss began. He forgot events in his past that caused him great emotional stress. However, it gets way more complicated. Eventually, Wolverine was captured by the Weapon X program. The program aimed to recreate the experiment that made the original super soldier Captain America. X was actually the 10th incarnation of the program, with previous programs creating Man-Thing, Isaiah Bradley, Luke Cage, Nuke, and Typhoid Mary. It's another X where it's like, oh, just a coincidence. Professor X, the X-Gene, the X-Men, and then Wolverine is Weapon X, but not for that reason. And he's also on, like, Task Force, not Task Force X, that's Suicide Squad. Anyway, because of Wolverine's incredible healing factor, this program would attempt to bond an indestructible metal known as adamantium to every bone in Wolverine's body, including his claws. The procedure was a success, but they did not stop there. The Weapon X program, led by Romulus, a villain I refuse to acknowledge further, created false memories to control Wolverine, further destroying his relationship with the past. Eventually, Wolverine escaped from the program and joined Canada's Department H, which is where he fought the Hulk in his first comic appearance. And that got the attention of Charles Xavier, who recruited Wolverine to join the second generation of the X-Men. And the rest, as they say, is history. Wolverine was a key member of the X-Men, even led the team for a while. He created the Black Ops version of X-Force, and during the Schism event, where Cyclops created the Extinction Team of Avengers-level mutants, Wolverine chose to reopen the Xavier Institute as the Jean Grey School for Higher Learning. Wolverine also joined the Avengers, he joined the Fantastic Four, and all kinds of variations of those teams. Wolverine gets along with pretty much everybody. Yeah, he's got rough edges, but he's very good friends with X-Men like Storm, Beast, Colossus, and Nightcrawler. I think this has something to do with the sheer volume of comics Wolverine has been a part of. He has worked with practically everyone, and as long as they take their job seriously as an X-Men or Avenger or whatever, and they are not a huge tool, see Deadpool, Wolverine will get along fine. Even Cyclops, who Wolverine constantly butts heads with, has a begrudging respect for Wolverine. He has also been a mentor to Kitty Pryde, Jubilee, and X-23. In the movies, this mostly plays out with Rogue, but Wolverine might as well run a lone wolf and cub daycare. He is even literally a lone wolf in the X-Men Demon Days comics by Peach Momoko. And we'll cover casting the extended Wolverine family in a separate video that is live right now, exclusively on Nebula. More on that later. Wolverine has also dated around comics. On the X-Men, he went out with Storm and flirted constantly with Jean Grey. They might be in a relationship now, who's to say? Then he's had an on-again, off-again thing with Mystique, going back to cowboy times, but most of his relationships end in disaster. His first love, Rose O'Hara, was accidentally killed by himself. His first long-term relationship with a woman named Silver Fox ended when Sabretooth killed her. The Hulk's gang killed his alternate reality wife and Old Man Logan, and then we've got Japan. Wolverine has made many trips to the land of the rising sun and fell in love with quite a few women, most of whom were murdered in an attempt to mess with Wolverine. The most noteworthy is Mariko Yoshida, the cousin of X-Men Sunfire. Wolverine also had a relationship with Itsu that resulted in her death, of course, but she managed to have Wolverine's son, a character named Akihiro, who was also known as Daken for a time. We'll talk about him in the Nebula Plus video too. The most important thing is there is a fascinating internal tension at the heart of Wolverine. Wolverine is, like I said, the best at what he does, and what he does best is not very nice. He's seen it all, lived through centuries of war and bloodshed, and come out on the other side a weary man, the eternal warrior who knows the consequences. He does not want to see a war. He does not want to see people hurt. He'll always give someone a chance to back off, surrender, because Wolverine knows how messy violence can be. But on the other hand, Wolverine is the best, and he cannot help appreciate a true challenge. Everyone loves watching someone do what they excel at. So when Wolverine is in a fight, he's home, comfortable. Wolverine will avoid violence, but when the violence finds him, it is his time to be amazing. Wolverine is a tragic figure. He has lived for centuries. followed by death, haunted by loss, and he was found by Charles Xavier and offered a home on the X-Men. It's the perfect place for Wolverine. He can be a warrior, a teacher, a father, and a friend. And yes, if you saw my previous video, because this is one character, I picked my 5 favorite actors, and I'm going to do a deep dive on all of them. Positives, negatives, and it is formatted very loosely like The Bachelor. That's right, this is The Bachelorine. Hello everyone. You all look so hunky tonight. I can't believe we need to start with an elimination. This is the hardest decision I've had to make so far, but one of you is going to go home. Taryn, will you accept this rose?
Of course.
Daniel, will you accept this rose?
I do.
Jared, will you accept this rose?
Okay.
And the last rose. This is the most difficult thing I've had to do so far, but the final rose is for... This seems like the dramatic point in a reality show where they'd throw in a commercial break, but I don't have one of those until the end, so curiositystream.com/Nando, you'll see what that means later. The final rose goes to... Tom, will you accept this rose?
All right, I'll do it.
That means Milo Gibson, you're going home. Listen, Milo, you're a great guy. Maybe. I don't know your views on a certain group of people, not saying that your father being famously anti-Semitic and your grandfather being a notorious Holocaust denier makes you anti-Semitic, but it's not a great start for someone who's going to be the lead in a movie about a team of heroes who beat up a Holocaust survivor. And yes, you've got the look, but so do all of these other guys. And you're on the taller side, which I was not thrilled about. But more than anything else, it's your inexperience. I am not convinced by any of your previous roles that you're ready for this. You were fine in Hacksaw Ridge, you were fine in The Outpost, and I watched All the Devil's Men, knowing that was where you were supposed to shine, and I just don't see it. You get a little angry and physical near the end of the movie, but this is not some kind of John Wick level performance that convinced me you're the guy for the job. I wish you the best, and if you prove yourself down the line, I could see you taking a similar role in one of these at some point, but right now I don't see a future with you. Now we're down to the final 4, which for the purposes of this video, we're going to pretend is how the last round of The Bachelor works. But before we learn about our new actors, let's take a look back at the man who they're all going to be measuring up against. We all know that Hugh Jackman was an incredible pick for Wolverine. And yes, I realize that the face looks like he has a Hitler mustache and he's cross-eyed, but that's just a question mark under the mask, so I don't know, just go with it. Some of these guys wear masks, and I like Wolverine's big giant dorky mask. Also, fun fact for people that are worried about Marvel Wolverine, like getting their hands on it, Kevin Feige has been the biggest Wolverine cheerleader from day one. He was a producer on the original X-Men movie. According to Marvel legend, he was the one who was slipping comics under Hugh Jackman's door because the director, who we shall not name because he is allegedly a very bad dude, was saying no comics on set. We can't have any comics. This has to be its own thing. But Kevin Feige was like, no, we need comics. So he would do that. And then there was a day where Kevin was in the makeup room with Hugh Jackman while they were styling his hair. And Kevin Feige was just like, yeah, you know, you should go bigger. Make it bigger, make it taller. I want the guy behind the camera and like the producers to want Wolverine's hair to be as big and dorky as comic booky as possible, because I think that's really cool. Hugh Jackman was an incredible pick for Logan, but I think it's worth breaking down why into some qualities that we can use to judge our other potential Wolverines. But first, let's talk about the one big flaw. Hugh Jackman is too tall. According to some website, Hugh is 6'3" tall. In the comics, Wolverine is 5'3" tall. So Hugh is a full foot taller than Wolverine is supposed to be. And does this bug me because I am a short? Absolutely. But more than that, it's a big part of his character. Wolverine is a little guy with a hot temper. He doesn't take kindly to being looked down by Cyclops. The physicality of their relationship is so important. Wolverine feels the need to overcompensate for his size with his attitude. Your classic Napoleon complex. So I think we deserve a Wolverine who can at least be on the shorter side. I would love a 5'3" Wolverine, but I'm willing to accept someone just like 5'10" or under. And we can use camera trickery to make them seem smaller. But Hugh Jackman got everything else right. Jackman was angry. The man can yell, go berserk, and plow through a squad of goons like they're tissue paper. He always gave it so much energy. And there was a real sadness in his rage. Wolverine did not smile as he lopped off head after head. He was truly angry that it came to this. He was hoping for peace, that this one time things could work out. But alas, not yet. Jackman was also sexy. And listen, straight guy here, but still, yeah, I have eyes. He was exactly the right kind of guy to swoop in and absolutely annihilate Jean and Scott's marriage. And he was able to convincingly romance Silver Fox and Mariko in the solo movies we all ignore. Our new Wolverine needs to be a stud. He doesn't need to be a male model, but when he walks into a bar, all of the insecure boyfriends get jealous. Jackman was also a solid guy. One of the things we cannot ignore here is the fact that Hugh Jackman played the character for nearly 2 decades without any scandals or public meltdowns. He never seemed tired of talking about Wolverine. Like all of the best mega famous people, he seemed to always understand how cool it was for you that you were meeting Wolverine. He did make-a-wishes, he would pose with fans. We need an actor who can stick around, who will not get tired of the role, and who will enjoy it. Jackman was also funny. Wolverine does not work if he is one note. He can't just be angry. He needs to be a bit sarcastic, able to make a joke at Cyclops' expense. And Jackman was able to use a cheesy look or a wry one-liner to lighten up a scene. Bits like,
holy shit. Got any beer? This is a school. So that's a no? Hey, it's me. Prove it. You're a dick. Okay.
But okay, so that's the past. Now let's take a look at our bachelorines by going on dates, I think. Is that how this show works? Taron and I had a real connection from the start. His role as Eggsy in Kingsman felt so fresh. The movie was a winner, but it would not have worked without someone like Taron. His comedic timing, his heart, and I mean, that body. It was immediately clear that this guy was going to play a superhero one day. But what really made me love Taron was his range. The man did not sit back and just do a bunch of identical action movies. He starred in Eddie the Eagle and Sing. And yes, that was followed by Robin Hood, but you find me 3 more different movies, 3 more different roles that a young star has taken right after their first big hit. And then there was Rocketman, my favorite musical biopic of all time. Each number staged beautifully with so much life and imagination. And at its center, Taron, not only the spitting image of Elton, but with the vocal range to match. The man did something I have never seen before in one of these, and in the same year Rami Malek won the Oscar for the most safe, by-the-numbers Freddie Mercury biopic. It is a tragedy that Taron did not get more love from the Academy, but then again, you know, they're bad at this. But beyond the looks and the voice, we had an actor willing to take real risks, sing, dance, cry, love, laugh. It was a huge tour de force. The performance gave me a sense that Taron could do anything. Height. Taron stands 5'9". Honestly, not thrilled. He seemed shorter, but he's still on the shorter side compared to my Cyclops, my Angel, and a lot of other actors. Ferocity. Taron has a decent amount of edge. He has outbursts in Rocketman, and his role in the first Kingsman movie was essentially spy Men in Black, with Taron taking on the Will Smith role. That does not work if your Eggsy does not have those rough edges that come with a character like that. Build. This guy was born to play a superhero. He has had the superhero abs since 2014. Let's look at some fan art of Taron as Wolverine. Birthplace. Taron Egerton is from the UK, specifically a city called Birkenhead just outside of Liverpool. So it's not a complete disqualifier. Many of our MCU stars are currently hiding a British accent, some better than others. You got Tom Holland, Benedict Cumberbatch comes to mind. I'm sure there are others, right? Well, it's not impressive. But that brings up an interesting question. Can Taron do an accent? My gut reaction is to say yes, since he is a singer and most actors can manage that, but he is not known for accent work. Most of his characters are British, which is fine, but it would be nice if he had an American under his belt. Star power. I really like where Taron is here. He is a star. He has headlined $100 million movies, and he's sort of a household name. I imagine most of those household conversations would go like this. Hey, did you hear who they cast as Wolverine? No. Who? Taron Egerton. Who's that? The kid from Kingsman. Oh, you mean Rocket Man. That's him. I like him. Me too. I don't think Taron is in a place where he is too identifiable in a specific role, enough so that he would be bigger than the part. This would absolutely be the role that defines his career. Experience. Taron has a reasonable amount of experience, a decade in the spotlight, lots of different projects with different studios. He's also managed to pull off some pretty impressive stunt work in Kingsman and Robin Hood, which is crucial for a good Wolverine. Longevity. He's young. Early 30s. Taron could easily be Wolverine for another 20 years and probably wouldn't look that different come 50. Nothing some CGI and makeup couldn't fix. Honestly, that age is the ideal age for a Wolverine in my mind. And the ideal age for any YouTuber, just any guy, you know? Composure. Seems solid. I've heard nothing but good things. No public freakouts, no canceled projects. Intangibles. Taron has charm. He is as close as I can imagine to a young Hugh Jackman, an action actor with a background in musical theater. Taron feels like the safest bet here, and that might be enough. I thought I knew Daniel Radcliffe. We all did. He was the star of one of the biggest film franchises in history. He grew up before our eyes, a complete unknown. Those three kids are perhaps the most impressive single bit of casting in film history. And he got that cash, made enough money to never work again. And then that's when things got interesting. Swiss Army Man, Guns Akimbo, How to Succeed in Business, Equus, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, Miracle Workers, Weird Al. I just cannot count Daniel out. He is constantly choosing unusual projects. Height. Now we're talking. Daniel Radcliffe stands a Wolverific 5'5", the shortest of the bunch. Ferocity. This is my biggest issue with Daniel. He seems like a very capable actor. He can be intense, he can be funny, but I don't see much in his filmography that would suggest he can be ferocious. I'm not just looking for angry, I need someone on another level, and I'm just not sure if Daniel Radcliffe can get there. Build. He's a little guy with... Whoa. Okay, Daniel. He's got the physique. Let's look at some fan art. Birthplace. Another Brit. What a surprise. Oh well, he's pulled off a decent American accent, even did South African in Escape from Pretoria, so I think he can manage Canadian. Star power. Easily the biggest star of the four. A household name. Now, is that a help or a hindrance? The headlines would definitely interest people. There would be a ton of Harry Potter fans who are now ready to jump ship to the X-Men. And listen, Harry Potter fans, if you feel like a person without a country, the X-Men fans, happy to have you. But would Daniel Radcliffe be too big of a star? Would he overshadow the other actors? Is he bigger than the part? Maybe. I've gotten past it, and I no longer see him as Harry Potter, but I don't know if that's everybody. Some people might not be able to shake the association. So it'll be up to Daniel to do the work should he get the part to win them over. Experience. Daniel has been acting for only around 20 years, but he has helmed a multi-million-dollar franchise and done about everything in between. He's more than experienced enough to handle a role like this. Longevity. This is a great one for Daniel. He ties Taron for youngest on the list at 32, which, younger than me, rude, but Daniel could easily do this for another couple decades if he wants to. Composure. It is a miracle that Daniel Radcliffe is as well adjusted as he is. The man has been a humongous star since he was a teenager. Everyone on Earth knows his face, and he's one of the best behaved stars in the business. He even knows how to beat the press. He wore the same outfit for weeks to mess with paparazzi. Daniel is the only member of this group who has been there, led a franchise, a big one. So his experience here is incredibly valuable. Intangibles. Daniel Radcliffe is very funny. I think it's easy to forget how most of the MCU leading men were best known for comedy. Downey was on SNL, Paul Rudd was in Anchorman and Clueless, Chris Pratt is from Parks and Rec, even Chris Evans was probably most known as Jake Weiler from Not Another Teen Movie, a role that he absolutely owned. Maybe it's just a personal bias, but I believe that while not every dramatic actor can do comedy, every comedian can do drama. I don't know why. Maybe it takes humility. Maybe good comedy requires some level of wit that cannot be faked. After all, it is borderline impossible to tell a joke you do not understand. This is all to say, I like that Daniel does funny so well. It gives me confidence that he has the range to do pretty much anything else. Jared Keeso might as well already play Wolverine. On Letterkenny, Jared plays Wayne, a hard-drinking, hard-fighting, hard-choring Canadian farmer. He's the best at what he does, and what he does is scrap better than anyone in rural Canada. Wayne is stoic, calm, and intense. You know that at the drop of a hat, Wayne will throw down. For the right reasons, of course. Or if he's really drunk. Jared also created Letterkenny. He's a triple threat. Writer, producer, actor. And probably hockey player too, because he's the lead in the new series Shoresy. Jared also played Ben on the Canadian crime drama 19-2, which was really where he made the case that he could do this. Wayne is definitely a character, but did Jared have range? Enough to play a farmer and a cop. Maybe not enough for a biopic about Elton John or a South African prisoner, but enough to take on a role that is not exactly what he's known for doing. Jared is the dark horse here, the new talent. But maybe that makes him the perfect man for the job. Height. Jared stands an upsetting 5 foot 10 inches, the tallest of the bunch. And yes, we can be creative, but I wish we didn't need to. Ferocity. Keeso scares the piss out of everyone in Letterkenny, and I buy it. Build. Moment of truth. Let's see what we got under that flannel. Whew. Ripped. Check. But also, Keeso is wide. He has a distinct figure, a very wide neck. He doesn't look like your traditional movie star. And maybe that's worth thinking about as something we should be looking for here. Let's look at his fan art. Birthplace. The lone Canadian on the list. Jared Keeso was not just born and raised in Canada, he made that a humongous part of his identity. Letterkenny not only features all kinds of different Canadian characters, it is chock full of Canadian slang and local specifics that make you feel like you know the place. He is inexorably tied to the Great White North. Star power. Not a star. Easily the least well known on this list. Never been in a major studio movie. Does not have a famous dad. Not nearly an unknown, but Jared is a fresh face as far as most people are concerned. And that could be what people want. Someone who most people will be introduced to as Wolverine. Experience. No one has the same experience as Jared. Like I said, he plays an angry Canadian weirdo. He's also been in the game for a while with bit parts in Elysium and I Love You, Beth Cooper, so that's helpful. Longevity. In his 30s as well, a bit older than the other two, but still able to play this role for a while. Composure. From everything I can gather, Jared seems like one of the nicest guys in Canadian entertainment. That's saying something. It's like being the most handsome Hemsworth or the weirdest Baldwin. It certainly seems like Jared could manage the pressure. After all, he has to be a megastar up in Canada. The Harry Potter of the North, I assume. Intangibles. Jared Keeso seems smart. Really, really smart. He created this mega hit show, and while it may look simple, it's insanely clever. I could see having Jared on set being a huge asset. Also, like I said about Radcliffe, Jared gets comedy. I don't think there is much he can't do. It can't be Tom Hardy, right? Now, he's Venom. Venom that Sony seems to have no interest in crossing over to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. A Venom with a characterization so wildly different from Wolverine that I guess people probably wouldn't care. But, okay, is Tom Hardy a good Wolverine? Height, another 5'9". Not great, but hey, that's 4 actors that are under 6 feet, so a win already for us, the shorts. Ferocity. Tom is a wild man. If you don't believe me from just Venom and Mad Max, watch Bronson. He plays a prisoner who gets into fights with guards in the nude. He is something else. I 100% believe Tom can be ferocious more than anyone else on this list. Build. We are 4 for 4 on hunks. If I had to pick one, Tom has the frame I would expect most from a Wolverine. Let's check out some fan art. Birthplace. Surprise, surprise, another Brit. One with one of the strangest American accents I think I've ever heard. I think he's going for Brooklyn by the way of Boston. Either way, he sounds like a thug that Batman would throw through a wall. But I think his Mad Max voice could work for this, so his birthplace isn't really a hindrance. Star power. Tom Hardy is definitely well known. Surprisingly, Venom is probably his biggest commercial hit, with Dark Knight Rises, Dunkirk, and Inception behind it. He's definitely a star, and one known for serious roles in serious movies. And Venom. His clout may bring an air of respectability to the franchise. Experience. The most experienced actor on the list, Tom has been a part of many blockbusters and quite a few series also. Tom frequently collaborates with Christopher Nolan and Ridley Scott. I, for one, would love to see a Ridley Scott Wolverine movie. How fun would that be? But longevity. The oldest Wolverine on the list at 44. It isn't a huge age gap between Tom and the youngest, around 10 years, but still, Tom Hardy will be in his 60s in 2 decades. And that's when it really starts to show. Our ageless warrior might not last. Composure. Tom's a bit tricky in this category. He is described as everyone's favorite kind of actor, a method actor. Problem is, he's one of the ones that can get away with it because he's good, but either way, it's annoying. And on top of that, Tom has been known to get under his co-star's skin. In the book Blood, Sweat, and Chrome, the wild and true story of Mad Max Fury Road, the crew described Tom as very difficult, showing up to set late, not being prepared. And this caused some real problems alongside Charlize Theron, who is much more composed and professional. To be fair, that was a decade ago, and in the book, Tom owns up to being a jerk, but still, it does not bode well. We cannot have a Wolverine getting in trouble publicly and ruining the image of the franchise. Yes, I know that's exactly what real Wolverine would do, but we need a professional behind the scenes, especially since Wolverine's part of a team. So say the actor who played Storm or Nightcrawler have the same issues as Charlize, then what? Disaster. Intangibles. Tom is just down to look weird, to embarrass himself. Tom Hardy takes big swings. It's so admirable. And I want a Wolverine who is unpredictable. You never know what he's gonna do next. Tom has that spark. So any of you could be Wolverine and do a good job, but I guess the question comes up, why should you not be Wolverine? For Taron, you're a little too clean and polished, and you could also play all kinds of other roles as well, like you could be Cyclops, you could be Captain Britain, you could be Nova. Why Wolverine? Daniel, you're definitely interesting, but can you transcend being Harry Potter? Jared, you don't quite have the same level of experience as the other 3. Are you ready for a role this big? Tom, you feel maybe too busy with Venom sequels and other projects, and you're on the older side, and you're a loose cannon. I want to go with my heart here. I think the actor who plays Wolverine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe should be Jared Kiso. Jared, you feel like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here. Yes, you don't have the same kind of experience yet, but I don't see why you couldn't take on this role. You seem more than capable of rising to the occasion. Tough, a relative unknown, incredibly nice and professional. You have a good sense of humor, and you look the part. And don't the Canadians deserve one? Canada's favorite superhero being played by one of Canada's favorite actors?
This Canadian business has given me everything that I had. Why not prioritize giving back to that business? Make your money, give back to Canada.
So that's my choice.
Whew, Jared Kiso Wolverine. I do think this could work. There's a little bit of me that's worried that we are going to stick with Hugh Jackman for a very long period of time, longer than we probably should. And I'm fine with keeping both of them around. There was a period of time where Old Man Logan was just like a character that was around in the X-Men. I don't remember exactly how this played out, but like you can have both of them, I guess. But like I think we should invest in a new Wolverine, and I think Jared Kiso would be great for it. The other actor who I wish I had included in here, but he wasn't like on people's radar until kind of recently, at least this is the first time I'd heard of him, was after the movie Saturday Night. But the actor that plays John Belushi, his name is Matt Wood. I think he has excellent Wolverine energy. I don't know if he's like super ripped, but that is something we can work with, because having the heart of the character of Wolverine, in my opinion, is more important. So I don't know if I would still pick him over Kiso. I still think Jared Kiso is a really good fit, but Matt Wood is solid. Also, the Bachelorine format was fun. A lot of people reached out after Deadpool and Wolverine did a Bachelor-themed promo, and that was cool. But yeah, this is very important. I'm surprised we've not heard anything about Wolverine yet. Not because I don't want him to be the focus of these next movies, because I don't. I think he should be a background player or something, but I also think he's one of those actors that like Marvel does really want to cast. He will be important. So like I'm surprised that we haven't heard rumblings or any discussions or anything like that. At least I haven't.
We started with the First Class, then the villains, then the giant-sized editions, and Wolverine. And in the comics, that was the status quo for a while. But as time went on, the X-Men ended up accumulating a few strays who would go on to define the team for decades. So let's fancast what I'm calling the next generation of X-Men. Comment with your favorites of these guys, let me know who you think should play them before the video begins, and then afterwards if you liked my pick. And let's start with the character I've gotten the most requests for since the last video. Rogue is troubled. Anna Marie had a fairly standard childhood. She was born on a commune in Mississippi to two hippies named Owen and Priscilla. When her father tried to use a magic drug on her mother got so angry she opened up a portal to a dream dimension and spent the rest of her life there. Then, Anna Marie grew up with her aunt, and when she kissed her first crush, he ended up in a coma, and Anna Marie went on the run and took up the name Rogue. While on the run, Rogue met a 200-year-old shapeshifter and her clairvoyant wife, who became Rogue's new family. They tried to kill the Avengers. Pretty standard stuff. This origin speaks to one of the most important things about Rogue. She started off as a villain, working with Mystique and her Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, which makes sense. Rogue was vulnerable and angry at the world. So Mystique took advantage of Rogue's traumatic past and gave her a use for her new powers. In Rogue's first outing, she took Carol Danvers, at that point known as Miss Marvel's, powers permanently, used them to beat up Captain America, stole his powers, used those powers to beat up Thor, stole his powers, and then used those powers to beat up Spider-Woman, Vision, and Wonder Man. Rogue, when used effectively, is a literal powerhouse. She houses powers. But eventually it became too much for Rogue. The psyche of Miss Marvel began to take over her mind. So Rogue went to the X-Men for help. And they did not all want to let her into their club. She was seen as too risky. She might go bad again. This might all be a ploy by Mystique. But eventually they said yes, they could not turn away a mutant in need. So Rogue became a new member of a team that had otherwise been together for a while. Most of the members at this time were the mutants that joined in the giant-sized book, like Storm, Nightcrawler, Colossus, and Shadowcat. They all joined in the 1970s. So even though she was part of this team, Rogue was still an outsider. That was always Rogue's biggest problem. She could never connect with people. Partially, this has to do with her past as a supervillain, but it's also largely due to her mutant powers. Rogue can absorb the memories, abilities, and life force of anyone she touches. Any skin-to-skin contact will do, and the more contact, the longer she keeps her powers. And this has changed over the years. Sometimes Rogue gets control of her powers and can touch you without zapping your life force. Sometimes, if she touches you, you die instantly. And sometimes, she can absorb life force from people around her. She doesn't even need to touch them. And even that power was something that was involuntary and then voluntary. Rogue's powers changed a lot, but for the most part, any skin-to-skin contact, whether she wants to or not, lets Rogue absorb the memories, abilities, and life force of another person. Or God, I guess. But not computers, or ionic energy, or whatever Wonder Man is. Even under some rare circumstances, Rogue can permanently absorb powers. Most famously, she touched Carol Danvers for an extended period of time and permanently absorbed Carol's flight, strength, and durability, which put Carol in a coma. Those powers have become a default part of Rogue's kit. She even did the same thing to Wonder Man more recently, although that was Simon's choice. But this ability comes at a great personal cost to Rogue. First off, Rogue also retains a part of whoever she touches' mind. Sometimes those personalities pile up and cause Rogue extreme distress. In the case of Carol, for a while, both personalities existed in Rogue's head. So when Rogue made a decision, how much of that was Rogue and how much was Carol? When Rogue uses her powers, she gains a piece of someone else, but at the cost of a piece of herself. But the biggest issue is that Rogue's powers prevent her from touching another person without potentially killing them. Rogue believes she is a danger to those around her, so she frequently keeps others at arm's length. This goes for friends and family, but it is specifically problematic for Rogue's boyfriends. They can't kiss, hold hands, any of that other stuff. Rogue is a being of pure pathos, built for suffering and pity. She is the X-Men who most frequently laments the fact that she has powers and might even give them up if she could. We need a Rogue who can ache. She needs to be able to convince us that maybe these superpowers aren't all they're cracked up to be. We need a Rogue who can hit emotional low points hard. However, Rogue is not all agony. When things are clicking for Rogue, she can be a lot of fun. She is known for having a bright, charming personality. She loves to throw in a southern saying every now and then. If you watch the animated series, you probably remember what I'm talking about. We need a Rogue with range, one who can wallow in self-pity one minute and then the next is having fun and quipping with everybody else. And as I'm sure you know, Rogue's closest relationship is her romance with Remy LeBeau, aka Gambit. We'll get to him in a second, but their relationship early on is driven by Gambit's persistence. Rogue pushes everyone away, but Gambit will not give up on Rogue. And sometimes the Porter's on like, okay buddy, give her a break, but it's usually sweet. As far as age is concerned, I expect they'll go for a Rogue in high school or maybe in early 20s. There is so far for this character to go, so it makes sense you want to start young. And then we've got the accent. Like I said before, Rogue was born and raised in Mississippi and she lays that accent on thick. We need an actor who can make that accent work naturally. Previous versions, we have had exactly one Rogue in the movies played by Anna Paquin. I think she was an excellent beginning to that character. Rogue was tormented by her powers. She nearly kills her boyfriend and then is captured by Magneto to be used as the core of a humanity-destroying bomb. But I don't think Paquin ever really got to have the fun part. This Rogue certainly had an arc that made sense. She was lonely, found some friends, and took the mutant cure because she wanted to be able to touch people. Sure. But that's just a fraction of what makes Rogue interesting in the comics. She never got to absorb Carol's powers, since Carol Danvers did not exist in that universe, although someone like Gladiator or Monet could have shown up and had largely the same effect. But we never got the confident Rogue. One who's comfortable enough to be a real member of the team, one who calls people sugar. And part of the problem was that apart from Iceman, who I never really loved, very few of the mutants were Rogue's age. She couldn't flirt or have any fun. Like sure, someone like Gambit being around would have certainly helped with that, but you could have also thrown in Longshot or really given Colossus more of a part to help get Rogue out of her shell. We also never got a Rogue who was able to use her powers to really help. In fact, outside of turning Pyro's fire down, Rogue never uses her power to help the team, which I get for the whole monster arc, but part of the fun of Rogue is that she is a Swiss Army woman. If you're fighting the Brotherhood, Rogue can use her powers to absorb Avalanche's powers, then use those powers to knock out the Blob. Even without Carol's powers, Rogue should be an offensive powerhouse, and we never got to play with that. It was a real shame. The runners-up. I really don't want to bother with runners-up here, because I have some I really like, but I'll throw out some names that could work, like, Mackenzie Foy, Caitlin Dever, Liana Loberado. Those are 3 people, they would all probably be fine. But the winner, I have 2 Rogues that I absolutely love. One is an older Rogue and one is on the younger side. We'll start with the older one since I think she's the one we're less likely to see. Lily James has everything I'm looking for in a Rogue. We've seen her do a southern accent in Baby Driver. We've seen her do charming and warm in Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. And we've seen her do isolated and tormented in Pam and Tommy. Pam and Tommy is really what sold me on James. She has an electric presence that is constantly being undercut by her unbelievable loneliness. And James manages to pull off an incredible Pamela Anderson impression that would convince me she could nail Rogue's accent even without the Baby Driver experience. But here's the thing, she's 33. The perfect age for a person and a YouTuber, but still, that's a little older than I think we'll end up going with Rogue. I think she'll be an angsty teenager or early 20s. So as much as I love Lily James, I doubt she'll get the part. However, there is another, and honestly it feels like cheating. Because who could have the experience you're looking for in a Rogue? Sure, it isn't tough to find an actor who can pull off grief and anguish, but who plays characters who use bright southern charm to mask that pain? And has there ever even been a movie about a young girl who's in love with a pushy bad boy who doesn't play by the rules, and their relationship is complicated by the fact that if they touch, she might kill him, but he wants to do it anyway because he's so cool, and she is forced to struggle with whether her happiness is worth risking the life of someone else, and what a life without personal contact even means. Like, that can't be a movie, right? Is it? Oh, it is? And it stars Haley Lou Richardson? Well then, yeah, I guess she's our Rogue. Richardson was the lead in a movie called 5 Feet Apart about 2 teenagers, I think, with cystic fibrosis who like each other but are unable to touch because their diseases might kill one another. Not super clear on how that works, but that's what the movie says. The central conflict of the movie is Rogue's whole deal, in love with a boy she cannot touch. This is just a Rogue movie. But if that wasn't enough, Richardson also starred in Support the Girls, a comedy about a Hooters-type restaurant where she plays Macy, the cheerful, veteran, Southern waitress. Richardson also starred in Unpregnant, a dramedy about a high school girl in Missouri who goes on a road trip with an old friend to deal with an unwanted pregnancy. She also plays Ava in After Yang. I don't want to give too much of the story away since it's quite good, but her character mirrors Rogue in a few unusual ways. It feels like Haley Lou Richardson has been auditioning for Rogue for her whole life. And let's say they start filming this movie tomorrow. She is currently 27, but can easily pass for early 20s, and we could end up with a Rogue who left home in high school and's been on the run for nearly a decade before she is found by Mystique. Like I said, choosing Haley Lou Richardson feels like cheating, but she should 100% play Rogue in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Okay, so I think this run here, The Next Generation, is my best picks. I think most of them hold up really well. And if they don't, the runner-up I think was also a good pick. But like Haley Lou Richardson is a great example of someone who I think she would be an excellent Rogue. Do I wish I had kind of called the Keke Palmer thing and I was Instagram famous for that or whatever? That would be nice. I think she would be a good pick too. But I think Haley Lou Richardson just seems to have everything that you're looking for in a Rogue. So I think she'd be terrific.
Gambit is trouble. You see what I did there? Rogue is troubled and Gambit is trouble. Yeah, I liked it. But he really is trouble. He's the X-Men your parents warned you about. Remy LeBeau grew up in the Bayou, scrapping and surviving. Good times. I mean, it isn't quite that simple. He was stolen from the hospital by the LeBeau clan, a group of thieves operating out of Louisiana. They raised him, taught him how to steal, and when he eventually picked the head of the family's pocket, Gambit joined the big leagues. You see, in Marvel Comics, there are two separate but equal factions, the Thieves Guild and the Assassins Guild. They don't get along. But Gambit is the chosen one prophesized to bring balance to the Force. He fell in love with an assassin named Belladonna Bordeaux, and the two were married in an attempt to create peace between the two guilds. It didn't take after Remy murdered Belladonna's brother and he was exiled. The guild pops up from time to time as antagonist in Gambit stories. I believe they are currently united, with Gambit acting as the king of both, but handing actual control of the guild off to his father, Jean-Luc LeBeau, and Belladonna. It's not important, but it was during his tenure with the Thieves Guild that Gambit's mutant powers activated. After he had already gained some top-tier thieving skills, Gambit developed the ability to turn any object's potential energy into kinetic energy. And listen, I feel the heat radiating off of the physics majors who never heard this explanation before. It's fine. It all boils down to Gambit can touch things, they turn purple, are charged with kinetic energy, and explode. Purple or pink. I'm honestly not super clear on the color, kind of changes based on who's drawing. It's usually actually closer to pink. This usually comes in the form of a magic castle's worth of playing cards that Gambit can charge up and throw with incredible accuracy. But when used creatively, Gambit's powers can do pretty much anything. Gambit can charge up a baseball and turn it into a hand grenade, or charge up a car and turn it into a full-on bomb. Gambit can also use his ability to melt things like glass, which really helps during the whole thieving business. But if we have multiple MCU Gambit appearances and all he does is throw exploding playing cards, Marvel has failed. After he left the Thieves Guild, Gambit formed an alliance with Mr. Sinister because his powers grew out of control. Gambit did some murders for Sinister, and Sinister fixed Gambit's explosions. But Gambit quit and found his way onto the X-Men after he saved Storm from the Shadow King, the X-Men villain most associated with thieving children. Yeah, that's a connection. Gambit's tenure with the X-Men was and continues to be complicated. Gambit made friends on the X-Men, saved the world more than a few times, and met the love of his life. But it's also where Gambit was blinded, frequently mind-controlled, and most importantly, became a horseman of Apocalypse. It all started as a plan to get an X-Men on the inside of Apocalypse's organization, but Apocalypse ended up taking over Gambit's mind and Gambit became a full-on horseman. He even tried to kill Rogue in an attempt to free himself from his past life. And while he was eventually freed, there was a while where Gambit was living with this dark horseman side suppressed in his psyche, but it would frequently break out and cause trouble. I wasn't a huge fan. At his best, Gambit is a charmer. And I mean that literally. One of Gambit's mutant powers is a superhuman level of influence, sort of like a Jedi mind trick that makes everyone agree with him. It's not enough to change everybody's mind, but the average Joe or Jane is usually susceptible to Gambit's charisma. So our Gambit needs to be charming, which shouldn't be difficult since most actors are, but it is a requirement here. Besides just being charming, Gambit's also handsome. I wouldn't say he needs to be a male model, although this Hellfire Gala cover might beg to differ, but he's got a James Dean Rebel Without a Cause sort of look. He's a bad boy. And specifically, he has piercing pink or purple eyes, so we need an actor with striking features. Speaking of striking, Gambit is explosive, and I'm not just talking about his powers. While he has the ability to be subtle, after all, Master Thief, Gambit usually has a huge personality. He is impossible to miss, and his absolutely insane outfit from the 90s sells that immediately. We need an actor who will not be overpowered by the pink and blue hockey pads. And most importantly, Gambit loves Rogue, has from the start. And like I said, their relationship was rocky, but it has turned into the most consistent X-Men relationship, save for maybe Jean and Scott. We need someone who is passionate, has experience on screen as both a flirt and a boyfriend. One last thing that might be tricky. Gambit is very Cajun, so we need an actor who can make that accent work, and it ain't an easy one. In fact, I would say Cajun might be the toughest American accent to fake, so we need someone with accent experience. Previous versions. Was Taylor Kitsch a bad choice to play Gambit? I do not think so. That movie was bad, and also it didn't really need Gambit. And also, since the movie was supposed to take place in the main continuity, it was sort of a bummer that this Gambit had a good 25 years on Rogue, should they ever have met. That being said, I think his 7 lines of dialogue sort of worked. His energy was fine. His accent was fine. The "do I owe you money" introduction was cute. So I don't think he was that bad. The movie just could not support him. He had no business being part of it, and that fight scene between him, Wolverine, and Sabretooth was pretty silly, but like nothing egregious. The runners up. So let's ask this question. Do we have any high-profile Cajun actors who can do Remy justice? After all, it's a tricky accent, and it would sure be easier if the actor did not need to learn it. So, do we have any actors from Louisiana? Anybody at all? I'll take any famous actor. Well, I guess there's not. What a bummer. There is Jake Wynn Wilson. Dude was on NCIS New Orleans in that Purge show. He's got the look, and he is from Louisiana. I am not sold on him as this kind of leading man, but if we absolutely need a Gambit from the area, we could do worse. And then we've got Channing Tatum. Listen, I think Channing Tatum is very talented. He is funny, he's quite charming, and an excellent dancer. However, I would not say he quite feels like Gambit to me in terms of his body or his attitude. He's not particularly slick. He doesn't have quite the edge I would expect. I could see him as another X-Men who we'll talk about in a future video, but I don't know. I just never got Gambit from Tatum. I understand the appeal. Channing Tatum liked Gambit. He was a big star. He probably came to Marvel and was like, hey, can I be Gambit? And they were like, yeah, okay. Kind of like The Rock with Black Adam. But I think if we're starting from scratch, we can do better. So let's look at 2 runners-up that I think could absolutely play a fun Gambit. Channing Tatum's Magic Mike co-star, Alex Pettyfer, feels a lot more Gambit to me. He played John in I Am Number 4, and he was also in what I genuinely believe might be the worst show I have ever seen, The Island. Trust me, it's bad. But he didn't write it, as far as I know. Then we've got Elvis, aka Austin Butler. Butler is electric, sexy, dangerous. He is trouble. And that accent is a tricky one, so I've got to give him credit, and I imagine he can figure out Cajun. And while he's clearly handsome, he's got what I would call an interesting face, and I love that for Gambit. He's from the streets, he's not necessarily a male model. So Butler is my first runner-up. But the winner. I was not particularly sold on Euphoria's Jacob Elordi until very recently. Honestly, I'd heard his name floating around, but it was not until his Hot Ones appearance that he was on my radar. But let's start here. Elordi is Australian, and he manages a solid American accent. I have no doubt that he could nail Cajun. Elordi also seems smart. Most of this came from that interview, but he seems thoughtful when it comes to approaching a character. And I mean, just look at him. This guy is the spitting image of Gambit. Tall, handsome, and slim. Again, this is where Tatum lost me. Gambit is an acrobat, able to slip in and out of a building through those stupid laser grids that only work in movies. But most importantly, Elordi can be a bad guy. He is able to play Nate Jacobs, who as far as I can tell is as close as Euphoria has to a villain with grace. He is incredibly unlikable. But that really isn't easy. Sure, being liked is also tough, but taking a character like Nate and eating that role up shows me that Elordi is interested in challenging parts, and I really respect that. Now you may be wondering, wait a second, your rogue, Haley Lou Jackson, is currently 27 and Elordi is 22. Will that romance work? Yeah, why not? 5 years isn't anything crazy. I think Elordi could play a bit older and Jackson could play a bit younger. They could meet in the middle in their mid-20s. Plus, what's wrong with a rogue who's a little older than her Gambit? It's a gap, but nothing that unusual, especially for the X-Men. So, Jacob Elordi is my Gambit.
Okay, Jacob Elordi. I think he's a solid actor. I've been kind of convinced by people that Austin Butler maybe should have been number one. I think they're essentially tied, and I honestly don't know why I went with Jacob Elordi specifically, but I think Austin Butler feels more like Gambit now, which doesn't necessarily mean he's the only one that can play him, but I think if he was cast in that role, it would be very natural, and I understand why a lot of people thought he should have been number one, and I don't disagree.
Kitty Pryde is the little sister. Created in 1980 by John Byrne and Chris Claremont, Kitty was an attempt to bring some youthful energy to the team. She was the youngest member of the X-Men, one of the less radically designed X-Men, no blue skin or even a crazy haircut. In the Excalibur comics, Kitty would often lament the fact that she was sort of plain compared to her teammates like Rachel and Megan and couldn't get any attention. She sort of faded into the background. In actuality, Kitty is the hidden gem of the X-Men. You ask some big X-Men comics fans who their favorite X-Men is, and you're gonna get way more Kitties than you'd expect. She was even ranked as IGN's 47th greatest comic book hero of all time. And sure, it's a pretty arbitrary list, but it does reflect the fan sentiment. She was higher than fellow X-Men Beast, Nightcrawler, Gambit, and a bunch of others who didn't even make the list. She even charted above Aquaman, Shazam, Black Panther, and came in just above Barry Allen. Comic fans love Kitty, and here's why. In my opinion, Kitty is relatable. Kitty is as close as the X-Men have to an everyman, the average POV character who can ground the audience in this crazy world. And yet, Kitty punches way above her weight class and wins. When offered the chance to join the New Mutants, a team of kids, Kitty declined, calling them X-Babies. She does not want to be at the kids' table. Kitty knows she can be as good as any X-Men. Also, I know I'm calling her Kitty. She has tons of different names. Kitty, Kate, Catherine, Ariel, Sprite, Shadowcat, Red Queen. It's really about your personal preference, kind of where you're introduced to the character. I know her most from Excalibur comics and X-Men Evolution, so that's why I'm gonna call her Kitty. She has been at the heart of so many great X stories, doing incredible things. Kitty is the protagonist of the Days of Future Past storyline. She's a founding member of Excalibur. She led the team in the Astonishing Run, sacrificed herself to save the world, and then when she got better, comics, Kitty led the team again. During the Krakoan Age, she formed the Marauders and is currently doing pirate things. The writers clearly love Kitty Pryde. Claremont, Whedon, Daniel Radcliffe, Hickman, Duggan, and especially Brian Michael Bendis, who was at one point even on the hook to write a Kitty Pryde solo movie, although that was before the Fox-Disney merger was completed, so who the hell knows if that's still a thing. Kitty is also one of the few X-Men with a significant religious background. Her parents were Ashkenazi Jews, and Kitty takes that part of her life very seriously. She wears the Star of David on a necklace, celebrates Hanukkah, and on more than one occasion, Kitty has related persecution from her childhood to the anti-mutant prejudice that the X-Men face. I think that's a super important aspect of Kitty's comic origin we need to keep, especially since I've been very vocal about the fact that I believe Magneto should also retain his Jewish heritage. So I like having Kitty on the other side of that as a counterweight. Yes, their experiences are very different, but you have these two people who've seen the same struggle and ended up at different conclusions. It's too interesting to lose on either side. And while Kitty is frequently playing the little sister role, that doesn't mean she stayed there. Kitty is serious. She became a teacher, a leader, and she climbed the ladder to the highest rung, pirate. Kitty is a good friend to many of the X-Men. Storm even described Kitty as the daughter she never had. Sorry, Chimera. Kitty's best friend on the team is almost certainly Kurt. The two bonded in Excalibur, and Kitty's been there for pretty much all of Kurt's X career. She is also the first Cub that Logan got to lone wolf in their 6-issue miniseries, Kitty Pryde and Wolverine. And then, Kitty loved Colossus. She met Peter when she joined the team, and they had an on-again, off-again romance ever since. and by on again, off again, I mean one dies and then gets better, but then the other has died, and then once they get better, the other one is dead again, and so on and so on. They were even engaged, although Kitty did call it off at the last possible minute. But there's more to Kitty romantically than just being Colossus's crush. She has dated Star-Lord, Bobby, Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe, Pete Wisdom, Cypher. So that's Peter, Pete Wisdom, Peter Parker, Peter Quill. That's a lot of Peter. Has anyone in comics ever just dated that many people of the same name? Is pretty weird, isn't it? She's got a type. So all of those Peters plus Bobby and Cypher. And that was that, right, Marvel? Nobody else? Okay, cool. Hey, Marvel, be a dear and see if you can find this needle in this haystack for a second. It's right over there. Okay, cool. Kitty is very much bisexual and had a lot of wink-wink Aunt Kate special friend relationships in a time when Marvel was not ready for an openly gay or lesbian hero. And then her relationship with Colossus's younger sister Illyana was similarly very good friends, although I read their current relationship is a bit more explicit than before. When Kate was eventually resurrected on Krakoa for the first time, Illyana appeared with a mariachi band and just tackled Kate, totally ready for some action. I mean, look at that face, before being rudely interrupted by Sebastian Shaw, which was the second worst thing he did to Kate that month. The song that the mariachi band is playing was called De Contrabando, which is about a love affair that the partners need to hide from the world. So yeah, Illyana is 100% Kitty's one true pairing, which is weird since she was very recently engaged to Illyana's brother. Previous versions. I mean, I don't have strong feelings one way or another about Elliot Page's take on Kitty. That's probably mostly because that movie is bad, but my problem with X3 Kitty is that she never existed as more than a romantic rival for Rogue. And sure, you can do that, but that's definitely not what's fun about Kitty. And then, because no matter what the original source material says, Bryan Singer refuses to make a movie that is not about Logan, Singer took her spot on Days of Future Past and gave it to the time-traveling Logan. In the original cut, Kitty even got herself stabbed, so she had to be replaced by Rogue. Oh, the irony. I would also love to point this out here. It does not have anything to do with casting, it's just a Kitty movie thought. She should be way more interesting in a fight. Just check out these panels from Marauders 1. If Kitty's powers are used creatively, she is borderline unstoppable. Couple that with the fact that she can destroy any piece of electronics she phases through, and you've got yourself a one-woman army. She can even kind of fly, kind of. Granted, I would not expect this in her first appearance, but this excellent Nightcrawler scene from X2 shows how creatively you should be able to use her powers too. The runners-up. Alright, so we're looking for actors on the younger side who can do a little bit of everything. It's not an easy one to cast, but I do have some ideas. I have heard a lot of people throw out Millie Bobby Brown for this one. And listen, I like her on Stranger Things. I watched about half of that Enola Holmes movie, and I can see the charisma. The thing is, as far as I can tell, she is not Jewish. So, while I think she could do it, I wouldn't say she's my favorite pick for the role. Next, let's talk about Margaret Qualley. She played Pussycat in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and stars in the Netflix series Made, which people seem to love. Another non-Jewish actor, and another knock against her, she's 27, which puts her a bit older than I'd like. I want a high school-aged Kitty, but if we're going for an older Kitty, Qualley would be a decent pick too. I was also recommended an actor named Neve Sultan. She's the lead in Apple TV's Tehran, where she plays a Mossad agent. This is the first actually Jewish actor on the list, so good. However, I'm not sure how she would sound as a kid from Chicago, since she doesn't seem to do American accents that often. Also, she's in her late 20s, so I'm not leaning towards her either. So, then, I was ready to go with Rachel Sennott from Shiva Baby. I love that movie. She's the right age, got a slightly more chaotic energy than I would expect from Kitty, but it's nice to know that she can get there. And she's Jewish! Stars in a movie about a young Jewish girl at a Shiva, which is sort of like a Jewish funeral week thing. It was perfect. She's even a stand-up comedian, and I watched some clips of her before. I'm watching it again, and this line caught my attention.
But I was raised Catholic, so I don't even know guys knew about periods.
I said, wait, raised Catholic? That's a weird jump to make, Catholic to Jewish. After all, she had to be Jewish, right? There's no way she could star in a movie like that without being Jewish. That just doesn't happen anymore. Well, to my surprise, she actually is not Jewish, which really bummed me out because I think she could be a great Kitty Pryde. She's young, funny, and a very talented actor, but them's the rules, so she's out too. But then you've got her co-star Molly Gordon. She's actually Jewish, great start. In her mid-20s, but could conceivably pass for younger. She's been in a ton of high school comedies like Booksmart and Good Boys. If we get a Kitty in college, I really think Gordon would be a great pick. The winner. I really did not want to do this, since I'm not a big fan of nepotism, but goddamn if Maude Apatow would not be the perfect Kitty Pryde. Outside of playing the daughter in those movies her dad made, Maude made a name for herself as Lexi Howard on Euphoria. Lexi feels so much like Kitty to me. She's understated, the normal girl in a school full of lunatics, and yet she's able to command attention, yell, be heard. Kitty Pryde can do anything, and we need an actor who can keep up. She's the perfect age, 24, she's Jewish, and she is a very talented actor. I really think Maude Apatow is the best Kitty Pryde we've got.
This one's tough because now we're getting into the young characters who have aged a lot. So like Jodie Turner-Smith from 4 years ago looks pretty similar to Jodie Turner-Smith from now. But if Stranger Things has taught us anything, it's that casting a kid in a role and then 4 years passing, like they may not fit that role anymore. I don't really know the story with Maude Apatow. I've seen Juliet Butters been floated as Shadowcat, and she is much younger. I think that maybe is a direction that makes more sense. However, I think if that casting happened when the video came out, Maude Apatow would be perfect.
Jubilee is a teenager. Remember I said Kitty was the young one? Well, that was the 80s. A decade later, we met Jubilee. While Kitty was the younger sister, Jubilee was specifically a teenager, and she was written exactly like adults would write a teenager. She had cool slang, lived in a mall, didn't follow the rules, rollerbladed. And while Kitty would eventually grow up, Jubilee kinda didn't for a while. She was a perpetual teenager, and there's even a crazier reason why she never got old, which we will get to. Jubilee, or Jubilation Lee as she's named, was the child of two wealthy immigrants from Hong Kong, and everything was going great for Jubilee until her parents were murdered. And if that sounds like some sort of conspiracy, like those assassins are gonna show up later and be Jubilee's arch enemies, they aren't. The murder was a mistake. They were looking for another Lee family and got confused. We've all been there, accidentally assassinated the wrong family. It's an honest mistake. Jubilee was then sent to an orphanage but ran away and stayed in the mall, where teenagers go. She performed light shows, played arcade games, and then one day, mutant hunters showed up at the mall looking for Jubilee. It also happened that some of the X-Men were shopping at that mall at the same time, so they saved Jubilee and left through a portal. And right before the portal closed, Jubilee followed the X-Men through the portal to their secret base in Australia. So Jubilee snuck onto the X-Men, was not invited by the professor, did not know any of the other mutants, just saw an open door and walked through it. That might be the most interesting thing about Jubilee. She takes risks. She does what she wants. She does not ask for permission, which is a very teenager thing to do. Jubilee is also, and I might be wrong about this, the first mutant or one of the first mutants with a specifically West Coast sensibility. She was born in Beverly Hills and grew up in Hollywood. Jubilee is carefree, does not listen to authority, likes to have fun, and that attitude could rub some of the X-Men the wrong way, but her personality is a welcome addition to the X-Men, who are a little too often kind of an East Coast all-business vibe. So our Jubilee actor needs to be able to have fun. Someone with a background in comedy is probably a good place to start. And that's really the heart of the character. Jubilee is loud. She calls herself Jubilee because with her, quote, every day is a celebration. And that is manifested both in the absolutely insane 90s wardrobe, which was a lot even for Jim Lee at the time, but also her mutant abilities. Jubilee can create something called plasmoids, which she seems to shoot out of her fingertips. They usually look like fireworks, and when she was introduced, they basically were. They're bright, they're colorful, and even frequently on the television shows, they come with a fireworks sound effect. However, under further examination, it has been revealed that Jubilee can actually, and I'm quoting Emma Frost here, detonate matter at a subatomic level. She can make little nuclear explosions. And Jubilee knows this, but she consciously refuses to cause that much damage in fear that she will kill people, which she probably would. Jubilee is one of those mutants with a silly sounding power that when you really get down to it could like kill Iron Man if she wanted. As a member of the X-Men, Jubilee is down for whatever. On a team of nothing but adults, she could easily play the kid role, get scared constantly, get worried, but she's sort of fearless. Maybe this has something to do with her past as an orphan, living in a mall. Maybe it's something she does just to fit in, or maybe Jubilee just really is that brave. But either way, much like Kitty, Jubilee does not want to sit at the kids' table. She is a real X-Men. But beyond the X-Men, Jubilee's been on a few different teams, most notably Generation X. Led by Banshee and Emma Frost, Generation X was sort of an attempt to reboot the X-Men in Massachusetts. It's pretty much just another New Mutants led by two veterans. In my opinion, Jubilee never really fit onto the team. After all, she was already an X-Men. What was she doing back on the JV squad? Her time on the team was not a total waste. Jubilee made some Generation X friends like Husks and Jono, or Jono, I'm never quite sure how that's pronounced, aka Chamber, who she would eventually have sort of a thing with, although I'm not sure where we are with that now. I mean, the Generation X Volume 2, like the more recent one, was maybe 5 years ago, and I feel like we don't see anything from that relationship, but whatever. On the X-Men, Jubilee gets along with Professor X, Beast, Magic, and X-23 the best. And of course, Jubilee, like Kitty before her, became a good friend of Wolverine. They hung out right as Jubilee came on the scene. The two even had a team-up comic after Jubilee became a vampire. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't mention this. In one of my favorite Comics Are Crazy storylines, for almost a decade, Jubilee was just a complete vampire. Fangs, drank blood, the whole nine. Basically, during a vampire war, Zarus, the son of Dracula, sent a vampire suicide bomber to explode and infect Jubilee with his blood. It worked, and she was eventually bitten by Zarus, which turned her into a full-blown vampire. But she didn't go bad. Jubilee subsisted off of synthetic blood, supplemented by Wolverine's own blood and its healing factor. Jubilee has since been cured, but it signaled sort of an evolution for the character. She became a little darker, more cynical. Jubilee is also a mother, although her son Shogo just kind of showed up like some sort of weird HBO show that no one watches, even though I keep telling people, watch the baby, it's pretty good. It's become an interesting dynamic in recent X comics, especially since while in Otherworld, Shogo can turn into a dragon. I think Shogo is important. Obviously not something to start with, but somewhere for Jubilee to go. She can't just be a rebellious teenager forever, and Shogo gives her someone to be responsible for. He grounds Jubilee. One last thing, Jubilee is an incredibly skilled gymnast, so it would help if we had someone with some athletic chops. Previous versions, Jubilee certainly did have a few lines. She said things about Star Wars that one time, but man, Lana Condor was robbed. Especially since she is the focus of the two best scenes in X-Men Apocalypse. Jubilee serves as the ambassador for the school in this commercial for the Institute that was not part of the movie but was released online as a little extra. And then she goes to the mall with the other kids in this scene that was also not part of the movie because it was too good. It was too much of what the X-Men should be, so why would you put it in an X-Men movie? I mean, come on. Jubilee never used her powers on screen. However, in that deleted scene, she uses pyrotechnic blasts to start an arcade machine. So she's a criminal and she stole from the arcade and should go to jail. But that's the thing about Jubilee. If you put Jubilee into an X-Men movie, it has to be a little fun because that's what her powers are. They're fireworks. She rollerblades, goes to the mall, plays the arcade games. So the fact that these movies are always kind of so grim and serious, like yes, the X-Men are very frequently a very serious allegory for persecution, racism, homophobia, stuff like that. But they're also just fun. That's part of the appeal of the characters in the books and why so many people love the X-Men. So I think Jubilee should be a big part of these movies in the future because if they put her in the movie, that will force the movie to be fun. Jubilee did not return for Dark Phoenix, the 90s one. To be fair, Lana Condor was busy during Dark Phoenix, so Jubilee does not show up. But if she did, I'm sure she would say hello and tell the switch Back to the Future movie she liked the most. And let's not forget, Jubilee was also part of that Generation X TV pilot from 1996. And in this pilot, Jubilation Lee, the daughter of two immigrants from Hong Kong, is played by Heather McComb, who is very white. According to director Jack Shoulder, nothing in the script or casting info signified that Jubilee was Asian, so they didn't look for Asian actors, and nobody thought that was weird for the whole time while they were filming it. So, I'm just gonna throw this one out now. Jubilee should be played by an actor with some Asian heritage. Hong Kong would be great, but Asian's a good start. And honestly, that Generation X movie, besides that and some of the other really weird choices that movie makes, because it's bad, it's very bad, it is not good, but some of it's kind of good. The characterization of Jubilee is not bad. The characterization of Emma Frost and Banshee I kind of like. Yeah, the villain's insane. The effects are not good. Some of the characters, like Mondo is not a good version of Mondo. But some of the other stuff works and it's I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird little artifact of the 90s when they didn't really know what to do with the X-Men before the movies, but while the cartoon was kind of going, so I don't know, it's weird. The runners-up. Here's the thing. If you just look at who should play this role based on their experience, their profile, their general vibe, and ignore all the X-Men movies before it, it's still Lana Condor. She's only gotten more popular since Apocalypse came out. My concern is so she's gonna be too old. If they started filming today, she would be 25. And I do think the character of Jubilee should start at like 15. It'll definitely help to get a younger actor for this role. So I've tried to narrow the focus of the casting to younger actors. Everybody on this list is under 21. And that's where things get complicated. Not only do most of them not have a lot of experience, the experience most of them have is child actor experience. So that probably won't translate since child actors are mostly bad. Even the ones that are above average aren't very good. And that's fine, they're children. It would be weird if we expected a 10-year-old to be able to play tennis against Serena Williams, so why do we expect them to share scenes with Brian Cox, the Serena Williams of acting? Anyway, it's tough to judge the acting skills and range of an actor who is the right age for Jubilee. That being said, I'm going to try my best. First, let's look at Madison Hu. She is currently 21, so we're on the right track. The veteran of a Disney Channel show about YouTubers, Madison proved that she can handle anything by co-starring in this show, Zardovark, alongside Jake Paul. Madison seems talented. She can also sing. That's not something Jubilee is known for, but I figured I'd mention it. She has also been in the film Voyagers alongside ex-alum Ty Sheridan, and she's working on a series called The Brother Son on Hulu. She definitely seems like someone on the up, so she could probably handle Jubilee. Then we've got Anna Cathcart. She stars alongside Lana Condor in the To All the Boys series. She's also in the Descendants series. Listen, not a whole lot to go off here, but she's 20, so we're actually in the age range that feels like where Disney will end up. She seems professional, so she's probably a fine pick. But I did get a comment when I posted this image on Twitter from someone named Henry. And I just want to quote Henry here because I don't know too much about this actor, and she was not on my radar during the initial casting, which is weird for a reason that'll come up later. Henry suggested someone named Ashley Liao. She's most known for playing a character on Fuller House, but she's also in the new series Physical. She has a pretty solid amount of experience in sitcoms, which, like I said, is something that would be helpful for Jubilee since she is light and fun. She's also got a spot in the new Hunger Games prequel movie, which would lead me to believe that she's someone that other casting directors are like, she's good, she's the future. So I definitely think Ashley Liao would be a solid pick for this role. She is my first runner-up. She was also in a little Disney Plus movie called The Secret Society of Second-Born Royals, which I have not watched, but it does contain another actor who might be worth looking at. The winner, Peyton Elizabeth Lee, feels like the right pick for Jubilee. She was the lead in The Secret Society of Second-Born Royals. She also currently stars on Doogie Kamealoha, MD, a spiritual successor to the show Doogie Howser, MD, about a young doctor. She also starred on a Disney Channel show called Andy Mack, which was not the spiritual successor to Alex Mack, a show about a girl who could turn into a puddle. Lee can play a character with attitude, but more importantly, her character Lahala is constantly arguing and hanging around adults, the other doctors at the hospital. And they don't trust Lahala because she is a child prodigy. So you get a taste of what that dynamic where Cyclops will tell Jubilee that her mission's too dangerous and she's too young, and then Jubilee will get angry and sneak into the Blackbird anyway. You get an idea of what that dynamic's gonna look like. The thing that sold me on Lee is her composure. All of these actors can act like bratty teenagers. They are child actors, the brattiest teenagers that ever existed. So I am looking for someone who has proven that they can handle pressure. Lee has been the lead in 2 series, one of which was on the Disney Channel, and the other one premiered last year on Disney Plus, which shows me that Disney is confident in Lee as an actor and as someone who can lead a franchise like that. In conclusion, Peyton Elizabeth Lee feels like the right pick for Jubilee.
In the same boat as Maude Apatow is Peyton Elizabeth Lee. I think she would be perfect for Jubilee, but I think maybe she has aged out of Jubilee. Not because she's like too old, but because I think Jubilee needs to be like markedly younger than pretty much everyone else, and it seems like they're going for young X-Men.
Bishop is a cop. I'll be honest, I don't really like Bishop. This is the first character I could say this about, and this background bit is not designed to dunk on Bishop. If you're a Bishop fan, that's great. In fact, tweet at me or comment here about why you like Bishop because I am genuinely curious. Lucas Bishop is from A Future. The Days of Future Past Future specifically. In case you don't remember from the movie, that's the one where the Sentinels take over. The catalyst of the takeover changes over time, but it's usually an assassination or something like that. Bishop's parents were Aboriginal Australians who fled to the States and were put into mutant re-education camps. That's where he got the famous M tattoo. As a child, Bishop was told stories about the X-Men, who in his time had no longer existed. He heard these stories from his grandmother, who was probably Storm, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed. Later, Bishop was also taught by some someone who sure seems like Gambit, but I don't think that was ever confirmed either. Both mentors told Bishop about a brave mutant fighting force who protected mutants from the people who hated and feared them, and Bishop idolized the legendary X-Men. After something called the Summers Rebellion, Bishop and his little sister Shard were freed from their concentration camps and lived on the streets. It was then that Bishop learned about the Exhumes, a militant mutant group of anti-human terrorists. Bishop mistakenly assumed that that was what the X-Men were like and idolized the Exhumes. This is where we get into what I believe might be Bishop's two defining traits. First, Bishop is tough. He survived the Days of Future Past timeline and lived on the streets with his sister. He is a survivor. And then second, Bishop is wrong. Throughout his history, Bishop has been wrong a lot, makes assumptions that turn out to be way off, sometimes getting him into trouble. The Exhumes X-Men comparison is a benign example of this, but it gets much worse as time goes on. But the Exhumes were stopped by the XSE, which stands for Xavier's Security Enforcers. They're basically mutant cops. Bishop and Shard immediately joined the XSE, and Bishop rose through the ranks to become their captain. So Bishop is a cop. Yes, he is a time cop, but not on purpose, because he accidentally went back in time when a mutant named Trevor Fitzroy created a time prison break and landed all of the criminals and some of the XSE in the present timeline. And Bishop just went from there, copping around in the present. And also, he's not a great cop. Like I said, he is wrong a lot. Like when Bishop met Gambit in the present timeline, he assumed Gambit was his mentor, which he did seem to be, but then wrongly connected Gambit to a message he saw in the future that suggested his mentor was going to destroy the X-Men. He demanded that Professor X read his mind, and the professor refused, and everyone vouched for Gambit, but that still wasn't enough for Bishop. This led to a big fight that made Bishop look like a fool, especially since the traitor would eventually end up being Onslaught, and the message referred to the part of Professor Xavier's psyche that was Onslaught being the traitor. This gets at my other problem with Bishop. He's frequently written as an authoritarian, commanding Xavier to read Gambit's mind, taking matters into his own hands under the guise that he is the law. Even during Civil War, when Bishop really didn't have anything at stake since the X-Men largely sat it out, Bishop joined Iron Man's team to keep tabs on Captain America. He believes in the law above all else. Bishop, even in his most embarrassing moment, attempted to kill a child. We've all heard the "would you kill baby Hitler" argument. Well, Bishop is not only on the pro side, but is ready to kill baby Hitler and Bishop's own friend and teammate who is protecting the baby and saying like, Bishop, listen, I know you want to kill baby Hitler because you think it's the right thing to do, but I know it's not the right thing to do, so don't do it. And Bishop's just like, nope, I'm shooting you and the baby. During the Messiah Complex storyline, Hope Summers, the first mutant born since Scarlet Witch made most of the mutants lose their powers, was being protected by her adopted father, Cable. Bishop and Cable had fought together before, like they were friends, but Bishop believed Hope would bring on the Days of Future Past future, and even though everyone Bishop knew was telling them that he needed to keep Hope alive, Bishop called an audible, shot Cable, and attempted to shoot Hope, but was stopped at the last minute by Cyclops. And then the icing on the cake, Bishop tried to kill Hope again and accidentally shot and killed Professor X. Bishop keeps making mistakes, which is fine. The problem comes from the fact that he never seems to learn from them. Even when he is proven objectively wrong, Bishop doesn't examine his wrong assumptions and use more restraint in the future. Bishop just keeps going because he has the authority, and that means he should be able to do whatever he wants. Again, cop. And this would be a little easier to excuse if time travel in the Marvel comics was as cut and dry as Bishop thinks it is, but it's pretty consistently proven that changes in the timeline have significant effects on the future, and everything is not set in stone. Bishop is not just the villain in Minority Report in this situation, he's the villain in a Minority Report sequel where everyone knows that predicting crime doesn't really work, and Bishop still listens to the precogs because he just does. Bishop cops on vibes. And also, sure, he's a cop from the future, but Bishop is not a time cop charged with protecting the sacred timeline or whatever. He is just a cop who ended up in the past, but he has no past training, no mandate to fix things, and in my opinion, that makes all of these shenanigans way worse. Now, Bishop sometimes plays a role closer to a detective. During the Extreme X-Men series and District X, Bishop was less concerned with enforcing the law and more concerned with using his abilities to solve crimes and protect people in the present. And I think that was the right move for Bishop. He's clearly intelligent, he was trained by the XSE and someone who was probably Gambit. He has some knowledge of the future, so if Bishop spends more time investigating and less time accusing, his eventual assumptions will be supported by evidence, and he has some actual authority to enforce the law. And that's why a lot of people's favorite Bishop story is Bishop the Last X-Man, in which Bishop is transported from the present day to a future where his nemesis Trevor Fitzroy is in control. Bishop switches from cop to soldier in a dystopian war against Fitzroy, and it's here that Bishop seems to work the best. He is a soldier in the middle of a conflict that he has little control over. He does not hold authority over the rest of the people he's fighting alongside. He is not enforcing laws. They are all working together as equals, and he can lead them, but he is not above them. Bishop works when he is protecting people, using his powers to take a hit and save a mutant in trouble. And sometimes this results in a shootout, but that's not all he's doing. Speaking of his powers, Bishop does have a very fun mutant ability. He can absorb energy and redirect it. So if you shoot Bishop with some laser gun or something, he can take that blast and shoot it back to you, usually through his fists. Bishop can also use the absorbed energy to augment his own strength and do a big punch. And when I say energy, I mean everything, like a grenade, lightning, fire, plasma. He can even absorb psychic energy, although he doesn't do that often because it doesn't make that much sense. Bishop also has an excellent sense of location. He always knows where, and more importantly, when he is. It's unclear if this is a mutant power or just something he learned somehow, but it is part of his kit. Bishop also sports a lot of guns. Some are big, silly future guns, some are smaller, silly present guns, but overall, Bishop is one of the few X-Men who uses a firearm. Bishop is also sometimes drawn as a humongous man, like Bruce Timm Upside Down Triangle Man huge. So I can see why people expect a movie Bishop to also be super buff. I am less convinced it is an essential Bishop trait. After all, it does make a ton of sense. Bishop is from a dystopian future. I'm not saying he needs to be scrawny, but like, where does he get all this protein? Most recently in the comics, Bishop is the second in command of the Marauders, a group of mutant pirates who protect other mutants. He is slimmed down a ton. Still a big guy, but not a refrigerator. I think that's a good middle ground for Bishop. And this sort of team is the perfect place for Bishop. A bit of investigating and a lot of protecting. He's a great teammate. He follows orders from his captain, Kate Pryde. Bishop will throw himself into a war zone to protect another mutant. He is tough, headstrong, and determined, and more often than not, it causes Bishop trouble. But when written right, Bishop can be a good soldier who rubs people the wrong way, but ultimately puts his ego aside for the cause. Previous versions. We have had one Bishop, and he might have one line. He was played by Omar Sy, solid casting, but just didn't do all that much. He has a gun that he shoots, and he takes some electricity from Storm, and then even though in the comics Bishop might not have an upper limit to what he can absorb, this Bishop absorbs 3 beams and explodes, goes out like a huge chunk. I do want to point out that Cable's arc in Deadpool 2 is very similar to Bishop's in the Messiah Complex line. Comes back in time to kill a kid who he thinks will ruin everything, but he's wrong. The runners up. Okay, so this is a kind of difficult one. We're looking for a tough black dude, but part of the trouble here is that there's really not an ideal age for Bishop, nowhere to narrow it down. Bishop's creator has suggested that Idris Elba would work, and if Elba was not already Heimdall, I would say that was good, but he's nearly 50. I'd also be fine with a 30-year-old Bishop, even a 70-year-old Bishop. It all depends on what they choose to do with this character. I say 30 is my floor because I think you want a Bishop who's like seen some stuff, lived through a war, and come out a new man. He's also risen to the top of the XSE, so you know, that takes some time. I've heard Yahya Abdul-Mateen II thrown around a lot. I don't mind him. I imagine he might be superheroed out after Watchmen and Aquaman, but he would definitely be able to bring some of the same energy to the role that he does in Black Manta. He's headstrong, thinks he has a responsibility to enforce his will, plus he's pretty built and tall. I also think we've got to give some consideration to Laz Alonso. You probably know Laz from The Boys, where he plays MM, the voice of reason on the Soup Killing Squad. His performance this season has been incredible, and I think he could bring that same pathos to Bishop. We'd be looking good. I've been looking for somewhere to put John Boyega for a while now. Maybe Bishop is that character. He has a ton of charm. He's already played a police officer who defects in Force Awakens. Those movies did him dirty, but they proved that he can handle this sort of role. My first runner-up, and hear me out, is Jessica Jones's Eka Darville. I know what you're thinking. First off, he's already on Jessica Jones, sure, but I doubt they'll bring that show back exactly the same way, plus he could easily be killed off. Second, you might be saying, well, he's not a giant muscle man, and I guess so. He's not humongous, but he is still a hunk. Darville is also Australian, which is part of Bishop's heritage. Darville also has the look that Bishop currently sports in Marauders, the hair, the frame, and I really like Darville on Jessica Jones. I think he would make an excellent Bishop. The winner. Like I said with Magneto, sometimes the internet is just right. Moonlight's Trevante Rhodes would be a terrific Bishop. You more than likely know Rhodes from Moonlight, where he plays the older version of Chiron. He also had supporting roles in The Predator and Bird Box. Rhodes is such a talent, and he's also a hunk. I don't see why he's not made it into a superhero movie yet. Maybe he just doesn't want to? In that case, more power to him, make way for Darville. But if Rhodes wants Bishop, it should be his. He is tough. Besides his character in Moonlight, Rhodes just finished up a bio series about Mike Tyson that aims to show all sides of the heavyweight champ, from the dominant force in the ring to the complicated figure outside of it. Mike looks poised to show Rhodes off as someone with a lot of range, and I would love to see Rhodes take on the role of Bishop in the MCU.
I made a whole video on the Nando cut. It was like one of the first Nando cut videos about why this piece of casting was wrong. And I would say, like, watch that Nando cut video. But like, the gist of it is he should be Indigenous Australian. That is something that is a core part of his character, even though in a lot of the media the character's been in, that is not very clear. He doesn't speak with an accent. He seems like he's from America. He's also from the future, so that complicates everything. So, like, I understand why certain actors, like, I want to play Bishop, but I get why that would not necessarily be the right call.
Psylocke is... Psylocke is... Oh, okay. You may not know the whole story. It's silly, but not quite as complicated as you may imagine, so I'm going to try to give you the best version of the Psylocke, Betsy, Canon body swapping story that I can. I think it's important to understand the difference between both personalities, since they are different people who keep popping in and out of each other's lives, and keeping track of them can be kind of confusing. So here's what happened. We start in 1976 with Captain Britain 8. We learned that Betsy and her twin brother Brian were born to the Braddocks, a wealthy British family. Betsy led a charmed life as a supporting character in her brother Brian's Captain Britain adventures. Betsy was a pilot, she was a model, she could kind of see the future but more or less, Betsy had a good time when she wasn't being kidnapped or whatever. Eventually, Betsy became a full-on mutant. Telepathy, lots of pink energy, and purple hair. With her new powers, Betsy joined Stryker, the UK Shield, and became a spy. And then, when Brian needed to abandon his post as Captain Britain, Betsy took it up and had some adventures that left Betsy blinded, which, bad but not career-ending since she could still use her telepathy to sort of see. However, Mojo, who I explained in a Nebula video, kidnapped Betsy, gave her cybernetic eyes, and the name Psylocke. Cool name. Then, in 1986, Psylocke joins the X-Men after she defends the X-Mansion from an attack led by Sabretooth. And Betsy joins right in time to get killed with all the rest of the X-Men and then revived in secret by Roma, a multiversal guardian. They live in Australia for a while. But then, Betsy has a vision that the team needs to abandon their base and sends everyone through something called the Siege Perilous, a magic do-over device. Cut to Uncanny X-Men 255 in 1989. Betsy comes out of the Siege Perilous in Japan and is found by the Hand, a bunch of evil ninjas, and brainwashed into being one of their assassins. And since they need someone who could blend in better in Japan, they gave Betsy plastic surgery to make her look like this. However, this was a cover identity that was created for Betsy. She was born looking like a white girl in Britain, but got plastic surgery and turned into this. Was it racist? Kind of, although that's not the entire story. It was not intended to stay that way, but people loved the design by Jim Lee, so it did. Betsy became the ninja we're familiar with, joined up with the X-Men, was all good. But actually, 4 years later, while Psylocke was hanging out in the X-Mansion trying to seduce Scott Summers, because that's just what she did for fun those days, another character appeared claiming to be Betsy. Kind of. She called herself Revanche, and she looked like this. Betsy pre-surgery, but that didn't make any sense. Betsy just got surgery, right? Why would there be a second version of her running around? Well, here's the thing. Fabian Nicieza, who was writing X-Men at the time, had not read X-Men 255, the issue with the plastic surgery explanation. He just thought the whole Betsy Psylocke thing was an open-ended mystery that he was going to solve. Here's the explanation that we get a few years later in X-Men 31, the one they ended up sticking with. Betsy washed up in the shore of Japan after the Siege Perilous trip and was rescued by a ninja working for the Hand named Kenon, spelled K-W-A-N-N-O-N. Her. Kenon worked for a crime boss named Nyorian, but was in love with a ninja from another faction who was named Matsuo Treyaba. Kenon touched Betsy and the two became linked by Betsy and Kenon's psychic powers. Then, during a duel with Matsuo, Kenon fell off a cliff and her brain was badly damaged, basically brain dead. Uh-oh, Matsuo doesn't know what to do. But he finds the comatose Betsy, and because of her previous connection to Kenon, Matsuo comes up with a plan. He brings the brain-dead Kenon to the Mandarin who keeps her alive. Then, Matsuo convinces Mojo's henchman Spiral to heal both women and sort of use Betsy to do a psychic jumpstart on Kenon's brain. Then Matsuo's Kenon will be healed, and Matsuo and the Mandarin can use her as a psychic ninja to do murders. She would not have done this before, since she and Matsuo were part of dueling assassins guilds, but she's gonna have her mind wiped. Nobody really cares what happens to Betsy, but Nyorin decides to nurse Betsy back to health. So Matsuo needs Mandarin's help to restore Kenon. Mandarin needs a new assassin, but Spiral, Mojo's assistant who does the magic necessary for the jumpstart, also hates Betsy. So, when she was doing the psychic jumpstart, Spiral messed with both women. Imagine their minds are bowls of soup. She basically took both mind soups out of their body and mixed them together in a big bowl, then made a new mind soup and poured the new soup into both women. So both women had a mind that was half Kenon and half Betsy, which means both women had some Betsy hidden in there. But since Mandarin planned to mentally condition Kenon anyway, this should really not have been a problem. So that's what happened. And then Matsuo took Kenon and Nyorin took Betsy, who also now looked sort of Asian for some reason. Kenon goes on being an assassin for the Mandarin and runs into Wolverine, who recognizes her but knows something's wrong. And when she tries to stab him with her psychic knife, it backfires and unlocks the Betsy part of her mind. From this point forward, Kenon fully believes she is and has always been the only Betsy, but she looks like this. But we all called her Betsy and she joined the X-Men, everything you associate with Psylocke, bathing suit, purple hair, psychic knife, Asian features, and a British accent. But then, this Betsy shows up in May of 1993, and they both think they're the real Betsy because they both have a little bit of Betsy's mind soup, and they both look like a version of Betsy, and Professor X cannot tell their minds apart, Logan cannot smell a difference between them, so they just both hang around. This one calls herself Revanche, and this one is Psylocke. But then, Revanche gets the legacy virus and dies in April of 1994, and she stayed dead for a little while. In the meantime, Psylocke, now the only Betsy, remains on the X-Men. She is killed but resurrected and gains the power to teleport and a red mark on her face. Then she joins the Extreme X-Men and is killed again. This time she's resurrected by her brother, Jamie, who has the ability to warp reality. Jamie brings Betsy back because he knows the X-Men need her to fight a villain called the First Fallen. Fast forward to 2007, we've got the Exiles days. Lots of multiverse hopping and stuff, not super important. But Psylocke gets captured by the villain Madeline Pryor, and Pryor digs up Revanche's body and transfers Betsy's mind into Revanche. So now we have a fully Betsy Revanche. Pryor mind controls Betsy into fighting the X-Men. Revanche is killed and Betsy takes over Psylocke's body again, and new status quo is returned and Revanche is dead again. Then 2010, Psylocke fights on Uncanny X-Force for a while alongside Wolverine, Angel, Phantom X, and Deadpool. Not super important. Some time passes. It's 2018. Wolverine dies, very sad, and a team of X-Men, basically all of the non-Jean Grey women, go to Madripoor to investigate the disappearance of Wolverine's corpse. One of the X-Men that comes along is Psylocke. And while they are in Madripoor, our team is ambushed by a team of villains led by Viper. Sure, whatever. Except, one of those villains is a psychic vampire named Sapphire Styx, who absorbs Betsy's mind and kills Betsy. But then, Betsy's consciousness inside Sapphire's mind takes over, and Betsy rebuilds her own body atom by atom and is reborn. But it's the original white Betsy body, so Betsy is original Betsy again. And also, Kenon, in the Psylocke body, appears in Madripoor, so I guess she remade herself as well, or whatever, who cares. We are finally back to where we started. Betsy Braddock is a white girl with psychic powers, and Kenon is a Japanese ninja with psychic powers. And this is what we've been working with for the last few years. Kenon is her own person, goes by Psylocke, and Betsy is her own person who has taken up her brother's mantle of Captain Britain. Both women have psychic powers, and both women use purple or pink psychic swords. Betsy's is a broadsword, Kenon's is a katana. I need you to understand this whole story, because here's what I think they do in the movies. I think Betsy Braddock will be a supporting player in a Captain Britain movie or series. She will gain mutant powers, but largely stay with the Captain Britain powers. And they'll just call her Betsy, or Braddock, or even Revanche if they really want to, but probably not, because that name's difficult to say. She will probably hang out with the X-Men from time to time, but I bet she'll stay in Britain. Then, in another part of the world, a ninja named Kanon, who goes by Psylocke, will defect from her team of ninjas when she meets Wolverine, and he will take Psylocke back to the X-Men. Anything we associate with Psylocke will probably happen to Kanon. She will join the X-Force, join the Exiles, romance Angel, and perhaps the two will meet in a scene and compliment each other on their hair and psychic swords and make a joke about they should hang out more often. And that'll be that. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This stuff, you know, it's a little easy to forecast. So I'm going to cast a Betsy and a Kanon, and I'm going to try to map the personality traits to the version I believe they make the most sense with. Let's start with Betsy. Betsy is brave. More than anything else, I would describe Betsy Braddock as brave. That's always been her thing. She started out as a pilot. She took on her brother's position as Captain Britain without much training. She joined the X-Men after defending the X-Mansion from a mutant that would give veteran X-Men trouble, and then Betsy joined countless missions that ended up killing her and kept going. Even now, as the full-time Captain Britain, Betsy has taken on the difficult task of protecting all of the multiverse. She does not shy away from a challenge. And Betsy's relationship to the title of Captain Britain tells us a lot about what she wants. Growing up, Betsy was the second most important Braddock, and she always knew if she was chosen as Captain Britain, she would crush it. But outside of one short filling in for her brother, Betsy never got that chance. I do not think she feels the need to prove herself as much as she just wants to do it. Betsy has always envied Brian getting that responsibility, and when she got the chance, she jumped at the opportunity. Now, that does not mean Betsy is great at it. She's decidedly not. Part of this has to do with Betsy just not getting along with her multiversal boss, but a lot of the rest of it comes from Betsy's perhaps overconfidence in her abilities. Betsy also likes to do things by herself, and sometimes her reluctance to work with a team gets her in trouble. But that confidence comes in handy sometimes. So much of winning a fight as a psychic comes with believing in yourself and your abilities. And Betsy has a strong mind, strong enough to absolutely demolish many other psychics who underestimate her. And besides being a mutant, Betsy is magic. Her father is from Otherworld, which I get at a lot more during Brian's bit in the Nebula companion video. For this video, more on that later, but for now, Otherworld might as well be Narnia. So Betsy has a magical side that she cannot ignore, but unlike her brother, Betsy is also a mutant and walks the line between those two worlds, which is especially difficult currently since the mutant nation of Krakoa is seen as a threat to the rest of the world. And this goes without saying, but Betsy Braddock is British, so we need a British actor to fill this role, especially since she's probably going to be Captain Britain eventually, if not right away. Previous versions. I'm gonna go ahead and say we have never had a proper Betsy Braddock in a movie. The Psylocke we're familiar with skew much closer to Kanon. The runners up. Okay, so we need British actors with confidence and a chip on their shoulder. Age-wise, I want an adult, let's say over 30, specifically because I have a Captain Britain in mind, and I don't think anyone under the age of 30 could make a convincing twin, which counts out some actors I like Jodie Comer, Olivia Cooke, and Daisy Ridley, but they've got plenty of other roles that they could fit into. Some will come up in the future. I had to put a lot of thought into whether Felicity Jones had even been in one of these MCU movies yet. As far as I can tell, she's not. Closest she's gotten is as the assistant named Felicia in Amazing Spider-Man 2. I think Jones can sell the privileged origins of Betsy quite well, and she's got experience as an action heroine in Rogue One, so I don't hate it. Ooh, or what about Imogen Poots? Super silly name, but solid actor. Loved her in Green Room and Popstar. I've heard good things about Outer Range. She's just another one who I can't quite count out here. Is this where Emma Watson ends up? Maybe, but I wish I had seen Watson in a more physical role before. Betsy, like her brother, is sort of a brawler. She makes psychic swords and swings around like a maniac, and I don't know what that looks like with Emma Watson. Keira Knightley, however, now that is a British actress who knows how to sword fight, and also has a bit of an edge, which I really like. I also remember a period in the 2000s with movies like Atonement, The Duchess, and Pride and Prejudice that positioned Keira Knightley as the epitome of a British royal who didn't really fit in, and that can very much be Betsy's energy. I only wish there was one of those movies that I just mentioned that had a little bit more action. That actor would be the perfect Betsy. The winner. Look who it is again. It's Lily James. Yep, I said I really liked her for Rogue, and a lot of that translates over to Betsy. She is confident, but also kind of a mess. Pam from Pam and Tommy has doing her best energy, and I want to see that in Betsy. When she becomes Captain Britain, she has a ton on her plate, and she is scrambling to keep the multiverse together. And like I hinted at, James plays Elizabeth in Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, which yes, I know, dumb movie, but There's some top tier Britishness on display, as well as some great action choreography thrown in, and some of it is clearly James. That is a great Betsy Braddock audition. And James is actually British. I always forget this because she's such a convincing American, and I think she would be a believable twin for my Captain Britain, who I get into in my Nebula Plus companion video where I cast Excalibur, which is Brian Braddock, Megan, Rachel Summers, and of course, Saturnine. So I could see my Brian and my Betsy, Lily James, being twins. So Lily James is my Betsy Braddock.
I still feel good about one of the Psylocks. I think Lily James could be a great Betsy, but like the other ones, I think she maybe is kind of aging out of it, and I think they would want to go with a younger Betsy. Maybe. I really can't decide. I feel like they want a younger Psylocke, and I think if they do Psylocke and Betsy, they kind of have to be the same age. I never really thought about this in context of the video, and I think Lily James would be great for this role. I think there's also a lot of other very talented British actors that could do this.
Kenon is intense. Kenon has a rough life, even without the body swapping. She was trained as an assassin by the Hand. She had a baby, which they stole from her and was killed. Kenon is determined to not only get revenge, but make sure no one else suffers the same fate she did. One thing I love about Kenon is that Kenon kills. She is not messing around. We know this because she leads the Hellions, she has joined the Uncanny X-Force, but also after the body swap, Betsy came back different. So you have to assume that difference was mostly Kenon's personality influencing Betsy. And this Betsy did a bunch of murders. Like I said, she joined the X-Force led by Logan, which existed as a sort of off-the-books Black Ops squad to deal with problems that Cyclops, the public-facing leader of the X-Men, could not deal with himself. And it made sense. Kenon was trained as a killer, so she brought that to Betsy. She even became addicted to killing. But that doesn't mean she likes it. That X-Force's first mission was to kill a reborn Apocalypse, but when it turned out this Apocalypse was a child who did not want to be evil, Betsy was not down with killing him. She's the first member of the team to say, hey, we probably shouldn't do this. And after Phantom X calls an audible and kills Kid Apocalypse himself, the rest of the team is broken up about it. And it is Betsy who tells them it is okay to feel bad about this. I think a version of Betsy, who's sort of like Wolverine, does not want to kill, but will in specific circumstances, is the right middle ground for this character. And Kenon and Wolverine get along well. Besides the fact that Wolverine frequently makes trips to Japan and is constantly fighting the Hand, they both just have similar sensibilities and styles. They like to fight up close. They're both very serious. I hope that friendship is present in the MCU. One of the other things Kenon brought to Betsy was her sexiness. I know how it sounds, but she immediately started throwing herself at Scott. It was definitely a conscious decision. And who knows which came first? Was she drawn that way and then the writers just went with that? Or was there a directive from the writers, like we want a writer as really sex-positive character, so draw us a character who is walking around in a one-piece bathing suit all the time. Does it really matter? Probably not. But it became a part of Betsy's personality after the brain swap. She flirted with Scott, had a fling with Phantom X, is currently maybe with Grey Crow, and even had a long-term relationship with Angel. The two dated for a while, and she came back to Angel after he was resurrected. But that gets at one of the most interesting things about Kenon that really came out during Hellions. Kenon likes to take care of broken things. Her relationship with Warren came about during his Archangel phase. Warren was constantly suppressing the dark side that came from his days as Apocalypse's horseman, and Betsy was a good influence on Warren. She kept him in check. Then during the Krakoan Age, Kenon is tasked with leading a team of mutants whose powers have made them, let's call it, antisocial. They're loose cannons, sociopaths, killers, but Betsy takes care of them, keeps them in line, and eventually grows to love her Hellions. Kenon also recruited X-23 to come with her and stop a drug ring during the Fallen Angels storyline. And when you think about it, those characters are super similar. Both raised to be killers who find a family on the X-Men. They don't totally give up their murderous ways, but their journey is about finding a healthy middle ground. Previous versions. So even though I don't think it's ever made explicit, I believe both on-screen Psylocks skew closer to Kenon than Betsy. And now you're saying both? Yes, in X-Men The Last Stand, we get a full, probably like 20 seconds of on-screen Psylocke. She is this mutant who hangs around Quills, and she doesn't really do much, so yeah, sure. But then in X-Men Apocalypse, Olivia Munn took a shot at Psylocke, and she was fine. I appreciate the look. It's kind of insane that she wore her goofy Psylocke costume to the concentration camp, but that's what happens when you mix the elements of the good X-Men movies and the other ones. I liked her power visualization there. The sword and psychic dagger combo was cool, her fight scene was fine. I think she may have said like a word on screen. So like with a lot of these characters, they didn't really bother to get at what is interesting about Psylocke. No fun psychic powers, no dark history, no indication that she was maybe a British woman, just the costume. It was a good costume, could have been worse. The runners-up. Should Olivia Munn get another shot? Well, I don't think she was a terrible Psylocke, but here's where she lost me. I don't find her particularly intense. She was angry, and had what I feel like a pretty muted energy for Psylocke. Compare that to The Boys' Karen Fukuhara. Furious, violent, and tormented. I think Fukuhara is much closer to what I want from a Psylocke. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that she's already done so many comic book movies, she would be my pick. Because she also plays Katana in the original Suicide Squad, and I try to find actors who already aren't known for a million superhero things. But Karen Fukuhara would be a solid canon. But let's look at some other people. You've got Hakura Abe, who plays Akiko in Snake Eyes. She had a few well-choreographed martial arts scenes that were edited into Oblivion, but I think her energy was on the right track. While she was also in 47 Ronin, she doesn't have a huge role, so I would like to see more from her before I decide she's a good Psylocke. Now, I have a question. How important is it that the actor playing Kenon is Japanese herself? After all, Olivia Munn's mother is Chinese and Vietnamese, and her dad is white. And a lot of the time in American blockbusters, actors with Asian heritage end up playing characters from anywhere in Asia. Lucy Liu is not Japanese, yet plays the half-Japanese Yakuza boss in Kill Bill. Colleen Wing, Japanese character, Singaporean Chinese/English actor. Lady Deathstrike, Japanese character, Chinese, English, Hawaiian actor. I only ask because when looking into it, I found a really fun performance with the exact energy I would expect from a Psylocke. However, it comes from the Korean Kim Ok-bin. The movie in question is called Villainous, and it has some absolutely insane fight choreography. It also does that weird hardcore Henry first-person stuff, but plenty of the film ignores that, thankfully. This movie is full of brutal, psychotic action, and I think someone like Kim, with this background, could bring something really interesting to the role. But if we are against using a Korean actor, which I totally understand, then she's probably the wrong pick. You know who else might not be a crazy pick? Rinko Kikuchi starred in Pacific Rim as Mako Mori, also in Invasion and Tokyo Vice, two streaming shows I see commercials for and assume exist. But Mako Mori is the blueprint. Tragic past, fights with swords, has purple hair. What more could you want? The winner. This is my video. I get to pick. And damn it if one of my favorite movies of the last 5 years does not happen to be a Japanese movie starring, I assume, mostly Japanese actors. And one of them is a woman around the age you would expect for Kenon. It is a physical role, although not an action movie, and I just love it. So my Kenon Psylocke would be One Cut of the Dead's Yuzuki Akiyama. I don't want to say too much about this movie, because it really is a treat, but suffice it to say, Akiyama's role is demanding. She goes through a ton of emotions. She is constantly moving around. And she's a relative unknown, especially in the US, so I think Yuzuki Akiyama would be a fun pick for Kenon.
Last one, Yuzuki Akiyama. I still think she'd be a solid Psylocke. I have not seen very many suggestions for a better Psylocke. I think she's in the right age range for like what we'll end up with Psylocke, but I'm not convinced she's the only person that can play that role. So yeah, that is all of the X-Men casting from all the videos I put on YouTube. If you enjoyed these videos, there are 3 other videos waiting for you on Nebula. Go to go.nebula.tv/NandoVMovies. Check those out. And last thing, I want to thank everybody that continues to support the channel on Patreon, everybody that follows me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff, and everybody that listens to my podcast, Mostly Nitpicking. That's all I got. Stay safe. I'll see you around.